port. That left my black to carry my captive and me. Neither my horse nor I were happy with it. I picked up the archer's bow, and after a moment's hesitation flung it up into the tree where it snagged and hung. With luck, no one passing here would happen to glance up and see it. From the way he stared after it, I knew it had been precious to him. I took up my black's reins. "I'm going to mount," I told my captive. "Then I'm going to reach down and pull you up behind me. If you don't cooperate, I'm going to knock you cold and leave you for those others. You know the ones I mean. The ones you thought we were, the killers from the village." He moistened his lips. The whole side of his face had started to puff and darken. For the first time, he spoke. "You aren't with them?" I stared at him coldly. "Did you even wonder about that before you shot at me?" I demanded. I mounted my horse. "You were following our trail," he pointed out. He looked over at the woman he had shot, and his expression was almost stricken. "I thought you were villagers coming to kill us. Truly." I rode my black over to him and reached down. After an instant's hesitation, he hitched his shoulder up towards me. I got a firm grip on his upper arm. My black snorted and turned in a circle. But after 2 hops, he managed to get a leg over her. I gave him a moment to settle behind me, and then told him, "Sit tight. She's a tall horse. Throw yourself off her, you'll likely break a shoulder." I glanced back the way we had come. There was still no sign of pursuit, but I had a sense of our luck running out. I looked around. The trail of the Witted led uphill, but I didn't want to follow them further until I had wrung from this boy whatever he knew. My eyes plotted out a possible ruse. We could go downhill to where a stream probably flowed in winter. The moister soil at the bottom of the hill would take our tracks well. We could follow the old steam bed for a time, then leave it. Then, up the opposite side and across a rocky hillside and back into cover. It might work. Our tracks would be fresher, but they might just assume they were catching up. We might draw the pursuers off the prince. "This way," I announced, and put my plan into action. My horse was not pleased with her double burden. She stepped out awkwardly as if determined to show me this was a bad idea. "But the trail," Laurel protested as we abandoned the faint tracks we had followed all day. "We don't need their tracks. We've got him. He'll know where they're headed." I felt him draw breath. Then he said, through gritted teeth, "I won't tell." "Of course you will," I assured him. I kicked my black at the same time that I asserted to her that she would obey me. Startled, she stepped out, and despite the added weight, she bore us both well. She was a strong and swift horse, but one accustomed to using those traits only as she pleased. We would have to come to terms about that. I made her move fast down the hill, and then pushed her along the stream until we came to a dry watercourse that met it. It was stony, and that pleased me. We diverged there, and when I came to a rock-scrabble slope, we went up it. Behind me, the archer hung on with his knees. My black seemed to handle the challenge without too much effort. I hoped I was not setting too difficult a pace and course for Laurel. I urged my black up the gravelly hill at a steep angle. If I had lured the village mob into following us, I hoped this would present them with some nasty tracking. At the top of the hill, I paused for the others to catch up. Nighteyes had vanished. I knew he rested now, gathering his strength to come after us. I wanted my wolf at my side, yet I knew he was in less danger by himself than in my company. I scanned the surrounding terrain. Night would be coming on soon, and I wanted us out of sight and in a defensible location, one that overlooked other approaches. Up, I decided. The hill we were on was part of a ridgeline hummocking through the land. Its sister was both higher and steeper, the rocks of her bones showing more clearly. "This way," I told the others, as if I knew what I was doing, and led them on. We descended briefly into a scantily wooded draw, and then I led them up again, following a dry stream bed. Chance and good fortune blessed us. On the next hillside I encountered a narrow game trail, obviously made by something smaller and more agile than horses. We followed it. For a large horse, my black managed well, but I heard my captive catch his breath several times as the trail edged across the hill's steep face. I knew Malta would make nothing of this. I dared not look back to see how Laurel was faring. I had to trust Whitecap to bear his mistress along. My captive dared to speak to me. "I am old blood," He whispered it insistently, as if it should mean something to me. "Are you?" I replied in sarcastic surprise. "But you are—" "Shut up!" I cut his words off fiercely. "Your magic matters nothing to me. You're a traitor. Speak again and I'll throw you off the horse right now." He resumed a stunned silence. As the path led up and up, I wondered if I had chosen well. The few trees we passed were twisted and gaunt, the leaves hanging limp in the hovering storm's aura. The flesh of the earth gave way to bony stones. I knew my refuge when I saw it. It was not a true cave, but was more a deep undercut in a cliff. We had to dismount to coax our horses the rest of the way up to it. I led my black in. It was cooler beneath the undercut, and water oozed from the rock face at the back. Perhaps at some time of the year it had been responsible for carving the undercut, but now it did little more than leave a damp green streak on the cave floor before it dribbled away down the hillside. There was no feed for the horses. It could not be helped. It offered us the best shelter, and it looked defensible. "We'll spend the night here," I announced quietly. I wiped sweat from my brow and neck. The storm was lowering and the air thick with the threat of rain. I pointed to a spot near the back of the cavern. "Get down and sit there," I told my prisoner. He spoke not a word, but sat, staring down at me. I gave him no second chance. I reached up, seized the front of his shirt, and jerked him off the horse. Anger has always multiplied my strength. I let him almost stand, then flung him hard from me so that he hit the back wall of the cave and then slid down it to sit flat on the floor, half stunned. "There's worse to come," I promised him, harshly. Laurel stared, white-faced and wide-eyed, probably shocked at my taking command. I took her horse from her, and Lord Golden helped her ease herself down. My captive showed no inclination to try to flee, and so I ignored him as I unsaddled the horses and set up our makeshift camp. My black lipped and then sucked at the traces of water. I scraped away sand to deepen the depression at the bottom of the wall, and gratifyingly water began to pool there. Lord Golden was seeing to Laurel's shoulder. Deft as the fool had always been, he had cut and peeled the clothing back from the injury. Now he held a dampened cloth to it. The blood on the cloth looked dark rather than bright. Their heads were bowed together over it in quiet talk. I drew closer. "How bad is it?" I asked quietly. "Bad enough," Lord Golden replied succinctly. But it was Laurel's glance that shocked me. She stared at me as if I were a rabid beast. It was far more than the affront she might take at one who had rudely interrupted a private conversation. I withdrew, wondering if the bearing of her shoulder before me was what bothered her. Yet she seemed to have no qualms about Lord Golden touching her. Well, I had other things to tend, and would intrude no further. I considered the small supply of food that remained to us. Bread and apples made up most of it. There was little enough for 3, and not enough for 4. I coldly decided our prisoner could do without. Like as not, he'd had his own provisions, and had probably eaten better today than we had. Thinking of him made me decide to check on him. He was sitting awkwardly, his hands still bound behind him, considering his lacerated ankle. I glanced at it, but offered no sympathy. I stood silently over him until he spoke. "Can I have some water?" "Turn around," I ordered him, and was impassive as he struggled to obey. I untied his wrists. He made a small sound as I jerked the leather thong free of the clotted blood there. Slowly he moved his hands around in front of him. "You can get water over there, when the horses are satisfied." He nodded, slowly. I knew well how badly his shoulders ached by now. My own was still throbbing from striking the tree branch. His scraped face had darkened and scabbed from the damage taken in our fall. One blue eye was shot with blood. Somehow his injuries made him look even younger. He studied the forearm the wolf had mangled. By the set of his jaw, I knew he was afraid even to touch his injury. Slowly, he lifted his eyes to me, and then looked past me. "Where is your wolf?" he asked me. I nearly backhanded him. He flinched at my aborted gesture. "You don't ask questions," I told him coldly. "You answer them. Where are they taking the prince?" He looked at me blankly, and I cursed my own clumsiness. Perhaps he had not known the prince's identity. Well, too late to call the words back. I'd probably have to kill him anyway. I recognized that thought as shades and set it aside. "The boy who rides with the cat," I clarified. "Where are they taking him?" He swallowed dryly. "I don't know," he lied sullenly. I wanted to throttle the truth out of him. He threatened me in too many ways. I stood up abruptly before I could give in to my temper. "Yes, you do. I'll give you some time to think about all the ways that I could make you tell me. Then I'll be back." I walked a few steps away from him before I forced a grin onto my face and turned. "Oh, and if you think this is a good time to make a run for it, well, 2 or 3 steps outside and you'd no longer be wondering where my wolf is." A white blast of light suddenly flared into our shelter. The horses screamed, and 2 heartbeats later, thunder shook the earth. I blinked, momentarily blinded, and then, outside the mouth of the cave, the rain came down as if someone had overturned a bucket. Abruptly, it was dark outside. A puff of wind carried rain into our cave mouth, then shifted away. The warmth of the day departed. I took food over to Lord Golden and Laurel. She looked a bit dazed. He had dragged one of the saddles and a blanket over to make a backrest for her. She pushed her straggling hair back from her face with her left hand. Her right lay in her lap. She had bled more than I thought, for blood had trickled down to clot between her fingers and outline her nails. Lord Golden accepted the bread and apples for both of them. I glanced at the downpour outside the cave's mouth and shook my head. This storm will wash every bit of trail away. The good of that is that perhaps the villagers will just take their dead and go home. The bad is that we lose the prince's trail too. Making our ambush a talk is our only hope of finding the prince now. I'll tend to that when I get back. I unbuckled my sword belt and held it out. When neither reached for it, I drew the blade and set it on the ground beside them. I lowered my voice. "You might have to use it. If you do, don't hesitate. Kill him. If he gets away and manages to warn his friends, we'll have no chance of recovering the prince. I'm letting him think for a bit, then I'll get the truth out of him. Meanwhile, I'm going out to get a bit of firewood while there's any still dry, and I'll check to see if anyone is following our trail." Laurel lifted her good hand to cover her mouth. She suddenly looked sick. Lord Golden's glance went to the prisoner and then met mine. His eyes were troubled, but surely he knew I had to look for Nighteyes. "Take my cloak," he suggested. "It would only get as wet as the rest of me. I'll change into dry things when I come back." He didn't tell me to be careful, but it was in his look. I nodded to it, steeled myself, and walked out into the pouring rain. It was every bit as cold and unpleasant as I expected it to be. I stood, eyes squinted and shoulders hunched to it, peering out through the grey downpour. Then I took a breath and resolutely changed my expectations. As Black Rolf had once shown me, much discomfort was based on human expectations. As a man, I expected to be warm and dry when I chose to be. Animals did not harbour any such beliefs. So it was raining. That part of me that was wolf could accept that. Rain meant being cold and wet. Once I acknowledged that and stopped comparing it to what I wished it would be, the conditions were far more tolerable. I set out. The rain had turned the pathway up to the cave into a milky stream. The footing was treacherous as I went down it. Even knowing that our tracks were there, I had a hard time seeing them. I allowed myself to hope that rain, dark, and the lack of a trail to follow would send our pursuers back to town. Some would have undoubtedly turned back to the village to bear the tidings of the deaths. Did I dare to hope they all had, bearing the bodies with them? At the foot of the hill I paused. Cautiously I quested out. "Where are you?" There was no answer. Lightning cracked in the distance, and thunder rumbled a few moments later. The fury of the rain renewed itself in a roar. I thought of my wolf as I had last seen him, battered and tired and old. I threw aside all caution and howled my fear to the sky. "Nighteyes!" "Be quiet. I'm coming." He was as disgusted with me as if I were a yelping cub. I closed down my wit, but still sighed in deep relief. If he could be that irritated with me, then he was not in as bad a way as I had feared. I watched for wood, and found some that was almost dry in the shelter of a long fallen tree. I took handfuls of the pithy wood from the rotting trunk and broke dead branches into manageable lengths. I pulled off my shirt and bundled my tinder and fuel into it in the hopes of keeping it marginally drier. As I toiled back up the hill to the cavern, the rain ceased as abruptly as it had begun. The pattering of second-hand drops from the tree branches and the trickling sounds of water seeking to soak into the earth filled the evening. Somewhere in the near distance, a night bird sang a cautious 2 notes. "It's me," I said quietly, as I approached the overhang of stone. My black snorted a soft reply. I could barely see the others within, but after a few moments my eyes adjusted. Lord Golden had set out my flint box for me. Luck was with me, and in a few moments I had a tiny fire kindled in the back of the cave. The smoke crawled along the stony roof until it found its way out. I stepped outside to check that it was not too visible from the hillside below. Satisfied, I returned to build the fire to a respectable size. Laurel sat up and then scooted closer to the friendly light. She looked a bit better, but her pain was still evident on her face. I watched her steal a sidelong glance at the archer. There was accusation in her eyes, but also misplaced pity. I hoped she wouldn't try to interfere in what I had to do. Lord Golden was already muttering through his pack. A moment later, he pulled out one of my blue servant shirts and offered it to me. "Thanks," I muttered. At the edge of the firelight, my prisoner sat with his shoulders hunched. I noticed the neat bandaging on his ankle and wrist and recognized the fool's knots. Well, I had not told him to leave the man alone. I should have known he would tend to him. I dropped my sodden shirt on the cave floor. As I shook out the dry shirt, Laurel spoke softly from the shadows. "That's quite a scar." "Which one?" I asked without thinking. "Centre of your back," she replied as quietly. "Oh, that one." I tried to keep my voice light. "That was an arrow whose head didn't come out with the shaft." "So that was your concern earlier. Thank you." She smiled at me. It was almost an apology. I could think of no reply. Her words and gentle smile had made me self-conscious. Then I became aware of Jinnah's charm exposed at my throat. Ah. I finished putting on the dry shirt, then I took the leggings that Lord Golden handed me and stepped into the shadows behind the horses to change. The dribble of water down the inside wall had swelled to a steady trickle, and a tiny stream was now venturing past the horses and out the mouth of the cave. Well, at least they would have water tonight, if not grass. I tasted a scooped handful. It was earthy, but not foul. Back by the fire, Lord Golden solemnly offered me a hunk of bread and apple. I had not realized how hungry I was until I took the first bite. All of it would not have filled me, but I ate only the apple and half the bread. Unfortunately, by the last bite, I still felt just as hungry. I ignored that as I had the rain earlier. It was another human-based assumption, that one had the right to a full belly at regular intervals. It was a comforting idea, but not truly necessary to survival. I repeated that several times to myself. I looked up from the flames to find Lord Golden eyeing me. Laurel had tugged a blanket over herself and dozed off. I spoke quietly. "Did he say anything while you were bandaging him?" Lord Golden considered. Then a smile broke through the facade. "Ouch?" the fool offered. I grinned back, then forced myself to face the eventuality. Despite Laurel's shut eyes, I lowered my voice, pitching it only for the fool's ears. "I have to know everything he knows about their plans. They're organized, and they're ruthless. There's more to this than witted folk helping a runaway boy. I have to make him tell us where they've taken the prince." The smile faded from the fool's face, but Lord Golden's hauteur did not replace it. "How?" he asked in dread. "However I must," I replied coldly. I felt a sick anger that he would make this harder for me. The prince and his well-being were what mattered, not his squeamishness, nor the life of the old-blood boy who sat by the cavern wall. Not even my own feelings mattered in this. I was doing this for Chade, for my queen, for the Farseer line, for the prince himself. This dirty little task was what I had been schooled to do. It was all part of the quiet work of an assassin's training. My guts clenched inside me. I pulled my eyes away from the fool's anxious gaze and stood up. Get it over with. Make him talk. Then kill him. I dared not let him go, and we certainly couldn't be hindered by taking him with us. It wouldn't be the first time I'd killed for the Farseers. I'd never had to beat information out of my victim first, but I knew how to do that too. I'd learned those lessons firsthand in Regal's dungeon. I only wished the circumstances had left me another choice. I turned away from the light and walked into the darkness, where the young man waited. He was sitting on the ground, his back to the cavern wall. For a time, I just stood over him, looking down on him. I hoped his dread of this encounter was as great as mine. When he finally gave in and looked up at me, I growled, "Where are they taking him?" "I don't know," he said, but the words had no strength in them. I kicked him hard, the toe of my boot catching him under his ribs. I'd gauged it to drive the air from his lungs without doing permanent damage. It wasn't time for that yet. He yelped and curled over his injury. Before he could recover at all, I reached down, grabbed him by the shirt front and jerked him to his feet. I had the advantage of height, so I gritted my teeth and held him on his toes. His hands caught at my wrists and tugged feebly. He was still gasping for air. "Where?" I demanded flatly. Outside, the rain resumed in a sudden hissing roar. "They didn't say," he wheezed. And all Ida's mercy made me long to believe him. I dared not. I slammed him hard against the cavern wall so that the back of his head bounced off it. The impact made my bruised shoulder shout at me. I saw him bite his lip against his own pain. Behind me, I heard a muffled sound from Laurel, but didn't turn to it. "You can tell me now, or you can tell me later," I warned him as I held him hard against the wall. I hated what I was doing, yet somehow his stupid resistance was fueling my anger towards him. I drew on it, trying to build the will I needed to continue. Quickest was kindest. Harshest was actually most merciful. The sooner he talked, the sooner it would be over. He had chosen the path that led him to this. He was a traitor in league with those who had lured Catricken's son from her side. The heir to the Six Duchies' throne might even now be in mortal danger, and what this man knew could let me rescue him. Whatever I did to him now, he had brought upon himself. Something like a boy's sob shook him. He caught a breath. "Please," he said, quietly. I hardened my heart and drew back my fist.
"But you promised never again, no more of the killing that brings no meat and forges the heart."
Nighteyes was aghast. "Stay out of this, my brother. I have to do this."
"No, you don't. I come as swift as I can. Wait for me, my brother, please. Wait."
I broke free of the wolf's thoughts. Time to end this, break him. But the stubborn traitor looked very much like a boy fighting desperately to keep his secret. Tears cut clean streaks down his cheeks. The wolf's thoughts had stolen my determination. I found I had set him back on his feet. I had never had any passion for this sort of thing. Some men, I knew well, took pleasure in breaking another man's spirit. But the torture I had endured in Regal's dungeon had locked me forever into the role of victim. Whatever I did to this young man, I would feel. Worse, I would see myself through his eyes, as I became to him what Bolt had been to me. I looked aside before he could see the weakness in my eyes, but it did me no good. For the fool stood but an arm's length away, and all the horror I tried to suppress was in his gaze. The pity mixed with his horror stung me. He saw. He saw, despite all the years, the beaten boy that still huddled within me, and always would. Somewhere I forever cowered. Somewhere I was endlessly unmanned by what had been done to me. It was intolerable that anyone should know that, even my fool, perhaps especially him. "Don't interfere," I told him harshly, in a voice I had not known I owned. "Go tend to the huntswoman." It was as if I had struck him. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. I set my own jaw. I made myself cold. I tightened my grip slowly on my captive's collar. He struggled to swallow, and then his breath wheezed in his throat. His blue eyes flickered over my scar and broken nose. It was not the face of a merciful, civilized man.
"Traitor,"
I reminded myself as I gazed at him. "You betray your prince just as Regal betrayed Verity." How often had I fantasized about what I would have done to Regal, had I ever been given a chance for vengeance. This boy deserved it just as richly. He would bring the Farseer line to an end if I let him keep his secret. I breathed slowly, staring at him, letting those thoughts come to the front of my mind. I felt them change the set of my mouth and my eyes. My resolve firmed. Time to end this one way or another. "Last chance," I warned harshly as I took out my knife. I watched my hands as if they belonged to someone else. I put the tip of the bared blade just below his left eye. I let it dig into the skin there. He clenched the eye shut, but we both knew that would not protect it.
"Where?"
"Stop him!" Laurel pleaded in a shaking voice. "Please, Lord Colden, make him stop!" At her words, I felt the man in my grip start to tremble. How frightening for him that even my companions dreaded what I would do to him. A smile took over my face and froze it in a rictus. "Tom Badgerlock!" Lord Golden addressed me imperiously. I didn't even turn to his words. He had dragged me into this just as much as Chade and Catrican had. It was all inevitable now. Let him watch and see where the road led. If he didn't like it, he could avert his eyes. I couldn't. I'd have to live it.
"No, you don't. And I refuse to. I won't be bonded to that. I won't allow it."
I felt him before I saw him. A moment later, the faint reach of the firelight picked out his silhouette, and then my wolf tottered in. Water dripped from him. The guard hairs of his coat had gone to downward points. He came a few steps further into the cave, and then paused to shake himself. The touch of his mind on mine was like a firm hand on my shoulder. He turned my thoughts to him, and to us, pushing aside all other concerns.
"My brother, Changer, I am so weary. I am cold and wet. Please, I need your help."
He ventured closer still, and then he leaned against my leg, asking quietly,
"Food?"
With the physical touch, he pushed aside a darkness that I had not known lived within me, to fill me with his wolfness, and the now. I let go of my prisoner, and he sagged away from me. He tried to stand, but his knees gave out, and he sat down heavily on the floor. His head fell forwards, and I thought I heard a muffled sob. He didn't matter right now. I pushed that Fitz chivalry Farseer away to become the wolf's partner. I took a breath. I felt weak with relief at seeing Nighteyes. I clutched at his presence and felt it sustain me. "I saved you some bread."
"Better than nothing."
He pressed his shaking body against my leg as he led me back to the fire and its welcome warmth. He waited patiently while I found the chunk of bread for him. I sat down close beside him, heedless of his wet fur, and handed him the bread, a bit at a time. When he had finished eating, I smoothed my hand along his back. My touch slicked away rain. The wet had not penetrated his coat, but I could sense his pain and his weariness. Yet his vast love for me was what wrapped me and made me myself again. I found a thought worth sharing. "How are those scratches healing?"
"Slowly."
I slipped my hand down to the flesh of his belly. Mud had spattered on his belly and contaminated the wounds. He was cold, but the swollen scratches were hot. They were festering. Lord Golden's pot of unguent was still in my saddle-pack. I fetched it, and amazingly Nighteyes let me apply it to the long, raised welts. Honey, I knew, was a drawing thing. It might suck the heat from his wounds. I glanced up, suddenly aware of the fool beside us. He knelt down and put both his hands on the wolf's head like a benediction. He looked deep into Nighteyes' eyes as he said, "I am so relieved to see you, old friend." I heard the edge of tears in his voice. Wariness haunted his voice as he cautiously asked me, "When you are finished with the ointment, might I have some for Laurel's shoulder?" "Of course," I said quietly. I dabbed a last bit onto Nighteyes, then gave the pot to the fool. As he leaned closer to take it, he whispered softly, I have never been so frightened in my life, and there was nothing I could do. I think only he could have called you back." As he stood, the back of his hand brushed my cheek. I didn't know if he sought to reassure himself or me. I felt an instant of misery for both of us. It was not ended, only put off. With a sigh, Nighteyes suddenly stretched out beside me. He rested his head on my leg. He stared out towards the mouth of the cave.
"No, it is ended. I forbid it, Changer."
"I have to find the prince. He knows where he is. I have no choice."
"I am your choice. Believe in me. I'll track the prince for you."
"I doubt this storm has left any trail to follow."
"Trust me. I'll find him for you, I promise. Only do not do this thing."
"Nighteyes, I can't let him live. He knows too much." He ignored that thought, or seemed to. Instead, he bade me,
"Before you kill him, think of what you take from him. Remember what it is to be alive."
Before I could reply, he trapped me in his senses and swept me into his wolf's now. Fitz chivalry Farseer and all his concerns were banished. We stared out into the black night outside the cave mouth. The falling rain had wakened all the scents of the hills, and he read them for me. The rain was a steady hiss against the ground, masking all other sounds. Beside us, the fire was subsiding. I was peripherally aware of the fool tending it, feeding it bits of firewood to keep it alive, but hoarding our supply against the long night to come. I smelled the smoke, the horses, the other humans. His intent was to take me away from being a man with a man's cares and back to being a wolf. In that, he succeeded better than he planned. Perhaps Nighteyes was wearier than he knew, or perhaps the hissing rain lulled us both into the closeness of puppies that set no boundaries. I drifted into him, into his mind and spirit, and then into his body. Slowly I came to awareness of the flesh that enclosed him. He had no reserves left. The weariness that filled him pushed out all else. He was dwindling, like the fire, taking in sustenance, but nonetheless growing ever smaller. Life is a balance. We tend to forget that as we go blithely from day to day. We eat and drink and sleep and assume that we will always rise up the next day, that meals and rest will always replenish us. Injuries we expect to heal, and pain to lessen as times go by, even when we are faced with wounds that heal more slowly, with pain that lessens by day, only to return in full force at nightfall. Even when sleep does not leave us rested, we still expect that somehow tomorrow all will come back into balance, and that we will go on. At some point, the exquisite balance has tipped, and despite all our flailing efforts, we begin the slow fall from the body that maintains itself to the body that struggles, nails clawing, to cling to what it used to be. I stared at the darkness before us. It suddenly seemed that each of the wolf's exhalations was longer than the breaths he drew in. Like a foundering ship, he sank each day deeper into an acceptance of routine pain and decreased vitality. He slept heavily now, all weariness forgotten, his broad-skulled head on my lap. I drew a stealthy breath, and then gently set my hand to his brow. As a lad I had been a source of strength for Verity. He had set his hand to my shoulder, and by his skill drawn off the strength he desperately needed to fight the red ships. I thought back to the day on the riverbank, and what I had done to the wolf then. I had reached him with the wit, but mended him with the skill. I had known for some time that the two magics could mingle. I had even feared that my use of the skill must always be contaminated by the wit. Now that fear became a hope that I could use the two magics together for my wolf. For one could not just take strength with the skill, one could lend it. I closed my eyes and steadied my breathing. The wolf's barriers were down, my Farseer concerns pushed from my mind. Only Nighteyes mattered. I opened myself and willed my strength, my vitality, the days of my life into him. It was like a long exhalation of breath, a flow of life, leaving my body and seeping into his. I felt dizzied, yet I sensed him growing steadier, like a wick given a fresh supply of oil. I sent another exhalation of life into him, feeling fatigue seep through me as I did so. It did not matter. What I had given him had steadied him, but not restored him. He needed more of my strength. I could eat and sleep and regain my vitality later. Right now, his need was greater. Then, his awareness flared up like a leaping flame, and "No!" He forbade it. Jerking his body away from mine, he separated himself from me, throwing up walls that nearly sealed me out. Then his thoughts blasted my mind. "If ever you attempt that again, I will leave you. Completely and forever. You will not see my body, you will not touch my thoughts, and you will not even catch my scent near your trails. Do you understand me?" I felt like a puppy, shaken and flung aside. The abruptness of the severing left me disoriented. The world swung around me. "Why?" I asked shakily. "Why?" He seemed amazed that I could ask. At that moment I heard a furtive footfall grating sand. I turned to catch sight of my prisoner darting out the mouth of the cave. I sprang to my feet and leapt after him. In the darkness and rain, I collided with him, and then we were rolling over and over down the rocky hillside in front of the cave. He yelped once as we fell. Then I seized him and did not let go until we skidded to a halt in the brush and scree at the foot of the slope. Bruised and shaken, we lay panting together as loosened stones bounced past us. My knife was under me, the hilt digging into my hip. I seized the archer by the throat. "I should kill you right now." I snarled at him. From above, in the darkness, I heard questioning voices. "Be quiet!" I roared at them, and they ceased. "Get up," I told my prisoner, savagely. "I can't." His voice shook. "Get up," I demanded. I staggered upright without letting go of him, and then half hauled him to his feet. "Move," I told him. "Up the hill, back to the cave, try to run again, and I'll pound you bloody." He believed me. The reality was that my efforts with Nighteyes had drained me. I could barely keep pace with him as we clambered back up the rain-slick slope. As we scrabbled and slid, a skill headache painted bolts of lightning on my eyelids. We were both caked with mud before we regained the cave. Once inside, I ignored Lord Golden's anxious expression and Laurel's questions, while I securely trussed my prisoner's wrists behind his back and bound his ankles together. I handled him viciously, the pounding pain in my skull spurring me on. I could feel Laurel and the fool watching me. It made me feel both angry and ashamed of what I did. "Sleep well," I hissed at him when I was finished. I stepped back from him and drew my knife from its sheath. I heard Laurel's gasp, and the prisoner gave a sudden sob, but I only walked to the trickle of water to clean the mud from the hilt and sheath. I sloshed mud off my hands and then rubbed my face with cold water. I drenched my back in the struggle. Nighteyes whined low in his throat, a worried sound at my pain. I clenched my teeth and tried to block it away from him. As I stood up, my prisoner spoke. "You're a traitor to your own kind." Fear of death gave the boy a false courage. He flung his words at me, but I wouldn't even look at him. His voice rose in shrill accusation. "What did they pay you to betray us? What reward is there for you and your wolf if you bring back the prince? Do they hold a hostage, a mother, your sister? Do they swear that if you do this, they'll let you and your family live? They lie, you know. They always lie." His shaking voice was gaining volume. "Old blood hunts old blood, and for what? So the Farseers can deny that the blood of the piebald prince runs in their line? Or do you work for those who hate the queen and her son? Will you take him back so that he can be denounced as old blood, and the Farseers brought down by those who think they could rule better than they?" I should have been focused on what he was saying about the Farseers. Instead, I heard only his denunciation of what I was. He spoke with certainty. He knew. I tried to brush his words aside. "Your wild accusations mean nothing. I am sworn to the Farseers. I serve my queen. I replied, though I knew it was stupid to be baited into talking to him. I will rescue the prince, regardless of who holds him, or what they are to me.
Rescue? Ha! Return him to slavery, you mean?
The archer had transferred his glare to Laurel as if to convince her.
The boy with the cat rides with us to safety, not as a prisoner, but as one coming home to his own kind. Better a free piebald than a prince in a cage. So you betray him doubly, for he is a Farseer that you are sworn to serve. An old blood kin as truly as you are. Will you drag him back to be hanged and quartered and burned, as so many of us have been, as they killed my brother but 2 nights ago?
His voice was suddenly choked.
Arno was only 17. He had not even the magic himself, but he was kin to old blood and chose to stand with us, even to giving up his life for us. He declared himself a piebald and rode with us because he knew he was one of us, even if the magic did not work for him.
He looked back at me.
Yet there you stand, as old blood as I am, you and your wit wolf beside you, and you would hunt us to the death. Lie all you wish, for you only shame yourself. Do you think I cannot sense you speaking to him?
I stared at him. My throbbing head calculated what he had just done to me. By betraying me in front of Laurel, he had not only endangered me, he had taken Buckkeep from me once more. I could not return there now, not with Laurel knowing what I was. Horror had drained all colour from her face. She looked as if she would be ill. I saw a shifting in her eyes when I glanced at her, a rearranging of her opinion of me. The fool's face was very still. It was as if he struggled to conceal so many emotions that he was left wearing no expression at all. Had he already discerned what I must do? It was like a spreading poison. They knew I was witted. Now, it was not just the archer I'd have to kill, but Laurel as well. If I didn't, I'd always be vulnerable. Yet if I did, it would destroy all that was between the fool and me as well. The assassin's conclusion to that was to kill him too, so that he would never look at me with those depths in his eyes.
And then you could kill me, and then you could kill yourself, and no one would ever know of all we had shared. It would remain our shameful secret, taken to the grave with both of us. Kill us all, rather than admit to anyone what we are.
As unerring as a cold pointing finger, the thought jabbed me in the terrible division that had plagued me since we had captured the archer. No, since I had first realized, for the sake of my Farseer oath, I must set myself against the old blood and against the prince's wishes for himself.
Are you witted?
Laurel asked me slowly. Her voice was quiet, but the question rang in my ears. The others were still staring at me. I reached for the lie, but could not utter it. To speak it would be to deny the wolf. I was alienated from the old blood, yet there was still a kinship that went deeper than emotion or learned loyalties. I might not live as old blood, but the threats that hovered over their heads menaced me as well. But I was sworn to the Farseers, and that, too, was my bloodline. What must I do?
What is right? Be what you are, Farseer and old blood both. Even if it kills us, it will be easier than these endless denials. I'd rather die being true to ourselves.
It was like pulling my soul out of a morass. The pain of my skill headache lessened abruptly, as if finding my own decision had freed me of something. I found my tongue. I am witted, I admitted quietly and soberly. And I am sworn to the Farseer line. I serve my queen, and my prince, though he may not yet recognize it. I will do whatever I must to keep my oath of loyalty to them. I stared at the boy with wolf eyes and spoke what we both knew. The old bloods have not taken him out of any loyalty or love for him. They do not seek to free him. They have taken him in an effort to claim him. Then they will use him. They will be as ruthless in that as they have been in taking him, but I will not allow that to befall him. No matter what I must do to assure that he is saved from that, I will do it. I will find where they have taken him, and I will take him home, regardless of what it may cost me. I saw the archer blanch. "I am a piebald," he declared shakily. "Do you know what that means? It means I refuse to be ashamed of my old blood, that I will declare myself and assert my right to use my magic. And I will not betray my own kind, even if it means facing my death." Did he say those words to show his determination equaled mine? Then he was mistaken. Obviously, he had taken my words as a threat. Another mistake. I didn't care. I didn't bother to correct his misapprehension. One night spent in fear would not kill him, and perhaps he might by morning be ready to tell me where they were taking the prince. If not, my wolf and I would find him. "Shut up," I told him. "Sleep while you can." I glanced at the others, who were watching our exchange closely. Laurel was staring at me with loathing and disbelief. The set lines in the fool's face aged him. His mouth was small and still, his silence an accusation. I closed my heart against it. We should all sleep while we can. And suddenly fatigue was a tide rising around me. Nighteyes had come to sit beside me. He leaned against me, and the bone weariness he felt was suddenly mine too. I sat down, muddy and wet as I was, on the sandy floor of the cave. I was cold, but then it was a night when one should expect to be cold. And my brother was beside me, and between us we had warmth to share. I lay down, put my arm over him, and sighed out. I meant to lie still for just a moment before I rose to take the first watch. But in that instant the wolf drew me down and wrapped me in his sleep. Chapter 21. Dutiful. In Chaki there was an old woman who was most skilled at weaving. She could weave in a day what it took others a week to do, and all of the finest work. Never a stitch that she took went awry, and the thread she spun for her best tapestries was so strong that it could not be snipped with the teeth, but must be cut with a blade. She lived alone and apart, and though the coins came in stacks to her for her work, she lived simply. When she missed the week's market for the second time, a gentlewoman who had been waiting for the cloak the weaver had promised her rode out to her hut to see if aught was wrong. There was the old woman, sitting at her loom, her head bent over her work, but her hands were still, and she did not stir to the woman's knock at her door-jamb. So the gentlewoman's manservant went in, to tap on her shoulder, for surely she dozed. But when he did, the old woman tumbled back, dead as a stone, to sprawl at his feet. And from her bosom leapt out a fine, fat spider, big as a man's fist, and it scampered over the loom, trailing a thick thread of web. So all then knew the trick of her weaving. Her body they cut in 4 pieces, and burned, and with her they burned all the work known to come from her loom, and then her cottage and loom itself. Badgerlock's Old Blood Tales. I awoke before dawn with the terrible sensation of having forgotten something. I lay still for a time in the darkness, piecing together my uneasiness. Sleepily I tried to recall what had wakened me. Through the tattering veils of a headache I forced my mind to function. Threads of a tangling nightmare came back to me slowly. They were unnerving. I had been a cat. It was like the worst of the old wit tales, in which the witted one was gradually dominated by his beasts until one day he awoke as a shape-changer, doomed to take on the form of his beast and forever prey to his beast's worst impulses. In my dream I had been the cat, but in a human body. Yet there had been a woman there also, sharing my awareness with the cat, mingled so thoroughly that I could not determine where one began and the other left off. Disturbing. The dream had caught at me, snagged me with its claws, and held me under, yet some part of me had heard. What? Whispers? The soft jingle of harness, the grit of boots and hooves on sand? I sat up, and glared around at the darkness. The fire was no more than a dark red smudge on the earth nearby. I could not see, but I was already certain that my prisoner was gone. Somehow he had wriggled loose, and now he had gone ahead to warn the others that we followed. I gave my head a shake to clear it. He had probably taken my damn horse as well. My black was the only one of the horses dumb enough to allow herself to be stolen without a sound. I found my voice. "Lord Golden, awake! Our prisoner has escaped." I heard him sit up in his blankets no more than an arm's length away. I heard him scrabble in the darkness. Then a handful of wood bits was thrown on the fire. They glowed, and then a small flame of true fire leapt up. It only flared briefly, but what it showed was enough to confound me. Not only our prisoner was missing, but Laurel and Whitecap were gone. "She went after him?" I guessed stupidly. "They went together," the fool pointed out the more likely scenario. Alone with me, he completely abandoned Lord Golden's voice and posture. In the fading flare of the fire, he sat up on his blanket, his knees tucked under his chin, and his arms wrapped around his legs as he expostulated. He shook his head at his own stupidity. "When you fell asleep, she insisted she would take first watch. She promised to wake me when her duty was over. If I had not been so concerned over your behaviour, I might have seen how peculiar that offer was." His wounded look was almost an accusation. "She loosed him, and then they left deliberately and quietly, so quietly that not even Nighteyes heard them go." There was a question in his words, if not in his voice. "He isn't feeling well," I said, and bit down on any other explanation. Had the wolf deliberately held me deep in sleep while he allowed them to leave? He still slept heavily by my side, the sodden sleep of exhaustion and sickness. Why would she go with him? The silence lasted too long. Then, unwillingly, the fool guessed. Perhaps she thought you would kill him, and she didn't want it to come to that. "I wouldn't have killed him," I replied irritably. "Oh, well, then I suppose it's good that at least one of us is sure of that, because, frankly, the same fear had crossed my mind." He peered at me through the dimness, and then spoke with disarming directness. "You frightened me last night, Fitz. No, you terrified me. I almost wondered if I knew you at all." I didn't want to discuss that. "Do you think he could have freed himself and then forced Laurel to go with him?" He was quiet for a time, then accepted my change of subject. "That is possible, but only just. Laurel is very resourceful. She would have found some way to make a noise. Nor can I imagine why he would do so." He frowned. "Did you think they looked at one another oddly? Almost as if they shared a secret?" Had he seen something I had not? I tried to think that through, then gave it up as a hopeless task. Reluctantly, I pushed my blanket completely away. I spoke quietly, still not wishing to wake the wolf. "We have to go after them, now." My wet, muddy clothes from the night before were clammy and stiff on my body. Well, at least I didn't have to get dressed. I stood up, refastened my sword belt a notch closer to its old setting. Then I stopped staring at the blanket. "I covered you," the fool admitted quietly. He added, "Let Nighteyes sleep, at least until dawn. We will need some light to find their trail." He paused, then asked, "You say we should follow them because you think, what? That he will go to wherever the prince has gone? Do you think he would take Laurel there with him?" I bit a torn corner off my thumbnail. "I don't know what I think," I admitted. For a time we both pondered in silence and darkness. I drew a breath. "We must go after the prince. Nothing must distract us from that. We should go back to where we left his trail yesterday and try to discover it again, if the rains have left anything for us to discover. That is the only path that we are absolutely certain will lead to Dutiful. If that fails us, then we will fall back on trying to follow Laurel and the piebald and hope that that trail also leads to the prince." "Agreed," the fool replied softly. I felt oddly guilty because I felt relief. Not just that he had agreed with me, not just that the piebald had been put out of my reach, but relief that with Laurel and the prisoner gone, we could drop pretenses and just be ourselves. "I've missed you," I said quietly, knowing that he would know what I meant. So have I. His voice came from a new direction. In the dark he was up and moving silently and gracefully as a cat. That thought brought my dream back to me abruptly. I grasped at the tattering fragments of it. I think the prince might be in danger, I admitted. You're only now concluding that? A different type of danger to what I expected. I suspected the Witted ones of luring him away from Catrichan and the court, of bribing him with a cat to be his wit-partner so that they could take him off and make him one of their own. But last night I dreamed, and it was an evil dream, fool. Of the prince, displaced from himself, of the cat exerting so much influence over their bonding that he could scarcely recall who or what he was. That could happen? I wish I knew for certain. The whole thing was so peculiar. It was his cat, and yet it was not. There was a woman, but I never saw her. When I was the prince, I loved her. And the cat. I loved the cat, too. I think the cat loved me, but it was hard to tell. The woman was almost between us. When you were the prince? I could tell that he could not even decide how to phrase the question. The mouth of the cave was a lighter bit of darkness now. The wolf slumbered on. I fumbled through an explanation. Sometimes, at night, it's not exactly skilling, nor is it completely the wit. I think that even in my magic I am a bastard cross of two lines full. Perhaps that is why skilling sometimes hurts so much. Perhaps I never learned to do it properly at all. Maybe Galen was right about me all the time. When you were the prince, he reminded me firmly. In the dreams, I become him. Sometimes I recall who I truly am. Sometimes I simply become him and know where he is and what he is doing. I share his thoughts. But he is not aware of me, nor can I speak to him. Or perhaps I can. I've never tried. In the dreams, it never occurs to me to try. I simply become him and ride along. He made a small sound like breathing out thoughtfully. Dawn came in the way it does at the change of the seasons, going from dark to pearly grey all in an instant. And in the moment, I smelled that summer was over, that the thunderstorm last night had drowned it and washed it away, and the days of autumn were undeniably upon us. There was a smell in the air of leaves soon to fall, and plants abandoning their greenery to sink back into their roots, and even of seeds on the wings seeking desperately for a place to settle and sink before the frosts of winter found them. I turned away from the mouth of our cave and found the fool, already dressed in clean clothes, putting the final touch to our packing. "There's just a bit of bread and an apple left," he told me, "and I don't think Nighteyes would fancy the apple." He tossed me the bread for the wolf. As the light of day reached his face, Nighteyes stirred. He carefully thought nothing at all as he rose, cautiously stretched, and then went to lap water from the pool at the back of the cave. When he came back, he dropped down beside me and accepted the bread as I broke it into pieces. "So how long have they been gone?" I asked him. "You know I let them go. Why do you even ask me that?" I was silent for a time. I had changed my mind. Couldn't you feel that? I had decided I wouldn't even hurt him, let alone kill him.
"Changer, last night you bore us both too close to a very dangerous place. Neither one of us truly knew what you would do. I chose to let them go rather than find out. Did I choose wrong?"
I didn't know. That was the frightening part, that I didn't know. I wouldn't ask him to help me track Laurel and the archer. Instead, I asked, "Think we can pick up the prince's trail?"
"I promised you I would, didn't I? Let us simply do what we must do and then go home."
I bowed my head. It sounded good to me. The fool had been juggling the apple in one hand. Once Nighteyes had finished eating, he stopped, gripped the apple in both hands, and then gave it a sudden twist. It broke smoothly into two halves, and he tossed one to me. I caught it and shook my head at him, grinning. "Every time I think I know all your tricks, you find out just how wrong you are," he finished. He ate his half rapidly, saving the core for Malta, and I did the same with my black. The hungry horses were not enthusiastic about the day ahead. I smoothed their ragged coats a bit before I saddled them and fastened our saddle packs to my black. Then I led them out and down the gravelly slope, now slippery with mud. The wolf limped along behind us. As so often happens after a good thunderstorm, the sky was blue and clear. The sense of the day was strong as the rising sun warmed the wet earth. Birds sang. Overhead, a flock of ducks headed south in the morning light. At the bottom of the hill we mounted. "Can you keep up?" I asked Nighteyes, worriedly.
"You better hope so, because without me you haven't a chance of trailing the prince."
A single set of horse tracks led back the way we had come, heavy imprints. They were riding double, as fast as Whitecap could carry them. Where were they going, and why? Then I put Laurel and the piebald out of my head. It was the prince we sought. Whitecap's hoofprints returned to where we had been ambushed the day before. I noted in passing that the piebald had retrieved his bow. Then they had ridden back towards the road. Whitecap's tracks were still pushed deep in the damp soil. They had gone on together, then. Theirs were not the only fresh tracks under the tree. 2 other horses had come and gone there since the night's rain. Their tracks overcut those of the heavy, burdened Whitecap. I frowned over that. These were not the tracks of the pursuers from the village. They had not come this far, at least not yet. I decided to hope that the deaths of their friends and the horrid weather had turned them back. These fresh tracks came from the northwest, then turned, and went back that way. I pondered for a time. Then the obvious hammered me. Of course! The archer had no horse. The piebald sent someone back for their sentry. I grinned ruefully. At least they've left us a clear trail to follow. I glanced over, but the fool's face was still. He did not share my elation. "What's wrong?" He gave a sickly smile. "I was imagining how we would feel now if you had killed that boy last night, beating their destination out of him." I did not want to follow that thought. I said nothing and concentrated on the tracks in the earth. Nighteyes and I led, and the fool followed. The horses were hungry, and my black in particular fractious because of it. She snatched at yellow-veined willow leaves and clumps of dry grass whenever she could, and I felt too much sympathy to correct her. Had I been able to satisfy my belly that way, I would have snatched a handful of leaves myself. As we pushed on, I saw signs of the rider's haste as he raced back to warn his party that their sentry had been taken. The tracks followed the obvious routes now, the easiest way up a hill, the clearest path through a tongue of woods. The day was still young when we found the remnants of a camp under the spread of an oak grove. "They must have had a wet, wild night of it," the fool guessed, and I nodded. The fire spot showed the remains of charred logs extinguished by the downpour and never rekindled. A woven blanket had left its imprint on the sodden ground. Whoever had slept there had slept wet. The ground was churned with tracks. Had other piebalds awaited them here? The departing tracks overcut one another. There was no point in wasting time trying to puzzle it out. If we had pressed on yesterday after we encountered the archer, we would have caught them up here, I said, remorsefully. I should have guessed that. They put him in place, knowing that they would not go much further. He had no horse. It's so obvious now. Damn fool! The prince was within our grasp yesterday. Then likely he is today also. This is better, Fitz. Fate has played into our hands. Today we go unencumbered, and we may yet hope to surprise them. I frowned as I studied the tracks. There is no sign that Laurel and the ambusher came this way. So a man was sent back to pick up their sentry and returned alone, with the news that he'd been taken. What they will make of that is hard to say, but they definitely left in a hurry, without their archer. We should assume they'll be on their guards now. I took a breath. They will fight us when we try to take the prince. I bit my lip, then added, We'd best assume that the prince will fight us also. Even if he doesn't, he's going to be little help to us. He was so vague last night. I shook my head and discarded my concerns. So, our plan is? Surprise them, if we can. Hit them hard, take what we want, and get out fast, and ride for Buckkeep as swiftly as we can, because we won't be safe until we are there. He followed the thought further than I had been willing to. My black is swift and strong. You may have to leave Malta and me behind once you have the prince. Don't hesitate.
And me.
The fool glanced at Nighteyes as if he had heard him. "I don't think I can do that," I said carefully.
"Don't fear. I'll protect him for you."
I felt a terrible sinking in my heart. I kept severely to myself the worry, but who will protect you? I would not let it come to that, I promised myself. I would not leave either of them. "I'm hungry," the fool noted. It was not a complaint, merely an observation, but I wished he had not said it. Some things are easier to ignore than acknowledge. We rode on, the trail much plainer now in the rain-damped earth. They had cut their losses and pushed on without the archer, just as they had left one of their own behind to die when they had fled the village. Such cold determination spoke loudly to me of how valuable the prince was to them. They would be willing to fight to the death. They might even kill the prince rather than let us take him. The fact that we knew so little of their motives would force me to be totally ruthless. I discarded the idea of attempting to talk to them first. I suspected their answer would be the same greeting that their archer had had for us yesterday. I thought longingly of a time when I would have sent Nighteyes ahead to spy out the way for us. Now, with the trail so clear, the panting wolf was holding us back. I knew the moment when he realized it, for he abruptly sat down beside the trail. I pulled in my black, and the fool halted also. "My brother?"
"Go on without me. The hunt belongs to the swift and keen."
"Shall I go on without my eyes and nose, then?"
"And without your brain, too, alas. Be on your way, little brother, and save your flattery for someone who might believe it. A cat, perhaps."
He came to his feet, and despite his weariness, in a few steps he had melted into the surrounding bush in his deceptively effortless way. The fool looked askance at me. "We go on without him," I said quietly. I glanced away from the troubled look in his eyes. I nudged my black and we went on, but faster now. We pushed our horses and the tracks before us grew fresher. At a stream we stopped to let the horses water and to refill our skins. There were late blackberries there, sour and hard, the ones that had turned colour but in the shade without the direct heat of the sun to sweeten them. We ate handfuls of them anyway, glad of anything we could chew and swallow. Reluctantly we left fruit on the bushes, mounting as soon as the horses had fairly slaked their thirsts. We pushed on. "I make out 6 of them," the fool observed as we rode. I nodded. "At least. There were cat tracks near the water, 2 different sizes. We know one rode a war-horse. Should we expect at least 1 large warrior?" I shrugged, reluctantly. "I think we should expect anything, including more than 6 opposing us. They ride towards safety of some kind, fool. Perhaps an old blood settlement or a piebald stronghold, and perhaps we are watched even now as we follow." I glanced up. I had not noticed any birds paying us undue attention, but that did not mean there weren't any. With the folk we pursued now, a bird in the air or a fox in the bush could be a spy. We could take nothing for granted. "How long has it been happening to you?" the fool asked as we rode. "The shared dreams of the prince?" I had not the energy to try to dissemble with him. "Oh, for some time. Even before that night you dreamed he was at Galekeep?" I answered reluctantly. I'd had a few odd dreams before then. I didn't realize they were the prince's. "You hadn't told me of them, only that you dreamed of Molly and Burrick and Nettle." He cleared his throat and added, "But Chade had mentioned some of his suspicions to me." "Did he?" I was not pleased to hear that. I did not like to think of Chade and the fool discussing me behind my back. "Was it always the prince, or only the prince? Or are there other dreams?" The fool tried to conceal the depth of his interest, but I had known him too long. "Besides the dreams you already know about?" I deferred. I debated swiftly, not whether to lie to him, but how much of the truth I wished to share. Lying to the fool was wasted effort. He had always known when I lied to him, and managed to deduce the truth from it. Limiting his knowledge was the better tactic, and I felt no scruples about it, for it was the device he most often employed against me. "You know that I dreamed of you, and, as I told you, once I dreamed clearly of Burrick, clear enough that I nearly went to him. Those, I would say, are the same types of dreams as those I have had about the prince." "You do not, then, dream of dragons?" I thought I knew what he meant. "Of Verity as dragon? No." I looked away from his keen yellow glance. I mourned my king still. Even when I touched the stone that had held him, I felt no trace of him. Only that distant wit humming, like a beehive, far under the earth. No, even in my dreams I do not reach him. Then you have no dragon dreams? He pressed me. I sighed. Probably no more than you do, or anyone who lived through that summer and watched them fly through the skies over the 6 duchies. What man could have seen that sight and never dreamed of it again? And what skill-addicted bastard could have watched Verity carve his dragon and enter into it and not himself have dreamed of ending that way himself, flowing into the stone and taking it on as flesh and rising into the sky to soar over the world? Of course I dreamed sometimes of being a dragon. I suspected, nay, I knew that when old age found me, I would make a futile trek into the mountains and back to that quarry. But like Verity, I would have no coterie to assist me in the carving of my dragon. Somehow it did not matter that I knew I could not succeed. I could imagine no other death than one devoted to the attempt to carve a dragon. I rode on distracted, and tried to ignore the odd looks the fool cast my way from time to time. I did not deserve the next bolt of luck that struck me, but I was glad of it all the same. As we came to the lip of a small valley, a trick of the terrain provided me with a single glimpse of those we pursued. The narrow valley was forested, but divided by a noisy watercourse, swollen by last night's storm. Those we followed were in the midst of fording it. They would have had to turn in their saddles and look up to see us. I reined in, motioning the fool to do likewise, and silently watched the party below. 7 horses, 1 riderless. There were 2 women and 3 men, 1 on an immense horse. There were 3 cats, not 2, though in fairness to my tracking skills 2 were similar in size. All 3 cats rode behind their owners' saddles. The smallest cat rode behind a boy, dark-haired, in a voluminous coat of Buckkeep blue, the Prince Dutiful. His cat's distaste for the water they crossed was evident in her tense posture and the set of her claws. I saw them for but an instant, and felt an odd giddiness at the sight. Then tree branches cloaked them. As I watched, the final rider and her mount lurched from the rocky stream bed and up the slick clay bank beyond it. As she vanished into the forest, I wondered if she was the prince's lady-love. "That was a big man on the big horse," the fool observed reluctantly. "Yes, and they will fight as one. They were bonded, those 2. "How could you tell?" he demanded curiously. "I don't know," I replied honestly. "It is the same as seeing an old married couple in the market. No one has to tell you. You can just see it, in how they move together and how they speak to one another." "A horse? Well, that may present some challenges I hadn't expected." It was my turn to give him a puzzled look, but he glanced away from it. We followed, but more cautiously. We wanted to catch glimpses of them without being seen ourselves. As we did not know where they were going, we could not race ahead to intercept them, even if the rough and wild terrain had offered us that possibility. "Our best option may be to wait until they've settled for the night, and then go in after the prince," the fool suggested. 2 floors, I replied. "By nightfall we may reach wherever it is they're going. If we do, we may find them in a fortified location, or with many more companions. The second is that if they camp again, they will post sentries just as they did before. We'd have to get past them first." "So, your plan is?" "Wait until they camp tonight," I admitted gloomily, "unless we see a better opportunity before then." My premonition of disaster grew as the afternoon passed. The trail we followed showed signs of use by more than deer and rabbits. Other people used this path. It led to somewhere, a town or village, or at the least a meeting place. I dared not wait for nightfall and their camp. We ghosted closer than we had before. The unevenness of the terrain we crossed favoured us, for as soon as they began a descent of a ridge, we could venture closer. Several times we had to leave the trodden path to keep hidden below the ridgeline, but those we followed seemed confident that they were now in safer territory. They did not often look back. I studied their marching order as trees hid and then revealed them. The man on the big horse led the way, followed by the 2 women. The second woman led the riderless horse. Our prince came 5th, with his cat behind him on the saddle. Following him were the 2 other men and their cats. They rode like folk determined to cover ground before nightfall. "He looks like you did, as a boy," the fool observed, as we once more watched them wend out of sight. "He looks like Verity to me," I disagreed. It was true. The boy did look like Verity, but he looked even more like my father's portrait. I could not say if he looked like me at that age. I had had little to do with looking-glasses then. He had dark, thick hair, as unruly as Verity's and mine. I wondered briefly if my father had ever struggled to get a comb through his. His portrait was my only image of him, and in that he was faultlessly groomed. Like my father, the young prince was long of limb, rangier than stocky Verity, but he might fill out as he got older. He sat his horse well, and just as I had noted with the man on the large horse, I could see his bond with the cat that rode between them. Dutiful held his head tipped back, as if to be aware always of the cat behind him. The cat was the smallest of the three, yet larger than I had expected her to be. She was long-legged and tawny, with a rippling pattern of pale and darker stripes. Sitting on her saddle cushion, her claws well dug in, the top of her head came to the nape of the prince's neck. Her head turned from side to side as they rode, taking in all that they passed. Her posture said that she was weary of riding, that she would have preferred to cross this ground on her own. Getting rid of her might be the trickiest part of the whole rescue. Yet not for an instant did I consider taking her back to Buckkeep with the prince. For his own good, he would have to be separated from his bond-beast, just as Burrick had once forced Nosy and me to part. It just isn't a sound bond. It feels not so much that he has bonded, as that he has been captured, or captivated, I suppose. The cat dominates him, yet it is not the cat. One of those women is involved in this, perhaps a wit mentor as Black Rolf was to me, encouraging him to plunge into his wit bond with an unnatural intensity. And the prince is so infatuated that he has suspended all his own judgment. That is what worries me. I looked at the fool. I had spoken the thought aloud with no preamble, but as often seen with us, his mind had followed the same track. "So, will it be easier to unseat the cat and take both prince and horse? Or snatch the prince and hold him on my black with you?" I shook my head. "I'll let you know after we've done it." It was agonizing to shadow after them, hoping for an opportunity that might not come. I was tired and hungry, and my headache from the night before had never completely abated. I hoped that Nighteyes had managed to catch some food for himself and was resting. I longed to reach out to him, but dared not, lest I make the piebalds aware of me. Our route had taken us up into the rugged foothills. The gentle river plain of the Buck River was far behind us now. As the late afternoon stole the strength of the sun from the day, I saw what might be our only chance. The piebald party rode silhouetted against a ridgeline. Their trail led to a precipitous path that slashed steeply down and across the face of a sheer and rocky hill. Standing in my stirrups and staring through the thickening light, I decided the horses would have to go in single file. I pointed this out to the fool. "We need to catch them up before the prince begins the descent," I told him. It would be close. We had let them get almost too far ahead of us in an effort to remain hidden from them. Now I put my heels to my black, and she sprang forwards, with little Malta right on our heels. Some horses are fleet only on a level, straight stretch. My black proved herself as able on broken terrain. The piebalds had taken the easiest route, following the ridgelines. A steep-sided gorge, thick with brush and trees, sliced between them and us. We could cut off a huge loop of trail by plunging down the steep slope to reach the next ascending jog in the trail. I kneed my black, and she crashed down through the brushy slope, splashed through the creek at the bottom, and then fought her way up the other side through mossy turf that gave way under her hooves. I did not look back to see how Malta and the fool were faring. Instead, I rode low to her back, avoiding the branches that would have swept me from the saddle. They heard us coming. Doubtless we sounded more like a herd of elk or a whole troop of guardsmen than a single horseman bent on catching up with them. In response to the sound of our pursuit, they fled. We caught them at the last possible moment. 3 of their party had already ventured out onto the steep, narrow trail across the hill face. The led horse had just begun the descent. The 3 horses remaining all carried cats as well as riders. The last one wheeled to meet my charge with a shout, while the second to last chivied the prince along as if to hurry him out onto the escarpment. I crashed into the one who had turned to confront us, more by accident than by any battle plan. The footing on the mountainous path was treacherous with small rolling stones. As my black slammed shoulder to shoulder with the smaller horse, the cat leapt from its cushion, yowling a threat, landed downhill from us, and slid and scrabbled away from the plunging hooves of the struggling horses. I had drawn my sword. I urged my black forwards, and she easily shouldered the smaller horse off the path. As I passed, I plunged my sword once into a man who was still attempting to draw a wicked toothed knife. He cried out, and the cat echoed his cry. He began a slow topple from his saddle. No time for regrets or second thoughts, for as we pressed past him, the second cat rider turned to meet us. I could hear confused shouts from women, and overhead a crow circled, cawing wildly. The narrow passage had a sheer rock face above it, and a slippery scree slope below it. The man on the big horse was shouting questions that no one was answering, interspersed with demands that the others back up and get out of his way so he could fight. The path was too narrow for him to wheel his horse. I had a glimpse of his warhorse trying to back along the cramped trail while the women on the smaller horses behind him were trying to ride forwards and escape the battle behind them. The riderless horse was between the woman and the prince. A woman screamed to Prince Dutiful to hurry up at the same moment that the man on the big horse demanded that they both back up and give him room. His horse obviously shared his opinion. His massive hindquarters were crowding the far smaller horse behind him. Someone would have to give way, and the likeliest direction was down. "Prince Dutiful!" I bellowed as my black chested the rump of the next horse. As Dutiful turned towards me, the cat on the horse between us opened its mouth in a yowling snarl and struck out at my black's head. My black, both insulted and alarmed, reared. I narrowly avoided her head as she threw it back. As we came down, she clattered her front hooves against the other horse's hind quarters. It did little physical damage, but it unnerved the cat, who sprang from her cushion. The rider had turned to confront us, but could not reach me with his short sword. The prince's horse, blocked in front, had halted half on the narrowing trail. The riderless horse in front of him was trying to back up, but the prince had no room to yield to him. Dutiful's cat was snarling angrily, but had nowhere to vent her rage. I looked at her, and felt an odd doubling of vision. All the while, the man on the great horse was bellowing and cursing, demanding furiously that the others get out of his way. They could scarcely obey him. The rider I had engaged managed to wheel his horse on the narrow apron of earth that led to the narrow path across the hill face, but he nearly trampled his cat in doing so. The beast hissed and made a wild swipe at my black, but she danced clear of the menacing claws. The cat seemed daunted. I was sure my horse and I were far larger than any game it might normally pursue. I took advantage of that hesitation, kicking my black forwards. The cat retreated right under the hooves of her partner's horse. The horse, reluctant to trample the familiar creature, in turn backed up, crowding the prince's horse forwards. On the narrow ledge of the path, a horse screamed in sudden panic, echoed by the owner's cry as it went down in an effort to avoid being pushed off the ledge by the warhorse that was backing determinedly towards us. The young woman on the horse kicked free of the stirrups and scrambled to stand, her back pressed against the ledge as the panicky animal, in a frantic bid to regain its footing, wallowed to one side and then slid off the edge. The woman's horse slid down the steep slope, slowly at first, its churning efforts to halt its fall only loosening more stone to cascade with it. Spindly saplings that had found a footing in the sparse soil and cracked rock were snapped off as the horse crashed through them. The animal screamed horribly as one sapling, stouter than the others, stabbed deep into it, and arrested its fall briefly before its struggles tore it loose to slide again. Behind me there were other sounds. I gathered without looking that the fool had arrived, and that he and Malta were busying the other cat. His partner, I trusted, would still be down. My sword thrust had gone deep. Ruthlessness soared in me. I could not reach the cat's owner with my blade, but the spitting cat menacing my black was within range. Leaning down, I slashed at him. The creature leapt wildly aside, but I had scored a long, shallow gash across his flank. Cries of anger and pain from both him and his human partner were my reward. The man reeled with his cat's pain, and I experienced an odd moment of knowing the wit curses they flung at me. I closed my mind to them, kicked my black, and we slammed together, horse to horse. I stabbed at the rider, and when he tried to evade my blade, he tumbled from his saddle. Riderless and panicky, his horse was only too glad to flee the moment my black gave him room to get past her. In its turn, the prince's horse backed away from the struggle before her and off the steep trail onto the small apron of land that approached it. The cat that rode behind the prince had bristled its fur to full extension and now confronted me with an angry snarl. There was something wrong with it, something misshapen that appalled me. Even as I struggled to grasp what was awry, the prince turned his horse, and I came face to face with young Dutiful. I have heard people describe instances when all time seems to pause for them. Would that it had been so for me. I was confronted suddenly with a young man who, until this moment, had been to me little more than a name coupled with an idea. He wore my face. He wore my face to the extent that I knew the spot under his chin where the hair grew in an odd direction and would be hard to shave when he was old enough to shave. He had my jaw, and the nose I had had as a boy before Regal had broken it. His teeth, like mine, were bared in a battle rictus. Verity's soul had planted the seed in his young wife to conceive this boy, but his flesh had been shaped from my flesh. I looked into the face of the son I had never seen nor claimed, and a connection suddenly formed like the cold snap of a manacle. If time had stood still for me, then I would have been ready for the great cut of his sword as he swung it towards me. But my son did not share my moment of stunned recognition. Dutiful attacked like 7 kinds of demons, and his battle cry was a cat's ululating cry. I all but fell out of my saddle, leaning back to avoid his blade. Even so, it still sliced the fabric of my shirt and left a stinging thread of pain in its wake. As I sat up, his cat sprang at me, screaming like a woman. I turned to her onslaught and caught the creature in mid-flight with the back of my elbow and arm. I yelled in revulsion as she struck me. Before she could lock onto me, I twisted violently, throwing her in the face of the catman I had just unseated. She yowled as they collided, and they fell together. She gave a sharp screech as he landed on top of her, then clawed her way out from under him, only to scramble limpingly back from my black's trampling hooves. The prince's gaze followed his cat, a look of horror on his face. It was all the opening I needed. I struck his sword from his unready grip. Dutiful had expected me to fight him. He was not prepared for me to seize his reins and take control of his horse's head. I kneed my black, and for a wonder she answered, wheeling. I kicked her, and she sprang to a gallop. The prince's horse came eagerly. She was anxious to escape the noise and fighting, and following another horse suited her perfectly. I think I shouted to the fool to flee. In some manner that I did not recognize, he seemed to be holding the clawed piebald at bay. The man on the war-horse bellowed that we were stealing the prince, but the cluster of struggling people, horses, and cats could do nothing. My sword still in my hand, I fled. I could not afford to look back and see if the fool followed. My black set a pace that kept the other horses' necks stretched. The prince's horse could not keep up with my black's best speed, but I forced her to go as fast as she possibly could. I reined my black from the trail and led Dutiful's mount at breakneck speed down a steep hill and then cross-country. We rode through slapping brush and clattered up steep, rocky hills and then down terrain where a sane man would have dismounted and led his horse. It would have been suicide for the prince to leap from his horse. My sole plan was to put as much distance between Dutiful's companions and us as I could. The first time I spared a glance back at him, Dutiful was hanging on grimly, his mouth set in a snarling grimace and his eyes distant. Somewhere, I sensed, an angry cat followed us. As we came down one steep hillside in a series of leaps and slides, I heard a crashing in the brush behind and above us. I heard a shout of encouragement and recognized the fool's voice as he urged Malta to greater speed. My heart leaped with relief that he still followed us. At the bottom of the hill I pulled my black in for an instant. The prince's horse was already lathered, the white foam dripping from her bit. Behind her the fool reined Malta in. "You're all in one piece?" I asked hastily. "So it appears," he agreed. He tugged his shirt collar straight and fastened it at the throat. "And the prince?" We both looked at Dutiful. I expected anger and defiance. Instead, he reeled in his saddle, his eyes unfocused. His gaze swung from the fool to me and back again. His eyes wandered over my face, and his brows furrowed, as if he saw a puzzle there. "My prince?" the fool asked him worriedly, and for that instant his tone was that of Lord Golden. "Are you well?" For a moment he just gazed at both of us. Then life returned to his face, and, "I must go back," he suddenly shouted wildly. He started to pull his foot free of the stirrup. I kicked my black, and in that instant we were off again. I heard his cry of dismay and looked back to see him clutching frantically at his saddle as he tried to regain his seat. With the fool at our heels, we fled on. Chapter 22. Choices. The legends of the Catalyst and the White Prophet are not Six Duchies legends. Although the writings and lore of that tradition are known to some scholars in the Six Duchies, it has its roots in the lands far to the south, beyond even the reaches of Jamalia and the Spice Islands. It is not properly a religion, but is more a concept both of history and philosophy. According to those who believe such things, all of time is a great wheel that turns in a track of predetermined events. Left to itself, time turns endlessly, and all the world is doomed to repeat the cycle of events that lead us all ever deeper into darkness and degradation. Those who follow the White Prophet believe that to each age is born one who has the vision to redirect time and history into a better path. This one is known by his white skin and colourless eyes. It is said that the blood of the ancient lines of the Whites find voice again in the White Prophet. To each White Prophet there is a catalyst. Only the White Prophet of that particular age can divine who the catalyst is. The catalyst is one who is born in a unique position to alter, however slightly, predetermined events, which in turn cascade time into other paths, with possibilities that diverge ever wider. In partnership with this catalyst, the White Prophet labours to divert the turning of time into a better path. Catahill's Philosophies. We could not keep up the pace forever, of course. Long before I felt safe, the condition of the horses forced us to breathe them. The sounds of pursuit had faded behind us. A warhorse is not a courser. As the evening approached true dark around us, we walked the horses down a winding stream bed. The prince's horse could barely hold her head up. As soon as the heat was walked off her, we would have to stop for a time. I rode crouched in my saddle to avoid the sweeping branches of the willows that lined the stream. The others followed. When we had first slowed the horses, I had feared that the prince would try a leaping escape. But he had not. Instead, he sat his horse in sullen silence as I led her on. "Mind this branch," I warned Dutiful and Lord Golden, as a low limb snagged on me when my black pushed her way under it. I tried not to let it snap back in the prince's face. "Who are you?" the prince suddenly demanded in a low voice. "You do not recognize me, my lord?" Lord Golden asked him anxiously. I recognized his effort to distract the prince's attention from me. "Not you. Him. Who is he? And why have you assaulted myself and my friends in this way?" There was an amazing depth of accusation in his voice. Abruptly, he sat up straighter in his saddle, as if he were just discovering his anger. "Duck," I warned him, as I released another branch. He did. Lord Golden spoke. "That is my servant, Tom Badgerlock. We've come to take you home to Buckkeep, Prince Dutiful. The Queen, your mother, has been most worried about you." "I do not wish to go." With every sentence, the young man was recovering himself. There was dignity in his voice as he spoke these words. I waited for Lord Golden to reply, but the splashing thuds of the horses' hooves in the stream and the swish and crackle of the branches we passed through were the only sound. To our right, a meadow suddenly opened out. A few blackened, snaggly stumps in it were reminders of a forest fire in this area years ago. Tall grass with browned seed heads vied with fireweed, with sprung and fluffy seed pods. I turned the horses out of the stream and onto the grass. When I looked up at the sky, it was dark enough to show a prickling of early stars. The dwindling moon would not show herself until night was deep. Even now, the gathering darkness was leaching colour from the day, making the surrounding forest an impenetrable tangle of blackness. I led them out to the centre of the meadow, well away from the forest edge before I reined in. Any attackers would have to cross open ground before they reached us. "Best we rest until moonrise," I observed to Lord Golden. "It will be difficult enough to make our way then." "Is it safe to stop?" he asked me. I shrugged my shoulders. "Safe or not, I think we must. The horses are nearly spent, and it's getting dark. I think we've gained a good lead. That war horse is strong, but not swift nor nimble. The terrain we've covered will daunt him, and the piebalds must either abandon their wounded, splitting their party, or come after us more slowly. We have a little breathing space." I looked back at the prince before I dismounted. He sat, shoulders slumped, but the anger in his eyes proclaimed him far from defeated. I waited until he swung his dark eyes to meet mine, then spoke to him. "It's up to you. We can treat you well and simply return you to Buckkeep, or you can behave like a willful child and try to run away back to your witted friends, in which case I will hunt you down and take you back to Buckkeep with your hands bound behind you. Choose now." He stared at me, a flat, challenging stare, the rudest thing one animal can do to another. He didn't speak. It offended me on so many levels that I could scarcely keep my temper. "Answer me," I commanded. He narrowed his eyes. "And who are you?" His tone made the repeated question an insult. In all the years I'd had the care and raising of Hap, he had never provoked me to the level of temper that this youth had instantly roused in me. I wheeled my black. I was taller than the lad to begin with, and the differences in our mounts made me tower over him. I crowded both him and his horse, leaning over him to look down on him like a wolf, asserting authority over a cub. "I'm the man who's taking you back to Buckkeep. One way or another. Accept it." "Badgerlock," Lord Golden began, warning. But it was too late. Dutiful made a move, a tiny flexing of muscle that warned me. Without considering anything, I launched at him from my black's back. My spring carried us both off our horses and onto the ground. We landed in deep grass, luckily for Dutiful, for I landed atop him, pinning him as neatly as if I had intended it. Both our horses snorted and shied away, but they were too weary to run. My black trotted a few paces, knees high, snorted a second rebuke at me, and then dropped her head to the grass. The prince's horse, having followed her so far today, copied her example. I sat up, straddling the prince's chest while pinning both his arms down. I heard the sound of Lord Golden dismounting, but did not even turn my head. I stared down at Dutiful silently. I knew by the labouring of his chest that I had knocked the wind out of him, but he refused to make a sound. Nor would he meet my eyes, not even when I took his knife from him and flung it disdainfully into the forest. He looked past me at the sky until I seized his chin and forced him to look me in the face. "Choose," I told him again. He met my eyes, looked away, then met them again. When he looked away a second time, I felt some of the fight go out of him. Then his face twisted with misery as he stared past me. "But I have to go back to her," he gasped out. He drew breath raggedly and tried to explain. "I don't expect you to understand. You're nothing but a hound sent to track me down and drag me back. Doing your duty is all you know, but I have to go after her. She is my life. The breath in my body, she completes me. We have to be together." "Well, you won't be." I came a knife's edge away from saying those words, but I did not. Factually, I told him, I do understand, but that doesn't change what I have to do. It doesn't even change what you have to do. I got off him as Lord Golden approached. "Badgerlock, that is Prince Dutiful, heir to the Farseer throne," he reminded me sharply. I decided to play the role he'd left open for me, and that's why he's still got all his teeth, my lord. Most boys who draw knives on me are lucky to keep any. I tried to sound both surly and truculent. Let the lad think Lord Golden had me on a short leash. Let him worry that I wasn't completely under the Lord's control. It would give me an edge of mastery over him. "I'll tend the horses," I announced, and stalked away from them into the darkness. I kept one eye and one ear on the shapes of the fool and the prince as I dragged off saddles, slipped bits, and wiped the horses down with handfuls of grass. Dutiful slowly got to his feet, disdaining Lord Golden's offered hand. He brushed himself off, and when Lord Golden asked if he had taken any harm, replied with stiff courtesy that he was as well as could be expected. Lord Golden retreated a short way to consider the night and allow the lad to collect his shattered dignity. In a short time, my black and Malta were grazing as greedily as if they had never seen grass before. I had put the saddles in a row. I removed bedding from my black's saddle packs and began to make it into pallets near them. If possible, I'd steal an hour of sleep. The prince watched me. After a moment, he asked, "Aren't you going to build a fire? And make it easier for your friends to find us?" "No." "But it's not that cold, and there's no food to cook anyway." I shook out the last blanket, then asked him, "Do you have any bedding in your saddle pack?" "No," he admitted unhappily. I divided the blankets to make 3 pallets instead of 2. I saw him pondering something, then he added, "I do have food, and wine." He took a breath, then asked, "It seems a fair trade for a blanket." I kept a wary eye on him as he approached and began to open his saddle packs. "My prince, you misjudge us. We would not think of making you sleep on the bare earth," Lord Golden protested in horror. "You might not, Lord Golden, but he would." He cast me a baleful glance and added, "He does not even accord me the courtesy one man gives to another, let alone the respect a servant should have for his sovereign." "He is a rough man, my prince, but a good servant all the same." Lord Golden gave me a warning look. I made a show of lowering my eyes, but muttered, "Respect a sovereign? Perhaps. But not a runaway boy fleeing his duty." Dutiful took a breath, as if he would reply in fury. Then he let it out as a hiss, but leashed his anger. "You know nothing of what you speak about," he said coldly. "I did not run away." Lord Golden's tone was much gentler than mine had been. "Forgive me, my lord, but that is how it must appear to us. The Queen feared at first that you had been kidnapped, but no notes of ransom arrived. She did not wish to alarm her nobles or to offend the Outislander delegation soon to arrive for your betrothal agreement. Surely you have not forgotten that in 9 more nights the new moon brings your betrothal. For you to be absent at such a time goes beyond mere discourtesy to insult. She doubted that was your intent. Even so, she did not turn out the guards after you as she might have done. Preferring to be subtle, she asked me to locate you and bring you safely home. And that is our only aim." "I did not run away," he repeated stubbornly, and I saw that the accusation had stung him more sharply than I had suspected. Nonetheless, he stubbornly added, "But I have no intention of returning to Buckkeep." He had taken a bottle of wine from his pack. Now he pulled out food, smoked fish wrapped in linen, several slabs of hard-crusted honey cake and 2 apples. Hardly travelling rations, but the toothsome repast that loyal companions would supply for a prince's enjoyment. He unfolded the linen on the grass and began to divide the food into 3 portions. Dainty as a cat, he arranged the food. I thought it was well done, a show of a gracious nature by a boy in an uncomfortable situation. He uncorked the wine and set it in the middle. With a gesture he invited us, and we were not slow to respond. Little as there was, it was very welcome. The honey cake was heavy, suety, and thick with raisins. I filled my mouth with half my slab and tried to chew it slowly. I was fiercely hungry. Yet even as we attacked the food, the prince, less hungry, spoke seriously. "If you try to force me to return with you, you will only get hurt. My friends will come for me, you know. She will not surrender me so easily, nor I her. And I have no desire to see you get hurt. Not even you," he added, meeting my stare. I had thought he intended his words as a threat. Instead, he seemed sincere as he explained, "I must go with her. I am not a boy running away from his duty, nor even a man fleeing an arranged marriage. I do not run away from unpleasantness. Instead, I join myself where I most belong, where I was born to belong." His carefully unfolding of words put me in mind of Verity. His eyes travelled slowly from me to Lord Golden and back again. He seemed to be seeking an ally, or at least a sympathetic ear. He licked his lips as if taking a risk. Very quietly he asked, "Have you ever heard the tale of the piebald prince?" We were both silent. I swallowed food gone tasteless. Was Dutiful mad? Then Lord Golden nodded, once, slowly.
I am of that line. As sometimes happens in the Farseer line, I was born with the wit.
I did not know whether to admire his honesty or be horrified at his naive assumption that he had not just condemned himself to death. I kept my features motionless and did not let my eyes betray my thoughts. Desperately, I wondered if he had admitted this to others at Buckkeep. I think our lack of reaction unnerved him more than anything else we could have done. We both sat quietly, watching him. He took a gambler's breath.
So you see now why it would be best for everyone if you let me go. The 6 duchies will not follow a witted king, nor can I forsake what my blood makes me. I will not deny what I am. That would be cowardice and false to my friends. If I returned, it would only be a matter of time before all knew of my wit. If you drag me back, it can only lead to strife and division amongst the nobles. You should let me go, and tell my mother you could not find me. That way is best for all.
I looked down at the last of my portion of fish. Quietly, I asked, what if we decided it were best for all if we killed you, hung you and cut you in quarters and burned the parts near running water, and then told the Queen we had not found you? I looked away from the wild fear in his eyes, shamed by what I had done, and yet knowing he must be taught caution. After a space, know men before you share your deepest secrets with them, I counselled him. Or your kill. He came up on me as quietly as a shadow. His thought light as the wind against my skin. Nighteyes dropped a rabbit, a bit the worse for wear, on the ground beside me. He had already eaten the guts. Casually he lifted the smoked fish from my hands, gulped it down, and then lay down beside me with a heavy sigh. He dropped his head onto his forepaws. That rabbit started right up under me. Easiest kill I've ever made. The prince's eyes opened so wide I could see white all around them. His gaze darted from the wolf to me and back again. I don't think he had overheard our shared thought, but he knew all the same. He leapt to his feet with an angry cry.
You should understand! How can you tear me from not just my bond beast, but the woman who shares that old blood kinship with me? How can you betray one of your own?
I had more important questions of my own. How did you cover that much ground so quickly?
The same way his cat will, and for much the same reason. A wolf can go straight where a horse must go round. Are you ready for them to find you?
With my hand resting on his back, I could feel the weariness thrumming through him. He shuddered away my concern as if it were flies on his coat.
I'm not that decrepit. I brought you meat, he pointed out.
You should have eaten it all yourself. A trace of humour.
I did. The first one. You don't think I'd be foolish enough to follow you all this way on an empty belly? That one is for you and the scentless one. And this cub, if you so will it.
I doubt he will eat it raw.
I doubt there is sense to avoiding a fire. Come they will, and they need no light to guide them. The boy calls to her. It is like breaths sighing in and out of him. He yowls at it like a mating call.
I'm not aware of it.
Your nose is not the only sense that you have that is not as keen as mine.
I stood up, then nudged the eviscerated rabbit with my foot. I'll make a fire and cook this. The prince was staring at me silently. He was well aware I'd been having a conversation that excluded him.
What about drawing pursuit to us?
Lord Golden asked. Despite his question, I knew he was hoping for the comfort of a fire and hot meat. He's already doing that. I gestured at the prince with my chin. Having a fire long enough to have some hot food will not make it any worse.
How can you betray your own kind?
Dutiful demanded again. I had already puzzled out the answer to that the night before. There are levels of loyalty here, my prince, and my highest loyalty is to the Farseers, as yours should be. He was more my own kind than I had the heart to tell him, and I ached for him. Yet my actions did not feel like a betrayal to me. Rather, I imposed safe boundaries on him, as Burrick had once done for me, I thought ruefully.
What gives you the right to tell me where my loyalty should be?
He demanded. The anger in his voice let me know that I had touched that very question within him. "You're correct, it's not my right, Prince Dutiful. It's my duty, to remind you of what you seem to have forgotten. I'll find some firewood. You might ponder what will become of the Farseer throne if you simply refuse your duty and vanish." Despite his weariness, the wolf heaved himself to his feet and followed me. We went back to the stream's edge to look for deadwood carried by higher waters and left to dry all summer. We drank first, and then I dabbed my chest with water where the prince's blade had scored me. Another day, another scar. Or perhaps not. It had not even bled very much. I turned from that to looking for dry wood. Nighteyes' keener night vision helped my senses, and I soon had an armload.
"He's very like you,"
the wolf observed as we made our way back. "Family resemblance. He's Verity's heir."
"Only because you refuse to be. He's our blood, little brother, yours and mine."
That struck me into silence for a time. Then I pointed out, "You are much more aware of human concerns than you used to be. Time was when you took no notice of such things."
"True. And Black Rolf warned us both that we had twined too deeply, and that I am more man than a wolf should be, and you more wolf. We'll pay for it, little brother. Not that we could have helped it, but that does not change it. We will suffer for how deeply our natures have meshed."
"What are you trying to tell me?"
"You already know."
And I did. Like myself, the prince had been brought up amongst folk who did not use the wit, and as I had, unguided, he seemed to have not only fallen into his magic, but to be wallowing in it. Untaught, I had bonded far too deeply. In my case, I had first bonded to a dog when we were both young, and far too immature to consider the implications of such a joining. Burrick had forcibly separated us. At the time I had hated him for it, a hate that lasted years. Now I looked at the prince in the full throes of his obsession with the cat, and counted myself lucky that when I had bonded there had only been the puppy involved. Somehow his attachment to his cat had grown to include a young woman of old blood. When I took him back to Buckkeep, he would lose not only his companion, but also a woman he believed he loved.
"What woman?"
"He speaks of a woman, one of old blood, probably one of those women who rode with him."
"He speaks of a woman, but he does not smell of a woman. Does not that strike you odd?"
I pondered that on my way back to camp. I dropped the wood in a small tumble. As I set my fuel and then shaved the dry stick for tinder, I watched the boy. He had tidied away the linen napkin but left out the bottle of wine. Now he sat morosely on a blanket, his knees drawn up to his chin, staring out at the deepening night. I dropped all my guards and quested towards him. The wolf was right. He keened for his Wit-partner. But I was not sure if he was even aware of doing it. It was a sad little seeking he sent forth, like a lost pup whimpering for its mother. It grated on my nerves once I was aware of it. It was not just that he would call his friends down on us, it was the whining aspect of it that appalled me. It made me want to cuff him. Instead, as I worked with my tinder and flint, I asked callously, "Thinking of your girl?" His head swiveled towards me, startled. Lord Golden flinched at the directness of my question. I bent deeper to puff gently at the tiny spark I had conjured up. It glowed, then became a pale, licking flame. The prince reached for a measure of dignity. "I am always thinking of her," he said softly. I tented several skinny sticks over my tiny fire. "So, what's she look like?" I spoke with a soldier's crude interest, the inflection learned from many a meal with the guardsmen at Buckkeep. "Is she—" I made the unmistakable universal gesture. "Any good?" "Shut up!" He spat the words savagely. I leered at Lord Golden knowingly. "Ah, we both know what that means. It means he don't know. At least not first-hand. Or maybe it's only his hand that knows." I leaned back and smirked at him challengingly. "Badgerlock!" Lord Golden rebuked me. I think I truly scandalized him. I didn't take the hint. "Well, that's always how it is, isn't it? He's just a moony boy for her. Bet he's never even kissed her, let alone—" I repeated the gesture. The taunting had the desired effect. As I added larger sticks to the flames, the prince stood up indignantly. The firelight revealed that his colour was high, and his nostrils pinched with anger. "It isn't like that," he grated. "She isn't some
Not that I expect you to understand anything other than whores. She's a woman worth waiting for, and when we come together, it will be a higher and sweeter thing than you can imagine. Hers is a love to be earned, and I will prove myself worthy of her." Inside, I bled for him. They were a boy's words, taken from minstrel tellings, a lad's imaginings of something he had never experienced. The innocence of his passion blazed in him, and his idealistic expectations shone in his eyes. I tried to summon some withering crudity worthy of the role I had chosen, but could not force it past my lips. The fool saved me. "Badgerlock!" Lord Golden snapped. "Enough of this! Just cook the meat!" "My lord," I acknowledged gruffly. I gave Dutiful a sidelong sneer that he refused to see. As I picked up the stiff rabbit and the knife, Lord Golden spoke more gently to the prince. "Does she have a name, this lady you so admire? Have I met her at court?" Lord Golden was courteously curious. Somehow the warmth in his voice made it flattering that he would care to ask such a question. Dutiful was instantly charmed, not only despite his earlier irritation with me, but perhaps because of it. Here was a chance for him to prove himself a well-bred gentleman, to ignore my crass interest and reply as politely as if I did not exist. He smiled as he looked down at his hands, the smile of a boy with a secret sweetheart. "Oh, you will not have met her at court, Lord Golden. Her kind is not to be found there. She is a lady of the wild woods, a huntress and a forester. She does not hem handkerchiefs in a garden on a summer's day, nor huddle within walls by a hearth when the wind begins to blow. She is free to the open world, her hair blowing in the wind, her eyes full of the night's mysteries." "I see." Lord Golden's voice was warm with a worldly man's tolerance for a youth's first romance. He came to sit on his saddle next to the boy, and yet slightly above him. "And does this paragon of the forest have a name? Or a family?" he asked paternally. Dutiful looked up at him and shook his head wearily. "There. You see what you ask? That is why I am so weary of the court. As if I cared whether she has family or fortune. It is she whom I love." "But she must have a name," Lord Golden protested tolerantly, as I slid my knife-blade under the rabbit's hide and loosened it. "Else what do you whisper to the stars at night when you dream of her?" I peeled the hide from the rabbit as Lord Golden stripped the layers of secrets from the boy's romance. "Come, how did you meet her?" Lord Golden picked up the wine bottle, drank delicately from it, and then handed it to the prince. The lad turned it in his hands thoughtfully, glanced up at Golden's smile, and drank. Then he sat, the bottle held loosely in his hands, the neck of it pointed towards the small fire that limned his features against the night. "My cat took me to her," he confided at last. He took another sip of the wine. "I had slipped out one night to go hunting with her. Sometimes I just have to get away on my own. You know what it is like at court. If I say I will ride at dawn, I arise, and there are 6 gentlemen ready to accompany me, and a dozen ladies to bid us farewell. If I say I will walk in the gardens after dinner, I cannot turn a corner in the path without finding a lady writing poetry beneath a tree, or encountering some noble who wishes me to have a word with the Queen on his behalf. It's stifling, Lord Golden. In truth, I do not know why so many choose to come to court when they do not have to. Had I the privilege of freedom, I would leave it." He drew himself up suddenly and looked all around at the night. "I have left it," he declared abruptly, almost as if it surprised him. "I'm here, away from all that pretense and manipulation, and I'm happy. Or I was happy, until you came to drag me back." And he glared at me, as if it were all my doing and Lord Golden an innocent bystander. "So you went out hunting with your cat one night, and this lady?" Lord Golden deftly picked up the threads that had interested him. "I went out hunting with my cat, and—"
"The cat's name?"
Nighteyes pressed with sudden urgency. I grunted mockingly. "Sounds to me as if the cat and the lady got the same name. Never speak it." I skewered the rabbit on my sword. I didn't like to cook on the end of my blade. It was bad for the tempering, But to get a green branch I would have had to leave the conversation and go to the forest's edge, and I wanted to hear what he had to say. The prince replied scathingly to my comment. "I would think that you, as a piebald, would know that the beasts have their own names, which they reveal to you at a time they think is proper. My cat has not shared her true name with me yet. When I am worthy of that confidence, I will have it." "I am not a piebald," I asserted gruffly. Dutiful ignored me. He took a breath and spoke earnestly to Lord Golden. "And the same is true of my lady. I do not need to know her name when it is her essence that I love." Of course," Lord Golden comforted him. He hitched himself closer to the prince and went on. "But I would hear of your first meeting with the fair one, for I confess that at heart I am as soft a romantic as any court lady weeping at a minstrel's tale." He spoke as if what Dutiful had said was of no consequence, but a profound sense of wrongness washed through me. It was true that Nighteyes had not immediately shared his true name with me, but the cat and the prince had been together for months. I turned the sword, but the rabbit flopped around on the blade, its body cavity a loose fit, the seared side turning back to the flames. Grumbling, I pulled it out of the fire and burned my fingers, jamming it more firmly onto the weapon. I thrust it back over the flames and held it there. "Our first meeting," Dutiful mused. A rueful smile curved his mouth. "I fear that has yet to happen. In some ways, in all the important ways, I have met her. The cat showed her to me, or rather she revealed herself to me through the cat." Lord Golden cocked his head and gave the boy an interested if confused look. The lad's smile widened. "It is hard to explain to someone with no experience of the wit, but I will try. Through my magic I can share thoughts with the cat. Her senses enhance my own. Sometimes I can lie abed at night and surrender my mind to hers and become one with her. I see what she sees, feel what she feels. It's wonderful, Lord Golden. Not debased and bestial as others would have you believe. It brought the world to life around me. If there was some way I could share the experience with you, I would, just so that you could understand it." The boy was so earnest in his proselytizing. I glimpsed the quick flash of amusement through Lord Golden's eyes, but I am sure the prince saw only his sympathetic warmth. "I shall have to imagine it," he murmured. Prince Dutiful shook his head. But you cannot. No one can who is not born with this magic. That is why all persecute us. Because lacking this magic, they become filled with envy, and it turns to hatred." "I think fear might have something to do with it," I muttered, but the fool shot me a glance that bade me shut up. Chastened, I turned away from them and rotated the smoking rabbit. "I think I can imagine your communion with the cat. How wondrous it must be to share the thoughts of such a noble creature. How rich to experience the night and the hunt with one so attuned to the natural world. But I confess I do not understand how she could reveal this wondrous lady to you, unless she guided you to her."
"How pleasant to feel her filthy claws raking your belly. Shh! Cats, noble creatures, spitting, carrion-breathed sneaks."
With difficulty I ignored Nighteyes' asides and focused on the conversation, while appearing to be engrossed with the rabbit. The prince was smiling and shaking his head at Lord Golden, totally enraptured now, with speaking of his love. Had I ever been that young? "It was not like that. One night, as the cat and I moved through a forest of black trees, lit to silver by the moon's radiance, I perceived we were not alone. It was not that uncomfortable sensation of being watched. This was more like... Imagine if the wind was the breath of a woman on the back of your neck, if the scent of the forest was her perfume, the chuckling of a brook her amusement. There was nothing there I had not seen or heard or felt 100 times, and yet that night it was more than it had ever been before. At first I thought I was imagining it, and then, through the cat, I began to know more of her. I felt her watching us as we hunted together, and I knew that she approved of me. When I shared fresh meat with the cat from her kill, I sensed that the woman shared its savour.
The cat's senses sharpened my own, I told you that. But suddenly I was seeing things not as the cat or as myself, but as she saw things. I saw how the tumbled gap in a stone wall framed a struggling sapling. I saw the infinite pattern in the ripple of moonlight on a stream's rapids. I saw the night world as her poetry. Prince Dutiful sighed slowly. He was lost in his romance, but the slow suspicion forming in my mind sent a chill up my back. I could feel the perk of the wolf's ears and the readiness in his muscles as he shared my foreboding. That was how it began, as shared glimpses of the beauty of the world. I was so foolish. At first I thought she must be near us, watching us from a hiding place. I kept asking the cat to take me to her, and she did, but not in the manner I had expected. It was like approaching a castle through a fog, layer after layer of mist, lifted like veils. The closer I came to her, the more I longed to behold her in the flesh. Yet she taught me it would be nobler to wait for that. First I must complete my lessons in the wit. I must learn to surrender my human boundaries and self and let the cat possess me. When I let the cat inside me, when I become the cat completely, then I am most aware of my lady, for we are both bonded to the same creature.
Can that happen?
The wolf's question was incredulous and sharp. I don't know, I admitted, then more strongly. But I don't think so. It doesn't work that way, I said aloud. I tried to say it in an unthreatening way, but I wanted the fool to know that immediately. Nevertheless, the prince bristled at me. I said that it did. Do you call me a liar? I slumped back into my thuggish personality. If I wanted to call you a liar, I greased my threatening words, I would have said, you're a liar. I didn't. I said it doesn't work that way. I smiled, showing my teeth. Why don't you take it that I think that you don't know what you're talking about, that you're just spilling out what someone else has filled you full of? For the last time, Badgerlock, be silent. You are interrupting a fascinating tale. And neither the prince nor I particularly care if you believe it. I simply want to hear how it ends. So, when you finally did meet... Lord Golden's tone implied he was on the edge of his seat. The warm romanticism of Dutiful's voice crashed suddenly into heartsick desperation. We haven't. Not yet. That was where I was going. She called me to her, and I left Buckkeep. She promised she would send folk to help me on my path to her. And she did. She promised that as I learned my magic, as my bond with the cat deepened and became truer, I would know more and more of her. I would have to prove myself worthy, of course. My love would be tested, as would my true willingness to be one with my old blood. I would have to learn to drop all barriers between the cat and myself. She told me it would be arduous. She warned me that I would have to change the way I thought about things. But when I was ready, and despite the darkness I could see the flush rise to the prince's cheeks, she promised we would be joined in a way that would be more compelling and true than anything I could imagine. His young voice went husky on those last words. A slow anger began to build in me. I knew what he was imagining, and I was almost certain that what she was offering him had nothing to do with that. He thought he would be consummating their relationship. I feared he was about to be consumed by it. I understand, said Lord Golden, and there was compassion in his voice. For my part, I was certain that he did not understand at all. Hope flamed in the boy. So now you understand why you must let me go. I have to go back. I do not ask that you take me back to my guides. I know they will be furious and a danger to you. All I ask is that you give me my horse and let me go. It is easy for you to do. Go back to Buckkeep, say you never found me. No one will know any better. I would, I pointed out sweetly as I took the rabbit from the fire. The meat's cooked, I added.
Charred to the bone.
The look the prince gave me was venomous. I almost felt the clear solution flash through his mind. Kill the servant, silence him. I would wager that Contrican's son had not been schooled in such ruthlessness before the piebald taught him. Yet it was an idea truly worthy of his Farseer forebears. I met his gaze and let my mouth curl slightly, daring him. I saw his chest swell, and then I saw him master himself. He glanced away, veiling his hatred. Admirable self-control. I wondered if he'd tried to kill me in my sleep. I kept my gaze on him, challenging him to meet my eyes as I tore the rabbit into smoking pieces. The grease and soot coated my fingers. I passed a portion to Lord Golden, who took it with genteel distaste. Knowing how ravenous the fool had been earlier in the day, I recognized it was but a show. "Meat, my prince?" Lord Golden asked him. "No, thank you." His voice was cold. He was too proud to accept anything from me, for I had mocked him. The wolf declined a share of the well-cooked meat, so Lord Golden and I silently devoured it down to the bones. The prince sat apart from us as we ate, staring off into the darkness. After a time he lay down on his blanket. I sensed his wit-keening grow in volume. Lord Golden broke the leg bone he held, sucked a bit of marrow from it, and tossed it onto the embers of the fire. In its fading light, he looked at me with the fool's eyes. That gaze held such a mixture of sympathy and rebuke that I did not know how to react to it. We both looked over at the lad. He appeared to be asleep. "I'll check on the horses," I offered. "I want to check on Malta myself," he replied. We both rose. My back clenched for a moment as I got up and then eased. I was no longer accustomed to this type of life.
"I'll watch him,"
the wolf volunteered wearily. With a sigh, he got up from where he lay and walked stiffly over to the blankets, saddles, and sleeping prince. Unerringly, he chose the blanket I had put out for myself. He scuffed it up to suit himself and then lay down upon it. He blinked his eyes at me, and then transferred his gaze to the boy. The horses were in fine shape, considering how badly we treated them. Malta went to the fool eagerly, rubbing her head against his shoulder as he petted her. My black, without apparently ever noticing me, still managed to sidle away whenever I tried to approach her. The prince's horse was neutral, neither welcoming nor shy about my touching her. After I'd petted her for a few moments, my black was suddenly behind me. She gave me a nudge, and when I turned to her, she allowed me to stroke her. The fool spoke quietly to Malta rather than to me. "It must be hard for you, meeting him for the first time like this." I wasn't going to reply. There seemed nothing to say. Then I surprised myself by saying, "He isn't really mine that way. He's Verity's heir, and Catricken's son. My body was there, but not me. Verity wore my body." I tried to rein my mind away from that memory. When Verity had told me that there was a way to wake his dragon, that my life and passion were the key, I had thought my king was asking me to give him my life. In my loyalty and my misery, I had been glad to surrender it. Instead, he had used the skill to take the use of my body, leaving me trapped in the shambling wreckage of his, while he went in to his young wife and conceived an heir with her. I had no memories of their hours together. Instead, I recalled a long evening spent as an old man. Not even Catricken was completely aware of what had happened. Only the fool shared my knowledge of Dutiful's conception. Now his voice jolted me from my painful musing. "He looks so like you at that age that it makes my heart ache." I knew there was nothing to say to that. "He makes me want to hold him tight and keep him safe. Protect him from all the terrible things that were done to you in the name of the Farseer reign." The fool paused. "I lie," he admitted. "I would protect him from all the terrible things that were done to you because I used you as my catalyst." The night was too black, and our enemies were too near for me to want to hear any more of that. "You should sleep near him, near the fire. The wolf will stay there too. Keep your sword handy." "And you?" he said after a moment. Was he disappointed that I had turned the conversation so firmly? I tossed my head towards the row of trees along the stream bed. "I'm going to climb one of those and keep watch. You should get a few hours of sleep. If they try to fall on us, they'll have to cross the whole meadow. I'll see them against the firelight in time to take action." "What action?" I shrugged. "If there's a few, we fight. If there's many, we run." "Complex strategy. Shade taught you well." Rest while you can. We ride at moonrise." And we parted. I had the nagging sense that something had been left unspoken between us, something important. Well, there would be a better time later. Anyone who thinks it is easy to find a good climbing tree in the dark has never tried it. On my third try I found one that had a limb broad enough to sit on that still afforded me an unencumbered view of our campsite. I could have sat and pondered the vagaries of fate that had made me the father of 2 children and the parent of neither. Instead, I decided to worry about Hap. I knew Chade would keep his word, but could Hap hold up his end of the bargain? Had I taught him how to work well enough, would he have enough care for what he did? Would he listen well and endure correction humbly? The darkness was pitch. I looked in vain for the waning moon to rise. She and her dwindling light would not appear until the dead of night. Against the black-red smear of our campfire, I could just make out the shapes of Lord Golden and the boy in their blankets. Time passed. A friendly branch stub nudged against the small of my back and prevented me from getting too comfortable.
"Come down."
I had dozed. I could not see the wolf, but I knew that he was in the shadows at the base of my tree. Something's wrong.
"Come down. Be silent."
I came down, but not as quietly as I had hoped. I hung by my hands and then dropped, only to discover there was a hollow beneath the tree, and the fall was greater than I had expected. The jar clacked my teeth together and jolted my spine against the base of my skull. Oh, I'm too old to do this sort of thing any more.
"No, you only wish you were. Come."
I followed him. My teeth gritted. He took me silently back to the campsite. The fool sat up noiselessly as I drew near. Even in the dark I could make out his questioning look. I made a small motion for silence, and watched. The wolf went to where the prince was curled like a kitten in his blankets. He put his muzzle close to Dutiful's ear. I gestured at him not to wake the boy, but he ignored me. In fact, he levered his nose under the prince's cheek and nudged him. The boy's head gave limply to his touch, lolling like a dead man's. My heart stood still, and then I heard the rasp of his sleeping breath. The wolf nudged him again. He still didn't wake. I met the fool's wide-eyed stare, then I went to kneel by the boy. Nighteyes looked up into my face.
"He was questing for them, questing and reaching, and then suddenly he was just gone. I can't feel him."
Nighteyes was anxious. "He's gone far and deep." I considered a moment. This is not the wit. "Watch over us," I bade the fool. Then I lay down beside Dutiful. I closed my eyes as if I was steeling myself to dive into deep water. I measured each breath I drew into myself. I matched the rhythm of the boy's breathing. Verity, I thought, for no reason at all save that it seemed to centre me. I hesitated. Then I groped for and found the boy's hand. I held it in mine, and it pleased me unreasonably that his palm was calloused with work. I drew a final breath and plunged into the flow of the skill, skin to skin. I found him immediately. I attached my consciousness to his and flowed with him. This, I suddenly knew, was how Galen's coterie had spied on King Shrewd all those years ago. Then I had despised that leeching of knowledge. Now I seized onto it relentlessly and followed my prince. There had been a shock of recognition, a jolt of kinship when I had first seen the boy. It did not compare to what I experienced now. I knew this boy's wild seeking, his artless and fearless skilling. It was as my own had been, a wild reaching with no knowledge of how I did it or the dangers it posed. He quested with his wit, and did not know that he skilled out as well. For a daunting moment I realized that, like my own skill magic, his was tainted with the wit. Having taught himself to skill this way, could he ever learn to use the skill magic properly? Then, that consideration was pushed completely aside. Cloaked within the skill, I witnessed his wit magic, and I was appalled. Prince Dutiful was the cat. He was not merely bonded with the animal. He flowed completely into it, reserving nothing of himself. I knew that the wolf and I had interwoven our consciousness to a deep and dangerous level, but it was superficial compared to the prince's complete surrender to his bond. Worse was the creature's complete acceptance of the boy's subservience. Then, as if I had blinked, I perceived it was not a cat at all. The cat was but a thin layer. It was a woman. I swirled in confusion and nearly lost my grip on the prince. The wit did not go from human to human. That was the province of the skill. Did he skill to this woman, then? No, this joining was not the skill.
I tried to sort it out and could not. I could not separate the woman from the cat, and Dutiful was submerged in both of them. It did not make sense. The woman was plumbing the boy's mind. No, she was here, pooling into his body like thick water. I felt her flowing through him, exploring the shape of his flesh around her. It was still foreign to her. There was a strange eroticism to that chilling, internal touch. Their joining in the cat was not yet complete enough, but soon, she promised him. Soon he would know her completely. They were coming for him, she assured him, and she knew where he was. I witnessed how he poured forth to her everything he knew about Lord Golden and me, the stamina and condition of our horses, the wolf that followed me, and I sensed her fury and revulsion for an old blood who betrayed his own kind. They were coming. I saw with the cat's eyes and recognized the piebalds we had battled earlier in the day. Limping, she led them. The big man came slowly, on foot, leading his massive horse as they forced their way through the dark forest. The two women rode slowly behind him. The scratched man with the injured cat came last of all. They led two riderless horses now, so we had either killed or severely injured one of their party.
"We come, my love, and a bird has been sent, summoning others to your aid. Soon you will be with us again," she promised. "We will take no chances of losing you. When the others are near, we will close in and free you."
"Will you kill Lord Golden and his servant?" the prince asked, anxiously.
"Yes."
"I wish you wouldn't kill Lord Golden."
"It is necessary. I regret it, but it must be, for Lord Golden has come too far into our territory. He has seen the faces of our folk and ridden our paths. He has to die."
"Can you not let him go? He is sympathetic to our cause, shown our strength. He might simply go back to the Queen and say he had never found—"
"Where is your loyalty? How can you trust him so quickly? Have you forgotten how many of our own folk have been killed by the Farseer reign? Or do you wish to see me and all our people die?"
This question was like the snap of a whip, and it pained me to feel Dutiful cower before it. "My heart is with you, my love, with you," he assured her.
"Good. That's good. Then trust only me, and let me do what I must do. There is no need for you to dwell on it. You need not feel responsible for what people bring down upon themselves. It is none of your doing. You tried to leave quietly. They are the ones who pursued you and attacked us. Put it from your mind."
Then she wrapped him in love, a surging wave of warm affection that overpowered any thought of his own that he might have. But she seemed to be only at the edges of that flow. It was cat love, the fierce claws and teeth love of a feline. The emotion drenched me, and despite my wariness I near succumbed to it myself. I felt the prince accept that she would do what she must do. She only did it so that they could be together. Was any price too high to pay for that?
"She's dead."
The wolf's thought was like a voice in the room of a sleeping man. For a moment I incorporated it into my dreams. Then the sense of it struck me like a punch to the belly. Of course. She's dead. She rides the cat. And in that foolish moment of my sharing with the wolf, she was aware of me.
"What is this?"
Her fear and outrage were nothing compared to her utter shock. She had never experienced anything like this. It was outside her magic completely, and in the rawness of her astonishment, she betrayed much of herself. I wrenched free of all contact before she could know any more than that someone had been there, watching her, just as I felt her make surer her grip upon him. It reminded me of a great cat seizing a mouse in her jaws and paralyzing it with a bite. I got that same sense of both possession and devouring. For one clear moment I hoped that the prince perceived her as clearly as I did. He was a toy for her, a possession and a tool. She felt no love for him.
"But the cat does,"
Nighteyes pointed out to me, and in that twisting disparity I came back to myself.
It reminded me of my jolting leap from the tree. Slammed back into my own flesh, I still sat up, gasping for air and space. Beside me, the prince remained inert, but Nighteyes was instantly with me, thrusting his great head under my arm.
"Are you all right, little brother? Did she hurt you?"
I tried to answer, but instead rocked forwards, moaning as a skill headache exploded in my skull. I was literally blinded, isolated in a black night, riven by lightning bolts of blazing white across my vision. I blinked, then knuckled my eyes, trying to make the glaring light go away. It exploded into colours that sickened me. I hunched my shoulders and curled up against the pain. A moment later I felt a cold cloth laid across the back of my neck. I sensed the fool beside me, blessedly silent. I swallowed and drew several deep breaths, and then spoke into my hands. "They're coming. The piebalds we fought today, and others. They know where we are from the prince. He's like a beacon fire. We can't hide, and they're too many for us to fight and survive. Running is our only chance. We can't wait for moonrise. Nighteyes will lead us." The fool spoke very softly, as if he guessed at my pain. "Shall I wake the prince?" "Don't bother trying. He's far and deep, and I don't think she'll let him come back to his body right now. We'll have to take him as a dead weight. Saddle the horses, will you?" "I will, Fitz. Can you ride as you are?" I opened my eyes. Floating jags of light still divided my vision, but now I could see the darkened meadow beyond them. I forced a smile to my face. "I'll have to ride, just as my wolf will have to run. And you may have to fight. Not what any of us would choose, but there it is. Nighteyes, go now. Choose a path for us, and get as far ahead of us as you can. I don't know from which direction the other attackers are coming. Spy ahead for us."
"You think to send me out of harm's way?"
The thought was almost reproachful. "I would if I could, my brother. But the truth is that I may be sending you directly into danger. Scout for us. Go now." He rose stiffly and stretched. He gave himself a shake, and then set out, not at a lope, but at his distance-devouring trot. Almost immediately he became invisible to me. The grey wolf gone into the grey meadow. "Go carefully, my heart," I wished after him, but softly, softly, lest he know how much I feared for him. I rose, moving very carefully, as if my head were an over-full glass. I did not actually believe my brains would spill out of the top of my skull if I were careless, but I almost hoped it. I took the fool's wet handkerchief off the back of my neck and held it to my brow and eyes for a time. When I looked down on the prince, he hadn't moved. If anything, his body was curled more tightly. I heard the fool come up behind me, leading the horses, and I turned cautiously to look at him. "Can you explain?" he asked softly. And I realized how little he knew. It was all the more amazing that he so unquestioningly acted on my requests. I drew a breath. "He's using the skill and the wit, and he hasn't been trained in either, so he's vulnerable, very vulnerable. He's too young to understand just how much at risk he is. Right now, his consciousness rides with the cat. For all intents, he is the cat. But he will awaken and come back to his body." I shrugged. "I don't know. I hope so. Fool, there is more. There is someone else joined to the cat. That is we, Nighteyes and I, suspect that she is the cat's former owner." "Former? I thought witted ones bonded to their animals for life." "They do. She would be dead now, but her consciousness is within the cat, using the cat." "But I thought the prince—" "Yes, the prince is there too. I do not think he realizes that this woman he loves does not exist as a woman anymore. I know he has no concept of how much power she has over him and over the cat. What can we do?" The throbbing in my head was making me sick to my stomach. I spoke more harshly than I intended. "Forcibly separate the boy from the cat, kill the cat, and hope the boy doesn't die." "Oh, Fitz!" He was appalled. I didn't have time to care. "Saddle just 2 of the horses, Malta and my black. I'll put the boy in front of me, and then we have to ride." I did nothing while the fool prepared the horses. I didn't pack up anything, for I didn't intend to take anything with us. Instead, I just sat still and tried to persuade my head to ease. It was made the more difficult in that I was still skill-twined with the boy. I felt more his absence than his presence. I sensed that there was pressure upon him, but it was a wit-pushing. I could not decide if she reached, trying to know more of me, or if she reached, trying to possess the boy's body. I did not wish to respond to it. They already knew enough of me from that earlier brushing touch. So I sat, head in hands, and looked at Catricken's son. As Verity had taught me so long ago, I carefully set my skill walls. This time, I set them to include the boy at my feet. I did not consider what I was trying to hold out. Instead, I focused on keeping open the space that was his mind, reserving it for him to return to. "Ready?" the fool said quietly, and I stood up again. I mounted my black, who was amazingly steady under me as the fool hoisted the boy up into my arms. As always, the strength of the slender man surprised me. I arranged the prince before me so that I had one arm to hold on to him, the other hand for the reins. It would have to do. In an instant the fool was mounted on Malta beside me. "Which way?" he asked. "Nighteyes?" I kept the questing as small and secret as I could. They might sense our wit, but I doubted they could use that to follow us.
"My brother."
His reply was as discreet. I nudged my black and we moved off. I could not have told anyone where Nighteyes was, but I knew that I moved towards him. The prince was a swaying weight in my arms. I was already uncomfortable. Giving in to my frustration with my pain and his dead weight, I gave him a rough shake. He made a faint sound of protest, but it might have been just air moving out of his lungs. For a time we travelled through forest, ducking swoops of branches and pressing through tangles of underbrush. The prince's horse, stripped of harness, followed us. We did not go swiftly. The footing was treacherous for the weary horses, and the trees dense. I followed the wolf's elusive presence down into a ravine. The horses clattered along through a rushing stream, over slippery wet rocks. The ravine became a vale, then spread wide, and we rode under moonlight through a meadow. Startled deer bounded away from us, into the forest again. Our hooves thudded on deep layers of packed ancient leaves. Then we came to a steep place I did not recognize, but when we completed our scrabbling mount of that hill, the night spilled us out onto the road. The wolf's route had cut the rough country and put us back on the same road we had travelled that morning. I pulled in my black and let her breathe. Ahead of us, on the next rise, the stingy light of the quarter-moon showed me the silhouette of a wolf waiting for us to appear. As soon as he saw us, he turned and trotted down the next hill and out of sight.
"All is clear. Come swiftly."
"Now we ride," I warned the fool in a low voice. I leaned forwards, spoke a word to my black, as my knees urged her on. When she was sluggish to respond, I suggested with my predator's wit, "Pursuit is just behind us. They come swiftly." Her ears flicked back once. I think she was a bit sceptical, but she gathered herself. As Malta threatened to pass us, I felt her powerful muscles bunch, and then she stretched under me and we galloped. Encumbered by our double weight and weary from her day's work, she ran heavily. Malta gamely kept the pace, her presence pushing my black on. The prince's horse was left behind. The wolf ran before us, and I fastened my eyes to him as to my final hope. It seemed he had somehow discarded his years. He ran like a yearling, bounding ahead of us. To our left, the horizon appeared, as dawn began its timid creep towards day. I welcomed the light that made our footing surer, even as I cursed how it would reveal us to our enemies. We pressed on, varying our pace as the morning grew stronger, trying to ration our mounts' endurance. The last 2 days had been hard on both horses. To run them to dropping would not help our situation. "When will it be safe to stop?" the fool asked me, during a period when we had slowed to let the horses breathe. "When we reach Buckkeep Castle, perhaps." I did not add that the prince would not be safe until I had turned back and killed the cat. We had only his body in our keeping. The piebald still had his soul. At mid-morning we passed the tree where the archer had ambushed us. It made me realize how much I was trusting to the wolf to choose our path. He had decided this way was safe, and I was following him unquestioningly.
"Are we not pack? Of course you must follow your leader."
The tease in his thought could not quite mask his weariness. We were all tired, men, wolf, and horses. A sustained trot was the best I could wring from my black now. Dutiful was a lolling weight in my arms as we jolted along. The pain in my back and shoulders from supporting his weight vied with the dull throbbing in my head. The fool still sat his horse well, but made no attempt at conversation of any kind. He had offered once to take the prince on Malta with him, but I had declined. It was not that I thought that he or his horse lacked the strength. I could not define exactly why I felt I must keep possession of Dutiful's body. I worried that he had been so long insensible. Somewhere I knew his mind worked, that he saw with the cat's eyes, felt with the cat's body. Sooner or later, they would realize. The prince stirred in my arms. I kept silent. It took him some little while to come back to himself. As he regained his senses, he twitched unpleasantly in my arms, reminding me of my own seizures. Then he sat up with a sudden hoarse gasp of breath. Breath after breath he took, as he turned his head wildly from side to side, trying to make sense of his situation. I heard him swallow. In a dry and cracked voice he asked, "Where are we?" Useless to lie. Above us on the hill, Laurel's mysterious standing stones cast their shadows. He would surely recognize them. I didn't bother to answer him at all. Lord Golden rode closer to us. "My prince, are you well? You have been long unconscious." "I am well. Where are you taking me?"
"They come."
In a breath, our situation had changed. I saw the wolf fleeing back towards us. On the road behind him, horsemen had suddenly appeared. I made them 5 at a quick count. 2 hounds, wit beasts both, ran alongside them. I swiveled in my saddle. 2 rises back, other riders were cresting a hill. I saw one lift an arm, waving a triumphant greeting to the other group of riders. "They've caught us," I said calmly to the fool. He looked ill. "Up the hill. We'll put one of those barrows at our back." I reined my black from the road, and my companions followed. "Let me go!" my prince commanded me. He struggled in my arms, but his long insensibility had left him weak. It was not easy to keep my grip on him, but we had not far to go. As we came abreast of the barrow and the adjacent standing stone, I reined in my black. My dismount was not graceful, but I pulled the prince down with me. My black stepped wearily away from us, and then turned to give me a look of rebuke. In an instant the fool was beside us. I sidestepped Dutiful's swing at me, caught his wrist, and stepped behind him with it. I caught his other shoulder and held him firmly, one arm twisted high behind his back. I was no rougher than I had to be, but he did not give in easily. "Breaking your arm or dislocating your shoulder wouldn't kill you," I pointed out to him harshly, "but it would keep you from being a nuisance for a time." He subsided, grunting with pain. The wolf was a grey streak, pouring himself up the hill towards us. "Now what?" the fool asked me, as he stared around us wide-eyed. "Now we make a stand," I said. The riders below us were already spreading wide. The barrow at our backs would be a poor barrier against attack from behind, blinding us as much as it shielded us. The wolf stood with us, panting. "You'll die here," the prince pointed out through gritted teeth. I still held him quite firmly. "That seems very likely," I conceded. "You'll die, and I'll go with them." His voice was strained with pain. "So why be stupid? Release me now. I'll go to them. You can run. I promise I'll ask them to let you go." My eyes met the fool's over the boy's head. I knew what my answer to that would be, but then I knew what I'd be sending the prince to face. It might buy us an opportunity to come after him again, but I doubted it. The woman-cat would see to it that they hunted us down and killed us. Death standing and waiting, or death after flight. I didn't want to choose how my friends would die.
"I'm too tired to flee. I'm dying here."
The fool's eyes wavered to Nighteyes. I do not know if he grasped that flicker of thought, or if he simply saw the wolf's weariness. "Stand and fight," he said faintly. He drew his sword from its sheath. I knew he had never fought in his life. As he lifted his blade, he looked very uncertain. Then he took a breath and set his face in the lines of Lord Golden's expression. He squared his shoulders, and a look of cold competence came into his eyes.
"He can't fight. Don't be stupid."
The riders were closing in. They walked their horses up the hill towards us, unhurried, letting us watch our deaths come. "You have an alternative?"
You can't hold me and fight.
Dutiful's voice was elated. He obviously believed they had already won.
The moment you let me go, I'll run. You'll die for nothing. Let me go now. Let me talk to them. Maybe I can bargain for your life.
Don't let her have him. Kill him before you let them take him.
I felt a great coward, but shared the thought anyway. I do not know if I can do that.
You must. We both know what they intend. If you cannot kill him, then take him into the pillar. The boy can skill, and you were linked with the Scentless One once. It may be enough. Go into the pillar. Take them with you.
The riders below conferred with one another briefly, then fanned out to flank us as they came. As the woman had promised, they would take no chances. They were grinning and shouting to one another. Like the prince, they believed they had us trapped. It won't work. Don't you remember what it was like? It took all my strength to hold you together in that passage, and we were tightly linked. I might be able to hold the boy together through the journey, or you, but not both of you. I do not know if I could even pull the fool in with me. Our skill link is old and thin. I might lose you all.
You don't have to choose. I cannot go with you. I'm too tired, my brother. But I will stay here and hold them back for as long as I can while you escape.
No,
I groaned, even as the fool suddenly said,
The pillar. You said the boy was skilling. Could you not?
No, I cried out. I will not leave Nighteyes to die alone. How can you suggest it?
Alone?
The fool looked puzzled. A very odd smile twisted his mouth.
But he will not be alone. I will be here with him, and...
He drew himself up, squaring his shoulders. I will die before I allow them to kill him.
Ah, that would be so much better.
Every hackle on Nighteye's body was standing as he watched the advancing line of men and horses, but his eyes glinted merriment at me.
Send the lad down to us!
A tall man shouted. We ignored him.
Do you think that makes it better for me? I demanded of him. They were mad, both of them. I might be able to go through the pillar. I might even be able to drag the boy through, though I wonder if his mind would come through intact. But I doubt that I can take you with me, fool. And Nighteyes refuses to go. Go where? Dutiful demanded. He tried to shake off my grip, and I twisted his arm tighter. He subsided.
For the last time, will you yield?
The tall horseman shouted up at us.
I seek to reason with him, Lord Golden called back. Give me time, man. He put a note of panic in his voice. My friend. The fool set his hand on my shoulder. He pushed me softly backwards towards the stone. I gave ground and took Dutiful with me. The fool's eyes never left mine. He spoke softly and carefully, as if we were alone and had all the time in the world. I know I can't go with you. It grieves me that the wolf will not. But I still tell you that you must go and take the boy, don't you understand? This is what you were born for, why you have stayed alive despite all the odds against you all these years, why I have forced you to stay alive despite all that was done to you. There must be a Farseer heir. If you keep him alive and restore him to Buckkeep, that is all that matters. We keep the future on the path I have set for it, even if it must go on without me. But if we fail, if he dies... What are you talking about? The prince demanded angrily. The fool's voice faded. He stared down the hill at the steadily advancing men, but his gaze seemed to go on further than that. My back was nearly touching the monolith. Dutiful was suddenly quiescent in my grip, as if spelled by the fool's soft voice. If we all die here, he said faintly, then it ends, for us. But he is not the only change we have wrought. Time must seek to flow as it always has, washing all obstacles away. So, fate finds her. In all times, fate battles against a Farseer surviving. Here and now we guard Dutiful. But if we all fall, if Nettle becomes the lone focus of that battle... He blinked his eyes a number of times, then he drew a ragged breath before he turned back to me.
He seemed to be returning from a far journey. He spoke softly, breaking ill tidings to me gently. I can find no future in which Nettle survives after the prince has died. His face went sallow, and his eyes were old as he admitted. There are not even any swift, kind ends for her. He drew a deep breath. If you care anything at all for me, do this thing. Take the boy. Keep him alive. Every hair on my body stood up in horror. But, I choked. All the sacrifices I had made to keep her safe. All for nothing. My mind completed the picture. Burrick, Molly, and their sons would stand beside her, would fall with her. I could not get my breath. Please, go, the fool begged me. I could not tell what the boy made of our talk. He was a weight I grasped, firmly immobilizing him as my mind raced furiously. I knew there was no escape from this maze fate had set us. The wolf formed my thought for me.
If you stay, we all still die. If the boy does not die, the Witted take him and use him to their own ends. Dying would be kinder. You cannot save us, but you can save the boy.
I cannot leave you here. We cannot end like this, you and I. Tears blinded me just when I needed to see most clearly.
We not only can, we must. The pack does not die if the cub survives. Be a wolf, my brother. Things are clearer so. Leave us to our fight while you save the cub. Save Nettle, too. Live well, for both of us. And someday, tell Nettle tales of me.
And then there was no more time. "Too late now!" a man shouted up at us. The line of men and horses had curved to surround us. "Send us the lad and we'll end you quick. If not—" And he laughed aloud.
"Don't fear for us. I'll force them to kill us quickly."
The fool rolled his shoulders. He lifted his sword in a two-handed grip. He swung it once, experimentally. "Go, quickly, beloved." Poised, he looked more a dancer than a warrior. I could either draw my sword or keep a grip on the prince. The standing stone was right behind me. I gave it one hasty glance over my shoulder. I could not identify the wind-eroded symbol carved in this face of it. Wherever it took me would have to be good enough. I did not recognize my voice as I demanded of the world. How can the hardest thing I have ever done in my life also be the most cowardly? "What are you doing?" the boy demanded. He sensed something was about to happen, and though he could not have guessed what it was, he began to struggle wildly. "Help me!" he cried to the encircling piebalds. "Free me now!" The thunder of charging horses was his answer. Inspiration struck me. As I tightened my grip on the struggling boy, I spoke to the fool. "I'll come back. I'll take him through and come back." "Don't risk the prince!" The fool was horrified. "Stay with him and guard him. If you came back for us and were killed, he'd be alone in wherever. Go, now!" The last smile he gave me was his old fool's smile, tremulous and yet mocking the world's ability to hurt him. There was a wildness in his golden eyes that was not fear of death, but acceptance of it. I could not bear to look at it. The closing circle of horsemen engulfed us. The fool swung his sword, and it cut a gleaming arc in the blue day. Then a piebald charged between us, swinging his blade and yelling. I dragged the prince back with me. I caught a last glimpse of the fool standing over the wolf, a sword in his hands. It was the first time I'd ever seen him hold a weapon, as if he actually intended to use it. I heard the clash of metal on metal, and the wolf's rising snarl as he sprang for a horseman's leg. The prince yelled wildly, a wordless cry of fury that was more cat than human. A rider charged straight at us, blade lifted high, but the towering black stone was at my back. "I'll return," I promised them. Then I tightened one arm around Dutiful, clasping him to my chest. I spoke right by his ear. "Hold tight to who you are." It was the only warning I could give him. Then I twisted and pressed my hand against the stone's graven symbol. Chapter 23. The Beach. The skill is infinitely large, and yet intimately small. It is as large as the world and the sky above it, and as small as a man's secret heart. The way the skill flows means that one can ride it, or experience its passage, or encompass the whole of it within oneself. The same sense of immediacy pervades all. This is why, to master the skill, one must first master the self. Hailfire, skill master to Queen Frugal. I had expected darkness and disorientation. I had expected the skill pulling at me in a struggle to hold the prince and myself together. I forced myself to be aware of both of us and to keep him intact. Holding on to him within my skill barriers was much like clutching a handful of salt in a deluge. There was the same sensation that if I relaxed my grip at all, he would trickle away from me. There was all that, and an illogical sensation that we fell upwards. I clutched Dutiful to me, promising myself that it would soon be over. I was not prepared to fall from the pillar into icy seawater. Salt water flooded my mouth and nose as I gasped in shock. We tumbled together in the water. My shoulder struck something, Dutiful struggled wildly, and I nearly lost my grip on him. The water sucked at us, and then, just as I saw light through a layer of murky green and deduced which way was up, a wave gathered us and flung us against a rocky beach. The impact broke my grip on the prince. The wave rolled us on the rocky shore without letting us reach air. The mussel and barnacle-encrusted rocks tore at me. Then, as the wave retreated, my body snagged on the rocks, hooking my sword belt, and the water stranded me there. I lifted my head, choking and gagging out water and sand. I blinked, trying to see Dutiful, and spotted him still in the water. He was belly down on the beach, scrabbling to catch hold of rocks as the outgoing wave sucked at him. He slid backwards towards deeper water, then managed to find a grip, and lay still, gasping. I found a breath. "Get up!" I yelled. It came out as a hoarse caw. "Before the next wave, get up!" He looked at me without comprehension. I staggered upright and flung myself towards him. Catching the back of his collar, I dragged him over the shredding barnacles and up the rocky beach towards the higher shoreline. A wave still caught us and flung me to my knees, but the water was not powerful enough to drag us out again. The next time the wave went out, Dutiful managed to get to his feet. Holding on to one another, we staggered up past the toothy rocks and into a belt of black sand festooned with squelching strands of tangled kelp. When we reached the loose, dry sand, I let go of Prince Dutiful. He took perhaps 3 more steps and then dropped to the ground. For a time he just lay on his side, breathing. Then he sat up, spat out sand, and wiped his nose on his wet sleeve. He looked all around us with no comprehension, and when his eyes came back to me, his expression was that of a confused child. "What happened?" The sand in my teeth gritted whenever I moved my mouth. I spat. "We came through a skill pillar." I spat again. "A what?" "A skill pillar," I replied. I looked back to point it out to him. There was nothing out there but ocean. Another wave rushed in, reaching higher up the beach. Scummy white foam laced the sand as the water retreated. I came awkwardly to my feet and stared out over the incoming tide. Just water. Moving waves. Crying gulls above the waves. No skill pillar of black stone broke that heaving green surface. There was not even a clue as to where it had spat us out offshore. No way back. I had left my friends to die. Regardless of what the fool had said, I had resolved to return immediately via the pillar. Otherwise, I would not have gone. I would not have done it if I had thought I was not going back to them. Telling myself that did not make me feel a shard less cowardly. "Nighteyes," I quested desperately, flinging the call with all my strength. No one answered. "Fool!" The word ripped out of me, a futile scream of wit and skill and voice. Distant gulls seemed to echo it mockingly. My hope faded with their dwindling cries over the windswept sea. Unmoving, I stared out over the water until an incoming wave lapped against my feet. The prince had not moved, except to fall back onto his side on the wet sand. He lay staring blankly and shivering. I slowly turned away from the surf and surveyed the land. Black cliffs rose up before us. The tide was coming in. My mind put the pieces together. "Get up. We have to move before the tide traps us." To the south, the rocky cliffs gave way to a half-moon of black sand. A grassy tableland backed it. I reached down and seized the prince's arm. "Up," I repeated, "unless you want to drown here." The lad lurched to his feet without protest. We trudged down the shore as the waves reached ever higher towards us. Desolation was a cold weight inside me. I dared not look at what I'd just done. It was too monstrous to consider. While I walked down this beach, did their blood flow down swords? I stopped my mind. As if I was setting walls against an intrusive mind, I blocked all feelings from myself. I stopped all thoughts and became a wolf, concerned only with the now. "What was that?" Dutiful demanded suddenly. "That feeling, that pulling." Words failed him. "Was that the skill?" "Part of it," I answered brusquely. He seemed entirely too interested in what he had just experienced. Had it called to him that strongly? The skill's attraction was a terrible trap for the unwary. He tried to teach me, but he couldn't tell me what it felt like. I couldn't tell if I was doing it or not, and neither could he, but that—" He expected a response to his excitement. I gave him none. The skill was the last thing I wanted to talk about just now. I didn't want to speak at all. I did not want to break the numbness that wrapped me. When we reached the black sand, I kept Prince Dutiful walking. His wet clothes flapped around his body, and he hugged himself against the chill. I listened to his shivering breaths. A greenish sheen on the sand proved to be a flow of fresh water over the beach to the sea. I walked him upstream, away from the sandy beach and into a field of coarse sedge grasses, until I reached a place where the trickle was deep enough for me to cup handfuls of it. I washed out my mouth several times, and then drank. I was splashing water on my face to get sand out of my eyes and ears, when the prince spoke again. "What about Lord Golden and the wolf? Where are they? What happened to them?" He looked out over the water, as if he expected to see them there. "They couldn't come. By now, I imagine your friends have killed them." It amazed me that I could speak the words so flatly. No choking tears, no gasping breath. It was a thought too terrible to be real. I could not allow myself to consider it. Instead, I flung the words at him, hoping to see him flinch from them. Instead, he just shook his head, as if my words made no sense, and then asked me numbly, "Where are we?" "We are here," I replied, and laughed. I had never known that anger and despair could make a man laugh. It was not a pleasant sound, and the prince cowered away from me for an instant. Then, in the next, he stood up very straight and pointed an accusing finger at me. "Who are you?" he demanded, as if he had suddenly discovered the one mystery that underlay all his questions. I looked up from where I still crouched by the water. I drank another handful before I answered. "Tom Badgerlock." I slicked my hair back with my wet hands. "For this. I was born with this white streak at my temple, and so my parents named me." "Liar!" He spoke the word with flat contempt. "You're a Farseer. You may not have the looks of a Farseer, but you have the skill of one. Who are you? A distant cousin? Someone's byblow?" I'd been called a bastard many times in my life, but never by someone I might call a son. I looked up at Dutiful, verities in Catricken's air from the seed of my body. Well, if I'm a bastard, I wonder what that makes you. What I said instead was, "Does it matter?" While he was still struggling to find an answer to that, I scanned our surroundings. I was stuck here with him, at least until the tide went out. If I was fortunate, it would bear the pillar that brought us here, and I could use it to return. If I was unfortunate, the water wouldn't retreat that far, and then I'd have to discover just where we truly were and how to get back to Buckkeep from here. The prince spoke angrily to mask his sudden uncertainty. "We can't be that far. It only took us a moment to get here." Magic such as we used makes little of distance. We may not even be in the 6 duchies anymore. I abruptly decided he needed to know no more than that. Whatever I told him, the woman would likely know as well. The less said, the better. Slowly he sat down on the ground. "But," he said, and then fell silent. After a time I sensed his wit keening. The look on his face was that of an apprehensive child reaching out desperately for something familiar. But my heart did not go out to him. Instead, I repressed an urge to give him a firm whack on the back of the head. For this whimpering, self-obsessed juvenile, I'd traded the lives of my wolf and my friend. It seemed the poorest bargain I'd ever made. Nettle, I reminded myself. Keeping him alive might keep her safe. Farseer heir or not, it was the only value that I could see in him just then. I am disappointed in my son. I examined that, and reasserted to myself that Dutiful was not my son, and since I had never accepted any responsibility for his rearing, I had no right to be either disappointed or pleased by him. I walked away from him. I let the wolf in me have ascendancy, and he spoke to me of the need for immediate creature comfort. The wind along the beach was constant and chill, slapping my wet garments against my body. Find wood, get a fire going if I could, dry out, look for food at the same time. There was no point to agonizing about what had become of Nighteyes and the fool. The tide was still coming in. That meant that the next low tide would probably come in the dark of night. The following low tide would be sometime the next morning. I had to be resigned that my next opportunity to return to my friends was nearly a full day away. So, for now, gather strength and rest. I looked across the grassy tableland at the forest that backed it. The trees here were the green of summer still, yet somehow it impressed me as an unfriendly and lifeless place. I decided that there was no point in hiking across the meadow and hunting under the trees. I had no heart for a chase and a kill. The small creatures of the beach would suffice. It was a poor decision to make during an incoming tide. There was driftwood to gather for a fire, flung high by a previous storm tide, out of reach of today's water. The blue mussels and other shellfish were already under water, however. I chose a place where the cliffs subsided into the tableland, a spot somewhat sheltered from the wind, and kindled a small fire. Once I had it going, I took off my boots and socks and shirt, and wrung as much water from everything as I could. I propped the garments on driftwood sticks to dry near the fire, and put my boots upside down on 2 stakes to drain. I sat by the fire, hugging myself against the chill of the fading day. Expecting nothing, I still ventured out to quest again. Nighteyes! There was no response. It meant nothing, I told myself. If he and the fool had managed to escape, then he would not reach out towards me for fear of being detected by the piebalds. It might mean only that he was choosing to be silent. Or it might mean he was dead. I wrapped my own arms around myself and held tight. I must not think such thoughts, or grief would tear me apart. The fool had asked me to keep Prince Dutiful alive. I'd do that, and the piebalds would not dare to kill my friends. They would want to know what had become of the prince, how he could have vanished before their eyes. What would they do to the fool to wring answers from him? Don't think of such things. Don't think such things. Reluctantly, I rose to seek out the prince. The boy had not moved from where I had left him. I walked up behind him, and when he did not even turn towards me, I nudged him rudely with my foot. "I've a fire," I said gruffly. He didn't respond. "Prince Dutiful." I could not keep the sneer from my voice. He did not flinch. I crouched down next to him and set a hand on his shoulder. "Dutiful!" I leaned around him to look into his face. He wasn't there. His expression was slack, his eyes dull, his mouth hung slightly ajar. I groped towards our tenuous skill bond. It was like tugging at a broken fishing line. There was no resistance, no sense that anyone had ever been at the other side of that bond. The terrible echo of a long-ago lesson came to me. If you give in to the skill, if you do not hold firm against its attraction, then the skill can tatter you away, and you will become as a great drooling babe, seeing nothing, hearing nothing. The hair stood up on the back of my neck. I shook the prince, but his head just lolled and nodded on his neck. "Damn me!"
I roared to the sky. I should have foreseen he would try to reach the cat. I should have known this could happen. I tried to force calmness on myself. Stooping, I lifted his arm and set it across my shoulders. I set my arm around his waist and drew him to his feet. As I hauled him down the beach, his toes dragged in the sand. When I reached the fire, I put him down beside it. He sprawled over on his side. I spent several minutes replenishing the blaze with nearby driftwood. I built it large and hot, not caring who or what it might draw. My hunger and my weariness were forgotten. I dragged the prince's boots from his feet, emptied them of water, and set them upside down to dry. My own shirt was steaming warm now. I peeled Dutiful's wet shirt from his back and hung it out. I spoke to him the whole time, rebuking him and taunting him at first, but before long I was pleading with him. He made no response at all. His skin was chill. I wrestled his arms into the sleeves and dragged my warmed shirt onto him. I chafed his arms, but his stillness seemed to invite the cold to fill him. With every passing moment, his body seemed to have less life in it. It was not that his breathing laboured or that his heart beat more slowly, but more that my wit sense of his presence was fading, exactly as if he were travelling away from me. Finally, I sat down behind him. I pulled him back against me, his back to my chest, and put my arms around him in a vain effort to warm him. "Dutiful," I said by his ear. "Come back, boy, come back. You've a throne to inherit and a kingdom to rule. You can't go like this. Come back, lad. It can't all have been for nothing. Not the fool and Nighteyes both spent for nothing. What will I say to Catrican? What will Chade say to me? Gods, what would Verity say to me now?" It was not so much what Verity would have said to me as what Verity would have done for me. I held his son close to me, and then placed my face next to his beardless cheek. I took a deep breath and dropped all my walls. I closed my eyes and slipped into the skill in search of him. I nearly lost myself. There have been times when I could scarcely reach the flow of skill, and in other times and places I have experienced the skill as a flowing river of power, incredibly swift and powerful. As a boy, I had nearly lost myself in that river, sustained and rescued only by Verity's intervention. I had grown in strength and control since then, or so I had thought. This sensation was like diving into a racing current of skill. Never before had I felt it so strong and seductive. In my present frame of mind, it seemed to offer the complete and perfect answer to me. Just let go. Stop being this person, Fitz, trapped in a battle-scarred body. Stop bleeding sorrow for the death of my closest friends. Just let go. The skill offered me existence without thought. It was not the suicide's temptation to die and make the world stop for him. This was far more enticing. Change the shape of your being and leave all those considerations behind. Merge. If I had had only myself to think of, I know I would have yielded to it. But the fool had charged me with seeing that he did not die in vain, and my wolf had bid me live and tell Nettle of him. Catrican had asked me to bring her son back to her. Chade was depending on me, and Hap, so I found myself in that seething current of streaming sensations, and I fought to remain who I was. I don't know how long it took me to do that. Time has no meaning in that place. That alone is one of the skill's dangers. Some part of me knew I was burning my body's strength, but when one is immersed in the skill, it is hard to care about physical things. When I was sure of myself, I cautiously reached out in search of Dutiful. I had thought it would be easy to find him. The night before it had been effortless. I had but clasped his hand then and found him within the skill. Tonight, though I knew that somewhere I cradled his chilling body, I could not discover him. It is difficult to describe how I sought him. The skill is not truly a place nor a time. Sometimes I think it can be described as being without the boundaries of self. At other times that defining seems too narrow, for self is not the only boundaries we set to how we experience being. I opened myself to the skill and let it stream through me like water through a sieve, and still I found no trace of the prince. I stretched myself beneath the flow of the skill like a hillside full of tiny grasses under sunlight, and let it touch each blade of me, and still I could not sense him. I wove myself throughout the skill, twining over it like ivy, and still I could not separate the lad from its flow. He had left a sense of himself in the skill,
but like a boot mark in fine dust on a windy day, that trace was crumbling to meaningless grains, flowing with the skill. I gathered what I could of him, but it was no more Prince Dutiful than the scent of a flower is the flower. Nevertheless, I took to myself the bits that I recognized and held them fiercely. It was becoming more difficult for me to recall what exactly was the essence of the prince. I had never known him well, and the body that my body held was rapidly losing its connection to him. In an effort to find the boy, I engaged completely with the skill. I did not surrender myself, but I stepped free of all the safety holds that always before I had clung to. It was an eerie feeling. I was a kite, cut free and flying. A tiny boat with no hand on the tiller. I had not lost my sense of self, but I had given up the absolute certainty that I could find my way back to my body. Yet it put me no closer to finding Dutiful. It only made me more aware of the vastness that surrounded me and the hopelessness of my task. It would have been easier to net the smoke from an extinguished fire than to gather the boy together again. And all the while the skill plucked at me, whispering promises. It was only cold and rushing so long as I resisted it. If I gave in, I knew it would become all warmth and comfort and belonging. If I surrendered to it, I would subside into peaceful existence without individual awareness. What would be so terrible about that? Nighteyes and the fool were gone. I'd failed in my mission to bring Dutiful back to Catrichan. Molly did not wait for me. She had a life and a love. Hap, I told myself, trying to stir some sense of responsibility. What about Hap? But I knew that Chade would see to Hap's needs. At first out of a sense of duty to me, but before long for the sake of the boy himself. But Nettle. What of Nettle? The answer was terrible. I had already failed her. I knew I could not recover Dutiful, and without him, she was doomed. Did I wish to return to witness that? Could I be aware of it and stay sane? Then a worse thought came to me. In this timeless place, it had already happened. Even now, she had perished. That decided me. I let go of the bits of Dutiful, and they streamed away from me. How to describe that? As if I stood on a sunny hillside and released a rainbow I had imprisoned in my hand, and he flowed away. I realized that those traces of him had become tangled with my own essence. My being flowed with his. It didn't matter. Fitz chivalry Farseer ribboned away from me, the thread of myself snagged and now unravelling in the streaming skill. Once I had put memories into a stone dragon. I had gratefully thrust away pain and hopeless love and a dozen other experiences. I had given away that part of my life so that the dragon would have enough essence to come to life. This felt different. Imagine bleeding that feels pleasurable and yet is still just as deadly. I passively witnessed the draining. Now stop that. Warm, feminine amusement in the voice that filled my mind. I was helpless to prevent it, as she wound the thread of my being around me, as if she were gathering yarn back into a skein. I had forgotten how passionately dramatic humans can be at their silliest. No wonder we enjoyed you so. Such ardent little pets as you were. Who? I could refine the thoughts no more than that. Her presence left me limp with happiness. And this is yours too, I suppose. No, wait, this is a different one. 2 of you here, at once, and coming all apart. Are you lost, then? Lost. I repeated the thought to her, unable to frame any concept of my own. I was a dandled infant, adored for my mere presence, and it left me helpless with delight. Her love transfused me with warmth. It was something I had never even been able to imagine before. I was loved enough and valued enough, and I needed nothing more than what I presently had. This enough was more bountiful than plenty, more rich than a king's gleaming hoard. Never in my life had I experienced this sensation. Back you go. Be careful next time.
most of the others would not even notice that they had attracted you. Like plucking a burr off herself, I thought with dim dismay. While she held me, I was too giddy with pleasure to oppose her, even though I knew she was about to do the unthinkable. "Wait, wait, wait," I managed. But the thought was weightless, and she gave me no heed. For less than a blink, I was aware of Dutiful close beside me. Then I was back in the horrid confines of my miserable little body. It ached. It was cold and damaged. Old damage, new damage. It had never worked that well in the first place, and worst of all, it did not have enough of anything. It was riddled with wants and great gaping needs. In here, I had never had. I would never have enough love, or regard, or... I flung myself out of it again. All that happened was that my body gave a great twitch and fell over on the sand. I could not get out of it. I was cramped and stifling in the ill-fitted flesh that coated and confined me, and I could not find a way out. The discomfort was acute and alarming, akin to having a limb twisted or being choked. The more I struggled, the more I sank into the thrashing limbs of my flesh, until I was hopelessly embedded in my sweating, shaking self. I subsided, feeling the misery of having a physical self. Cold. Sand in the wet waistband of my leggings, sand at the corner of one eye and up my nose, thirsty, hungry, bruised and cut. Unloved. I sat up slowly. The fire was nearly out. I'd been gone for quite a time. I got up stiffly and tossed the last piece of wood onto it. The world fell into place around me. My losses engulfed me as completely as the night that surrounded me. I stood perfectly still, mourning the fool and Nighteyes, but devastated even beyond those losses by my abandonment, by whatever she had been. It was not like waking from a dream, rather, it was the opposite. In her there had been truth and immediacy and the simplicity of being. Plunged back into this world, I sensed it as a tangling web of distractions and annoyances, illusions and tricks. I was cold and my shoulder hurt, and the fire was going out, and all those discomforts plucked at me. Larger loomed the problem of Prince Dutiful and how we would get back to Buck, and what had become of Nighteyes and the fool. Yet even those things now seemed but diversions dancing before my eyes, to keep my attention from the immense reality beyond them. All of this existence was composed of trivial pains and searing agonies, and each of them was yet another mask between me and the face of the eternal. Yet the layers of masks were back in place and must be recognized. My body shivered. The tide was going out again. I could not see anything beyond the ring of our firelight, but I could hear the waters retreat in the rhythm of the falling waves. The unmistakable smell of low tide, of bared kelp and shellfish, was in the air. The prince lay on his back, staring up at the sky. I looked down at him and thought at first that he was unconscious. In the fickle light of my dying fire, I saw only black cavities where his eyes should be. Then he spoke. "I had a dream." There was wonder and uncertainty in his voice. "How nice." It was a neutral sneer. I was incredibly relieved that he was back in his body and could speak. To an equal degree, I hated that I was trapped inside my own body again and had to listen to him. He seemed immune to my nastiness. The edges of his voice were soft. "I've never had a dream like that. I could feel everything. I dreamed my father held me together and told me that I was going to be fine. That was all. But the strangest part was, that was enough." Dutiful smiled up at me. It was a luminous smile, wise and young. It made him look like Catrican. "I have to find more firewood," I said at last. I turned from the light in the fire and the smiling boy and walked away into the darkness. I didn't look for wood. The retreating waves had left the sand wet and packed under my bare feet. A fading slice of moon had risen. I looked at it, then up at the sky, and felt my stomach drop. According to the stars, we were substantially south of the 6 duchies.
My previous experience with skill pillars was that they could save a few days of travel time. This evidence of their power was not reassuring. If tomorrow's low tide did not bear the stone, we faced a long journey home, with no resources to aid us. The moon reminded me too that our time was dwindling. In 8 nights the new moon would herald Prince Dutiful's betrothal ceremony. Would the prince stand at the Narcheska's side? It was hard to make the question seem important. There are times when not thinking requires all of one's concentration. I don't know how far I walked before I stepped on it. It shifted in the wet sand beneath my foot, and for an instant I thought I had stepped on a knife blade, lying flat on the sand. In the darkness I stooped and located it by touch. I picked it up. It was about the length of the blade of a butcher's knife, and somewhat shaped the same. It was hard and cold, stone or metal, I could not tell which, but it was not a knife. I ran my fingers over it cautiously. There was no sharp edge. A rib ran up the centre of it, and then the object was finely striated in parallel rows at an angle to the rib on both sides. It culminated in a sort of tube at one end. It was heavy, yet not as heavy as it seemed it should have been. I stood holding it in the darkness, feeling sure I knew what it was, but unable to summon up that knowledge. It was familiar in an eerie way, as if I picked up something that had been mine a long time ago. The puzzle of the object was a welcome distraction from my own thoughts. I held it in my hand as I continued down the beach. I hadn't gone a dozen steps before I stepped on another one. I picked it up. By touch I compared the two. They were not quite identical, one being slightly longer. I held them, weighing them in my hands. When I stepped on the third one, I was almost expecting it. I lifted it from the sand and wiped the wet grit from it. Then I stood still where I was. I had a strange sense of something waiting for me. It hovered, unable to take shape without my volition. I had the strangest sensation of standing on the edge of a cliff. One more step and I would either plummet to my death or discover I could fly. I stepped back from it. I turned around and walked back towards the dying campfire on the beach. As I watched, I saw Dutiful's silhouette pass before the flames, and the sparks leapt up into the night as he dropped more wood on the fire. Well, at least he could do that much for himself. It was hard to go back to the circle of that light. I didn't want to face him. Didn't want his questions or his accusations. I did not want to pick up the reins of my life. But by the time I reached the fire, Dutiful was stretched out beside it, feigning sleep. He wore his own shirt, and mine had been draped on the stakes to warm and dry. I put it on silently. As I tugged up the collar, my fingers encountered Jinnah's charm. Ah, well, that explained his smile and kindly words. I lay down on my side of the fire. Before I closed my eyes, I examined the objects I had found. They were feathers. Of stone or metal, I still could not say. In the fire's deceptive light, they were dark grey. I instantly knew where they belonged. I doubted they would ever be there. I put them on the ground beside me and closed my eyes, fleeing into sleep. Chapter 24. Confrontations. So up strides Jack and stands before the other, so bold that he rocked from his heels to his toes and back again. "Oh ho," says he, and he holds up the bag of red pebbles that he'd gathered. "So all that rests on this beach is yours? Well, I say that what I've gathered is mine, and he who wants what is mine will not get it without me taking a piece of his flesh in exchange." And Jack showed the other his every tooth, from white in the front to black in the back, and his fist, too, doubled up like a tree knot. "I'll slam you," he says, "and I'll rip your ears from the sides of your head." And it's certain that he would have that very moment, save that others have no more ears than a toad, as any child knows. But all the same, the other knew he would not take the sack of red pebbles without a fight. So all in a moment, he shimmered and shook. He reeked of dead fish no longer then, but gave off the scent of every flower that blooms in high summer. He shivered his skin so he sparkled, and to Jack's eyes there was suddenly a maiden standing there, naked as a new leaf, and licking her lips as if she tasted honey there. 10 voyages with Jack, voyage the 4th. I think that for a time I slept dreamlessly. Certainly I was weary enough. Far too much had happened to me, far too swiftly. Sleep was as much a respite from thought as it was rest. Yet after a time dreams claimed me and tumbled me. I climbed the steps to Verity's tower. He was sitting at the window, skilling. My heart leapt joyfully at first sight of him, but when he turned to me, his face was grieved.
"You did not teach my son, Fitz. I'll have to take your daughter for that."
Both Nettle and Dutiful were stones on a game cloth, and with a single sweep of his hand he exchanged their positions.
"It's your move," he said.
But before I could do anything, Jinna came to brush all the stones from the cloth into her hand. "I'll make a charm of these," she promised me. "One to protect all of the 6 duchies." "Put it away," I begged her, for I was the wolf, and the charm was one against predators. It sickened and cowed me just to behold it. It was potent, far more potent than any of the other charms she had shown me. It was magic stripped to its most basic form, all human sentiment abraded from it. It was magic of an older time and place, magic that cared nothing for people. It was as implacable as the skill. It was sharp as knives and burning poison. "Put it away." He couldn't hear me. He had never been able to hear me. The scentless one wore it around his throat, and he had opened his collar wide to bear it. It was all I could do to force myself to stand still and guard his back. Even behind him I could feel its harsh radiance. I could smell blood, his and my own. I still felt the warm, slow seep of my blood down my flank, and my strength dripping away with it. A man with a whining dog stood guard over us, scowling. Behind him, a fire burned, and piebalds slept around it. Beyond them was the open mouth of the shelter, and an edge of dawn in the sky. It seemed horribly far away. Our guard's face was contorted not just with anger, but with fear and frustration. He longed to hurt us, but dared come no closer. It was not a dream. It was the Wit. And I was with Nighteyes, and he lived. The surge of joy I felt amused him, but only for an instant.
"Your witnessing this will not make it easier for either of us. You should have stayed away from this."
"Cover the damn thing!" the guard growled at him. "Make me," the scentless one suggested. I heard the fool's lilting reply with the wolf's ears. The whip-snap of his old mockery capered in his words. Some part of him relished this defiance. His sword was gone, taken from him when they had been captured, but he sat defiantly straight, throat bared to show a charm that burned with cold magic. He had placed himself between the wolf and those who would torment him. Nighteyes showed me a chamber, walls of stone, floor of earth. A cave, perhaps. He and the fool were in a corner of it. Blood had sheeted down the side of the fool's tawny face. Dried, it had cracked, so he looked like a badly glazed pot. Nighteyes and the fool were prisoners. Violently taken but kept alive. The fool because he might know where the prince had gone and how, and the wolf because of his link to me. They puzzled that out, that we are linked?
I'm afraid it was obvious to all.
From out of the shadows, the cat appeared. She stalked stiffly towards us. Her whiskers vibrated, and her intent stare fixed on Nighteyes. When the guard's dog turned to look at her, she spat and slashed at him. He leapt back with a yipe, and the guard's scowl deepened. But both he and his dog gave ground to her. She prowled back and forth, padding stiff-legged, and casting sidelong glances up at the fool while rumbling a threat in her throat. Her tail floated behind her. The charm holds her at bay.
Yes, but not for long, I fear.
The wolf's next thought surprised me.
The cat is a miserable creature, honeycombed with the woman as a sick deer is riddled with parasites. She stalks about with a human looking out of her eyes. She does not even move like a true cat anymore.
The cat halted suddenly, and opened her mouth wide as if taking our scent. Then she suddenly spun about and trotted purposefully away.
You should not have come. She senses you are with me. She has gone to find the big man. He is bonded to a horse. The charm does not bother prey, nor those who bond with them.
The wolf's thought rang with contempt for grass-eaters, but there was an element of dread behind it. I pondered. The fool's charm was a charm against predators. It was logical it would not bother the man bonded to the warhorse. Before I could follow that thought further, the cat returned with the man behind her. She sat down at his side, insufferably pleased with herself, and fixed us with a very uncat-like stare. The big man stared too, not at the defiant fool, but past him, at my wolf.
"There you are. We've been waiting for you," he said slowly.
Nighteyes would not meet his gaze, but the big man's words fell on his ears and came to me.
"I have your friends, you treacherous coward. Will you betray them as you've betrayed your old blood? I know you're somewhere with the prince. I don't know how you vanished, nor do I care. I say only this to you. Bring him back, or they die slowly."
The fool stood up between the man and my wolf. I knew he spoke to me when he said, "Don't listen. Stay away. Keep him safe." I could not see past the fool, but the shadow of the big man loomed suddenly larger.
"Your hedge-witch charm means nothing to me, Lord Golden."
Then the fool's flying body crashed suddenly into my battered wolf, and my wit bond to him vanished. I jolted awake. I leapt to my feet, but all I saw was the greying of dawn and the empty beach. I heard only the cries of seabirds wheeling overhead. In my sleep I had drawn my body up into a ball for warmth, but now I shook with something that was not cold. Sweat sheathed me, and I was breathing hard. Sleep had fled completely. I stared out over the sea. My dream still vivid in my mind, I did not doubt the reality of it. I took a long, shuddering breath. The tide was rising again, but had not quite peaked. I sought in vain for some sign of a skill pillar thrusting up from the waves. I would have to wait until afternoon, when the water would be at full ebb. I dared not wonder what would happen to the fool and Nighteyes in the intervening hours. If luck sided with me, the retreating waves would bear the pillar that had brought us here, and I would go back to them. The prince would have to manage here on his own until I could return for him. If the retreating water did not reveal the pillar, I refused to consider what that might mean. Instead, I focused on the problems I could solve right now. Find food and eat it, keep up my strength, and break the woman's hold on the prince. I turned to the still sleeping boy and nudged him firmly with my foot. "Get up," I grated at him. I knew that waking him would not necessarily break his wit link with the cat, but it would make it more difficult for him to focus on it exclusively. When I was a lad, I had spent my sleeping hours dreaming of hunts with Nighteyes. Awake, I was still aware of the wolf, but not in such an immediate way. When Dutiful groaned and rolled away from me, stubbornly clinging to his wit dreams, I bent over him, seized him by the collar, and stood him on his feet. "Wake up!" "Leave me alone, you ugly bastard!" he rasped at me. Cat-like, he glowered at me, head canted, mouth ajar. I almost expected him to hiss and claw at me. Then my temper got the better of me. I gave him a violent shake, then thrust him from me, so that he stumbled back, lost his footing, and nearly fell into the embers of the fire. "Don't call me that," I warned him. "Don't you ever call me that." He wound up sitting on the sand, staring up at me in astonishment. I doubted that anyone had ever spoken to him that way in his life, let alone giving him a shaking. It shamed me that I was the first. I turned away from him and spoke over my shoulder. "Build up the fire. I'm going to see if the tide has bared anything for us to eat before it covers it up again." I strode away without looking back at him. Within 3 strides, I wanted to go back for my boots, but I would not. I didn't want to face him again just yet. My temper with him was still too high, my thwarted fury at the piebald too strong. The tide had not quite reached the sand of the beach. On the bared black rock, I stepped gingerly, trying to avoid barnacles. I gathered black mussels and seaweed to steam them in. I found one fat green crab wedged under an outcropping of rock. He attempted to defend himself by clamping onto my finger. He bruised me, but I captured him and pouched him in my shirt with the mussels. My gathering carried me some little way down the beach. The chill of the day and the simplicity of collecting food cooled my anger towards the prince. Dutiful was being used, I reminded myself, by folk who should know better. The ugliness of what the woman was doing should prove that the folk who conspired had no ethics. I should not blame the boy. He was young, not stupid or evil. Well, perhaps young and stupid. But had not I been the same once? I was returning to the fire when I stepped on the fourth feather. As I stooped to pick it up, I saw the fifth one glinting in the sunlight, not a dozen paces away. The fifth one shone with extraordinary colours, dazzling to the eyes, but when I reached it I decided it had been a trick of the sunlight and damp, for it was as flat and grey as its brethren. The prince was not by the fire when I returned, though he had built up the fire before he left. I set the 2 feathers with the 3 I had found the night before. I glanced about for the lad and saw him walking back towards me. He had evidently visited the stream, for his face was damp and his hair washed back from his brow. When he reached the fire, he stood over me for a time, watching me as I killed the crab and wrapped it and the mussels in the flat fronds of seaweed. With a stick I nudged some of the burning wood aside, and then gingerly placed the packet on the bared coals. It sizzled. He watched me pushing other coals up around it. When he spoke, his voice was even, as if he commented on the weather. "I've a message for you. If you do not bring me back before sunset, they will kill them both, the man and the wolf." I did not even betray that I had heard his words. I kept my eyes on the food, edging the coals closer to it. When I finally spoke, my words were just as cold. "Perhaps, if they do not free the man and the wolf before noon, I will kill you." I lifted my face to look into his, and showed him my assassin's eyes. He took a step back. "But I am the prince!" he cried. An instant later I saw how he despised those words, but he could not call them back. They hung quivering in the air between us. "That would only matter if you acted like a prince," I observed callously. "But you don't. You're a tool, and you don't even know it. Worse, you're a tool used against not just your mother, but the whole of the 6 duchies." I looked aside from him as I spoke the words I must. "You don't even know that the woman you worship doesn't exist. Not as a woman, at any rate. She's dead, Prince Dutiful. But when she died, instead of letting go, she pushed into her cat's mind to live there. She rides the cat, a shameful thing for any old blood one to do. And she has used the cat to lure you in and deceive you with words of love. I do not know what she intends in the end, but it will not be good for any of you. And it will cost my friends' lives." I should have known that she was with him. I should have known that that was the one thing that she would not permit me to tell him. He hissed like a cat from his open mouth as he sprang, and the tiny sound gave me an instant of warning. I leaned to one side as he threw himself at me. I turned to his passage, caught him by the back of his shirt, and jerked him back towards me. I pinioned him in a hug. He threw his head back in an effort to smash my face, but only got the side of my jaw. I had long been wise to that trick, and it was one of my own favourites. It was not much of a fight as fights go. He was at that lanky stage of his growth when bones and muscles do not yet match one another, and he fought with the heedless frenzy of youth. I had long been comfortable in my body, and I had a man's weight and years of experience to back it. With his arms tightly pinioned, he could do little more than toss his head about and kick at me with his feet. I recognized abruptly that no one had ever grappled with him this way. Of course, a prince would be trained with a blade, not with fists, nor had he had brothers or a father for rough play. He did not know what to make of being man-handled in this way. He repelled at me, the wit equivalent of a mental shove. As Burrick had so long ago with me, I deflected it back at him. I felt his shock at that. In the next moment he redoubled his struggle. I felt the fury that coursed through him. It was like fighting myself, and I knew he set no limits as to what he would do in an attempt to injure me. His mindless savagery was limited only by his inexperience. He tried to fling us both to the ground, but I had his balance too well. His efforts to wriggle out of my embrace only made me tighten my grip. His face was bright red before his head suddenly drooped. For a moment he hung limp and gasping in my arms. Then he rasped in a sullen voice, "Enough! You win." I let go, expecting him to drop to the sand. Instead, he spun my knife in his hand and thrust it into my belly. At least that was his intent. The buckle of my sword belt deflected it. The blade skidded across the leather of the belt and then plunged past me, wrapping in my shirt as it went. The blade, so near my flesh, woke my anger. I caught his wrist, snapped it sharply back, and the knife went flying. A blow from my fist to the side of his neck hammered him to his knees. He yowled in fury as he fell, and the sound stood my hair on end. The glaring glance he turned on me was not the prince's, but some awful combination of cat, boy, and a woman who would master them both. Her will was the one that brought him up off his knees and springing towards me. I tried to catch his charge and control him, but he fought like a mad thing, clawing and spitting and ripping at my hair. I hit him hard in the centre of his chest, a blow that should have at least slowed him, but he came back at me, his fury doubled. I knew then that she had full control of him, and that she would care nothing about pain I dealt him. I'd have to damage him if I wanted to stop him, and even at that moment I could not bring myself to do that. So I flung myself to meet his charge, wrapped him in my arms, and used my weight to bear him down. We came down very near the fire, but I was on top, and resolved to stay there. Our faces were inches apart as I made good my hold on him. He twisted his head about wildly and tried to strike me in the face with his brow. The eyes that met mine were not the prince's. She spat up at me and cursed me. I lifted him and slammed him back against the earth. I saw his head bounce off the ground. He should have been near stunned, but he darted his mouth at me as if to bite me. I felt a surge of fury that started somewhere so deep it was outside me. "Dutiful!" I roared. "Stop fighting me!" He went limp in my arms. The woman-cat glared at me furiously. But slowly she faded from his eyes. Prince Dutiful goggled up at me in terror. Then even that faded from his eyes. He stared like a dead man. Blood outlined his teeth. It was his own, leaking from his nose and over his mouth. He lay very still. I felt sickened. I peeled myself away from him and stood slowly, chest heaving. "Ada and El, mercy," I prayed, as I seldom did, but the gods were not interested in undoing what I had done. I knew what I had done. I had done it before, coldly and deliberately. I had used the skill to forcefully imprint on my uncle, Prince Regal, that he would suddenly become adamantly loyal to Queen Catrichan and the child she carried. I had intended that skill imprint to be permanent, and it had been, though Prince Regal's untimely death but a few months later had prevented me from ever knowing how long such an imposed command would remain in force. This time, I had acted in anger, with no thought beyond the moment. The furious command I had given him had printed itself onto his mind with the full strength of my skill behind it. He had not decided to stop fighting me. Part of him doubtless wished to kill me still. His baffled look told me that he had no comprehension of what I had done to him. Neither did I, really. "Can you get up?" I asked him guardedly. "Can I get up?" He echoed my words eerily. His diction was blurred. His eyes rolled about as he seemed to seek an answer in himself. Then his gaze came back to me. "You can get up," I ventured, fearfully. And at my words he could. He came to his feet unsteadily, reeling as if I had knocked him cold. The force of my command seemed to have driven the woman's control away, yet to have supplanted that with my own will over him was no victory for me. He stood, shoulders slightly hunched, as if investigating a pain in himself. After a time, he lifted his eyes to look at me. "I hate you," he told me, in a voice divested of rancour. "That's understandable," I heard myself reply. Sometimes I shared that sentiment. I couldn't look at him. I found my knife on the sand and returned it to its sheath. The prince lurched around the fire, then sat down on the opposite side. I watched him surreptitiously. He wiped his hand across his mouth and then looked at his bloody palm. Mouth slightly ajar, he ran his tongue past his teeth. I feared he would spit some out, but he did not. He made no complaint at all. Instead, he looked like a man trying desperately to recall something. Humiliated and confused, he stared at the fire. I wondered what he pondered. For a time I sat, feeling all the new little pains he had given me. Many of them were not physical. I doubted they equaled what I had done to him. I could think of nothing to say to him, so I poked at the food in the fire. The seaweed I'd wrapped it in had shrunken and dried in the heat and was beginning to char. I poked the packet out from the coals. Inside, the mussels had opened, and the crab's flesh had gone from opaque to white. Close enough to cooked to satisfy me, I decided. "There's food here," I announced. "I'm not hungry," the prince replied. Voice and eyes were distant. "Eat it anyway while there's food to eat," my words came out as a callous command. Whether it was my skill hold upon him or his own common sense I couldn't tell, but after I had taken my share of the food from the seaweed packet, he came cautiously around the fire to claim his share. In some ways he reminded me of Nighteyes when he had first come to me. The cub had been wary and defiant, yet pragmatic enough to realize he had to depend on me to provide for him. Perhaps the prince knew that without me he had no hopes of returning easily to Buck. Or perhaps my skill command had burned so deep that even a suggestion from me must be obeyed. The silence lasted as long as the food did, and a bit longer. I broke it. "I looked at the stars last night." The prince nodded. After a time, "We're a long way from home," he admitted, grudgingly. "We may face a long journey home with few resources. Do you know how to live off the land at all?" Again, a silence followed my words. He did not want to speak to me, but I had knowledge he desperately needed. His question came grudgingly. "What about the way we came here? Can't we go back that way?" A frown divided his brows as he asked, "How did you learn to do that magic? Is it the skill?" I broke a little piece of the truth off and gave it to him. "King Verity taught me to skill, a long time ago." Before he could ask another question, I announced, "I'm going to walk down the beach and climb up those cliffs. It could be there's a town nearby." If I had to leave the boy here alone, I'd do my best to leave him in a safe place. And if the skill pillar did not emerge from the water, then I'd best prepare for a long walk home. My will was iron in that regard. I'd return to Buck if I had to crawl there. And once there, I'd hunt down every one of those piebalds and kill them slowly. The promise gave purpose to my motions. I began to pull on my socks and boots. The feathers still lay on the sand. A flick of my fingers slid them up my sleeve. I'd secure them better later. I did not wish to discuss them with the prince. Dutiful made no reply to my words, but when I stood up and walked away from the fire, he followed me. I stopped at the freshwater stream to wash my hands and face and to drink as well. The prince watched me, and when I was finished he walked upstream to drink himself. While he was occupied, a strip from my shirt secured the feathers to my forearm. By the time he looked up from washing the blood from his face, my sleeve once more concealed them. Together we walked on. The silence felt like a heavy thing we carried between us. I could feel him mulling over what I had told him about the woman. I wanted to lecture him, to batter him with words until he understood exactly what the woman was trying to do. I wanted to ask if she was still in his mind with him. Instead, I bit my tongue and held back my words. He wasn't stupid, I told myself. I'd told him the truth. Now I had to let him work out what it meant to him. We kept walking. To my relief, we found no more feathers on the sand. We found little of anything useful, though the beach seemed to have more than its share of flotsam. There were bits of rotting rope and worm-bored lengths of ship timbers. The remains of a dead-eye lay not far from a thole. As we walked, the black cliff gradually loomed larger, until it towered above us and promised a good vantage of the land around it. As we drew closer, I saw that its face was pocked with holes. In a sand cliff, I would have thought them swallows' nests, but not in black stone. The holes seemed too regular and too evenly spaced to be the work of natural forces. The sun striking them seemed to wake glints in some of them. Curiosity beckoned me. The reality was stranger than anything I could have imagined. When we reached the foot of the cliff, the holes were revealed as alcoves of graduated sizes. Not all, but many of them held an object. Wordless with wonder, the prince and I strolled along looking at the lowest levels of alcoves. The variety of objects put me in mind of some mad king's treasure hoard. One held a jewelled goblet, the next a porcelain cup of amazing delicacy. In a large alcove was something that looked like a wooden helmet for a horse, save that a horse's eyes are set on the sides of its head, not the front. A net of gold chain, studded with tiny blue gems, had been draped over a stone about the size of a woman's head. A tiny box of gleaming wood, with images of flowers on it, a lamp carved from some lustrous green stone, a sheet of metal with odd characters graven into it, a delicate stone flower in a vase. Treasure after treasure after treasure were displayed there. Wonder wrapped me. Who would so display such wealth on an isolated cliff where the wind and waves could batter it? Each item shone as a cherished gem. No tarnish marred the metal, no coating of salt dimmed the wood. To whom did all this belong, and how and why was it here? I looked behind me down the beach, but saw no sign of any inhabitants. No footprints save our own marred the sand. All these marvels were left unguarded. Tempted beyond control, I reached a finger to touch the flower in the vase, only to encounter resistance. It was as if a soft glass covered the opening of the alcove. Foolishly curious, I pressed my hand against the pliable surface. The harder I pressed, the more unyielding the invisible barrier became. I managed to touch one finger to the flower. It moved, and a delicate chiming from its petals just reached my ears. Yet it would have taken a stronger man than I to press a hand in deep enough to grasp that flower. I drew my hand back, and as my flesh left the alcove, my fingers tingled unpleasantly. It reminded me of brushing a nettle, save that it did not last as long. The prince had watched me. "Thief," he observed quietly. I felt like a child caught in some reckless act. I did not intend to take it, but I wished to touch it. "Certainly," he observed sarcastically. "Have it as you will," I replied. I turned my eyes from the distraction of the treasures and looked up the cliff. I realized then that one series of vertical holes was a ladder rather than a succession of alcoves. I said not a word to the prince as I approached them. Studying them, I decided they had been cut for a man taller than myself, but that I could probably manage. Dutiful watched me curiously, but I decided he deserved no explanation. I began my climb. Each handhold was a bit of a stretch for me, and placing my feet demanded that I lift each foot uncomfortably high. I was about a third of the way up the cliff before I realized just how much work the whole climb was going to be. The new bruises the prince had given me throbbed dully. If I'd been myself, I probably would have backed down. I kept climbing, though the old injury in my back began to shriek in protest each time I reached for the next handhold. By the time I reached the top, my shirt was stuck to my back with sweat. I hauled myself over the lip of the cliff on my belly, and then lay still for a moment or two, catching my breath. The wind was freer here, and colder. I stood up slowly and surveyed my surroundings. Lots of water. The shores beyond the point I stood on were rocky and abrupt, no beaches. Behind me I saw forest. Beyond the tableland that fronted our beach was more forest. We were either on an island or a peninsula. I saw no sign of human habitation, no ships on the sea, not even a tendril of smoke rising anywhere. If we had to leave our beach on foot, we'd have to go through the forest. The thought sent a surge of unease through me. After a time I became aware of a thin sound. I walked to the cliff's edge and looked down. Prince Dutiful looked up at me and shouted a question, but the inflection of his words were all that reached my ears. I made a vague hand motion at him, feeling annoyed. If he wanted so badly to know what I saw, let him climb up here himself. My mind was busy with other concerns. Someone had made those alcoves and gathered those treasures. I should see some sign of human occupation somewhere. Logic demanded it. At last I discovered what might be a footpath far down the beach. It led through the tableland and towards the forest. It did not look well used. It might be no more than a game trail, I thought, but I fixed it in my mind in case we had to resort to it. Then I looked out over the retreating water, searching for anything that might indicate worked stone. Nothing was exposed yet, but one area looked promising. As each wave fell back, I had glimpses of what might be several large black stones with straight edges. They were still under a shallow layer of water. I hoped it was not a geological quirk. There was a tangle of driftwood on the beach, with a seaweed-festooned branch that pointed towards the rocks. I noted it as a guide. I wasn't sure the tide would bear the rocks completely, but when it reached its full ebb I intended to investigate them as much as I could. Finally, with a sigh, I lay down on my belly, scrabbled my legs over the edge, and felt for the first foothold. The climb down was even more unpleasant than the journey up, for I had to grope blindly for each step as I descended. By the time I reached the ground, my legs had a tremor of weariness in them. I skipped the last 2 steps, dropping to the sand and nearly falling to my knees. "Well, what did you see?" the prince demanded. I let him wait while I caught my breath. "Water, rocks, trees. No town? No road?" "No." "So what are we going to do?" He sounded annoyed, as if it were all my fault. I knew what I would do. I was going back through the skill pillar, even if I had to dive to find it. But what I said to him was, "What I tell you, she knows. Isn't that true?" That stole all his words from him. He stood for a time, just staring at me. When I set off down the beach, he followed me, unaware of how much authority he had ceded to me. The day was not warm, but hiking on sand demands more effort than walking on solid ground. I was tired from my climb and preoccupied with my own worries, so I made no effort at conversation. It was Dutiful who broke the silence.
"You said she was dead."
He abruptly accused me.
"That's impossible. If she is dead, how does she speak to me?"
I took a breath to speak, sighed it out after a moment, and then took another. "When you are witted, you bond to an animal. It's more than sharing thoughts, it's sharing being. After a time, you can see through the animal's eyes, experience its life as it does, perceive the world as the animal does. It isn't just, 'I know all that. I am piebald, you know.'" He gave a snort of contempt for my words. I don't think an interruption has ever irritated me more. "Old blood," I corrected him sharply. "Tell me you're piebald again, and I'll have to beat it out of you. I've no respect for what they do with their magic. Now, how long have you known that you're witted?" I demanded suddenly.
Why?"
I saw him struggle to push his mind past my threat. I'd meant it, and he knew it. He took a breath.
"For about 5 months. Since the cat was given to me, almost as soon as her leash was given over to me, I felt—"
"You felt a trap closing on you. One you've been too stupid to perceive. The cat was given to you because others knew you were witted before you knew it yourself. So you've shown signs of it without being aware that you were doing so. Someone noticed, someone decided to use you. So they presented you with an animal to bond with. That's not how it's supposed to be, you know. Witted parents don't just hand their child an animal and say, 'Here, this is your partner for as long as you both live.' No. Usually the child is well schooled in the wit and its consequences before it bonds. Usually the child makes a quest of some sort, seeking a like-minded animal. When it's done right, it's like getting married. This wasn't done right. You weren't educated about the wit by people that cared about you. A group of witted saw an opening and took advantage of it. The cat didn't choose you, that's bad enough, but I don't think the cat was even allowed to choose the woman. She stole it, as a kit, from the mother's den, and forced the bond. Then the woman died, but she kept on living in the cat." His eyes were wide and dark, staring up at me. He looked slightly aside from me, and I felt the wit working between them.
"I don't believe you. She says she can explain it all, that you're trying to confuse me."
The words spilled out of him hastily, as if he tried to hide behind them. I glanced over at the boy. Skepticism and confusion had closed his face. I took a breath and kept my temper. "Look, lad, I don't know all the details, but I can speculate. Perhaps she was dying. Maybe that's why she chose such a helpless creature and forced the bond. When a bond is uneven, as that one would have been, the stronger partner can control the weaker one. She could dominate the kit and move in and out, sharing the cat's body as she pleased. And when she died, instead of dying with her own body, she stepped over to the cat's." I stopped walking. I waited until Dutiful met my eyes. "You're next," I said quietly.
"You're mad! She loves me!"
I shook my head. I sense great ambition in her. She'll want a human body of her own again, not to be a cat, not to die when the cat's days are done. She'll have to find someone. It would have to be someone that was both witted and ignorant of the wit. Why not someone well-placed? Why not a prince? Conflicting expressions flickered over his face. Some part of him knew I spoke the truth, and it shamed him that he had been so deceived. He struggled to disbelieve me. I tried to temper my words so that he did not feel so foolish. "I think she selected you. You never had any choice at all, any more than the cat did. The woman cat is what you're bonded to, not the cat itself. And it wasn't done for love of you, any more than she loved the cat. No. Somewhere, someone has a very careful plan, and you're just a tool for it. A tool for the piebalds."
"I don't believe you!"
His voice rose on the words.
"You're a liar!"
On those words, his voice cracked. I saw his shoulders heave with the breath he took. I almost felt my skill command hold him back from attacking me. For a time I was carefully quiet. When I judged he had mastered himself, I spoke very quietly. You've called me a bastard, a thief, and now a liar. A prince should be more mindful of what insults he flings unless he thinks that his title alone will protect him. So here's an insult for you, and a warning. Hide behind being a prince while calling me nasty names, and I'll call you a coward. The next time you insult me, your bloodlines won't stop my fist. I held his gaze until he looked aside from me, a cub cowed by a wolf. I lowered my voice, forcing him to listen carefully to catch my words. You're not stupid, Dutiful. You know I'm not a liar. She's dead, and you are being used. You don't want it to be true, but that's not the same as disbelieving me. You'll probably keep hoping and praying that something will happen to prove I'm wrong. It won't. I took a deep breath. About the only thing I can offer you right now is that none of this is really your fault. Someone should have protected you from this. Someone should have taught you about the old blood from the time you were small. There was no way to admit to either of us that that someone was me. The same person who had introduced him to the wit, and all it could be, through skill dreams when he was 4. We walked for a long time without speaking. I kept my eyes on my seaweed-festooned snag. Once I'd left the prince here, I could not predict how long I'd be gone. Could he care for himself? The treasures in the alcove made me uneasy. Such wealth belonged to someone, and that person might resent an intruder on his beach. Yet I could not take him back with me. He'd be a hindrance. A time alone, taking care of himself, might do him good, I decided. And if I died trying to save the fool and Nighteyes, well, at least the piebalds would not have the prince. I set my teeth, trudged through the sand, and kept my grim thought to myself. We had nearly reached my snag when Dutiful spoke. His voice was very low. You said my father taught you to skill. Did he teach you to... Then he tripped on something. As he fell, the toe of his boot jerked a silver chain free of the sand that had covered it. He sat up, cursing, and then reached down to free his boot. As he dragged the loop chain clear of the sand, I gaped at it. It was an intricately woven thing, each thread of metal the thickness of a horsehair. He coiled it into his hand, a necklace length of chain that filled his palm. He gave a final tug to free the last loop, and a figurine popped from the sand. It was fastened to the chain as a dangling charm. It was the length of Dutiful's little finger. Bright colours had been enamelled onto the metal. It was the image of a woman. We stared down at the proud face. The artist had given her black eyes and let the dark gold shine through for the tone of her skin. Her hair was painted black with a standing blue ornament crowning it. The draped garments bared one of her breasts. Bare feet of dark gold peeped from beneath the hem. She's beautiful, I said. He made no reply. The prince was engrossed by her. He turned the figurine over in his hand and traced the fall of hair down her back. I don't know what this is made from. It weighs scarcely anything. We both lifted our heads at the same instant. Perhaps it was our wit warning us of the presence of another living being, but I do not think so. I had caught the scent of something indescribably foul in the air, yet even as I turned my head to seek the source of the stench, I almost became persuaded it was a sweet perfume. Almost. Some things one never forgets. The insidious tendrilling of mind-touch is one of them. Terror spasmed through me, and I slammed up the skill walls around my mind in a reflex I thought I had forgotten. My reward was that I perceived the full foulness of its stench as I turned to confront a nightmare creature. It stood as tall as I did, but that was only the portion of its body that reared upright. I could not decide if it reminded me of a reptile or a sea mammal. The flat flounder eyes on the front of its face looked unnatural in their orientation. The brain bump of its skull seemed tumescently large. Its lower jaw dropped like a trapdoor as it stared at us. Its mouth could have engulfed a rabbit. A stiff, fishy tongue protruded from it briefly. As we stared, it jerked its tongue back in and closed its jaws with a snap. To my horror, The transfixed prince was smiling at the creature in an addled way. He swayed a step closer to it. I set my hand firmly to his shoulder and gripped hard. I set my thumb to his flesh and tried to invoke the earlier skill bond I had laid on him without breaching my own walls. "Come with me," I said quietly but firmly. I drew him back towards me, and if he did not actively obey, at least he did not resist me. The thing reared up even taller. Sacs at the sides of its throat puffed as it lifted its flipper-like limbs. It suddenly spread finny hands that were large and wide. Claws like bullfish spines stood out from the ends of the digits. Then it spoke, wheezing and belching the syllables. The shock of its distorted words felt like pebbles pelting against me.
"You did not come by the path. How came you?"
"We came by silence," I warned the prince, and gave him a rough shake. I was backing us away from the creature, but it hummocked its ungainly body over the sand towards us. Where had it come from? I glanced about wildly, fearing to see more of the creatures, but there was only the one. It made a sudden rush forwards, interposing its huge body between the tableland and us. I responded by retreating towards the water. It was where I wished to go anyway, the only possible escape that I could imagine. I prayed the tide would bear the skill pillar.
"You must leave it,"
the creature belched at us.
"What the ocean washes up on the treasure beach must always remain here. Drop what you have found."
The prince opened his hand. The figurine fell, but the chain tangled on his lax fingers to dangle from his hand like a puppet.
"Drop it,"
the creature repeated more urgently. I decided the time for subtlety was past. I drew my sword awkwardly with my left hand, for I feared to let go of the prince. "Stay back," I warned. My feet were crunching over barnacles on the uneven rocks. I risked a glance behind me. I could see my squared-off black stones, but they barely stuck out above the water. The creature mistook my look.
"Your ship has left you here. There is nothing out there but ocean. Drop the treasure."
There was a hissing quality to its speech, most unnerving. It had no more lips than a lizard, but the teeth that the open mouth bared were multitudinous and sharp.
"The treasures of this beach are not for humans. What the sea brings here is meant to be lost to humankind. You are not worthy of it."
Seaweed squelched underfoot. The prince slipped and nearly went in. I kept my grip on his shoulder and dragged him back to his feet. 3 more steps, and water lapped around my feet.
"You cannot swim far,"
the creature warned us.
"The beach will have your bones."
Like a distant wind, I faintly felt the buffeting of fear that he directed at us. The prince's mind was unshielded, and he gave a sudden cry of wild terror. "I don't want to drown," he cried out. "Please, I don't want to drown." When he turned to me, the whites showed all round the edges of his eyes. I did not think him a coward. I knew only too well what it was like to have another mind impose panic on my unguarded thoughts. "Dutiful, you have to trust me. Trust me." "I can't," he bellowed, and I believed him. He was torn between us, my skill command for obedience warring with the insidious waves of fear the creature gushed at him. I tightened my grip and dragged him back with me as I retreated. The water was up to our knees. Every wave nudged against us in its passage. The wallowing creature did not hesitate to follow us. Doubtless it would be more at home in the sea. I risked another glance behind me. The skill pillar was close. I felt that vague confusion that the black memory stone always inflicted on me. It was strange to push myself toward disorientation in the hopes of salvation.
"Give me the treasure,"
the creature commanded, and virulent green droplets shimmered suddenly at the edge of its claws. It lifted them menacingly. In one motion, I sheathed my sword, threw my left arm around Dutiful, and flung us both backward into the water. As the creature dived towards us, I thought I saw a sudden flash of comprehension in those inhuman eyes. But it was too late. We fell full length into the cold, salt water, and my groping fingers sought and found the canted surface of the fallen pillar. I had no time to warn the prince, as it swallowed us. We stumbled out into an almost warm afternoon. The prince dropped nervelessly from my grip,
to sprawl on a cobblestone street in the gush of salt water that had accompanied us. I drew a deep breath and looked around us. Wrong face! I had known this could happen, but had been too intent on escaping the thing on the beach to consider it. Each face of a skill pillar was carved with a rune that told where that surface would transport you. It was a wonderful system if one understood what the runes meant. With a jolt, I suddenly grasped how much I had risked. What if this pillar had been buried under stone, or shattered to pieces? I dared not think what might have become of us. Shaking, I stared at the foreign landscape. We stood in the windswept ruins of an abandoned elderling city. It looked vaguely familiar, and I wondered if it were the same city that a similar pillar had once carried me to. But there was no time for exploration or speculation. All had gone wrong. My original plan had been to return alone through the pillar, to rush unhindered to the aid of my friends. But I could not leave Dutiful stunned and alone in this barren place any more than I could have left him on the hostile beach. I'd have to take him with me. "We have to go back," I told the prince. "We have to get back to Buck exactly as we came." "I didn't like that at all." His voice shook, and I knew instinctively that he was not speaking about the creature on the beach. Going through a pillar was a harrowing experience for an untrained mind. Regal had used the pillars recklessly in transporting his young skill users, little caring how many of them went mad from the process. I would not use my prince so recklessly, except that I had no other choice and no time. "I know," I said gently, "but we have to go now before the tide comes in any deeper." He stared at me without comprehension. I weighed him keeping his sanity against what the woman might know through him. Then I threw that concern aside. He had to understand, at least a little, or I'd emerge from the pillar with a drooling idiot. "We have to go back to the pillar on the beach. We know it has a face that will take us back to Buck. We'll have to discover which one." The boy made a small retching sound. He hunkered down on the cobblestones, pressing the heels of his hands to his temples. "I don't think I can," he said faintly. My heart smote me. "Waiting won't make it any better," I warned him. "I'll hold you together as best I can, but we have to go now, my prince." "That thing might be waiting for us," he cried wildly, but I think he feared the passage more than any lurking creature. I stooped and put my arms around him, and although he struggled wildly, I dragged him back into the pillar with me. I had never used a pillar twice in such swift succession. I was unprepared for the sharp sensation of heat. As we emerged, I accidentally snuffed warm seawater up my nose. I stood up, holding Dutiful's head above water. The water around the pillar was seething with the heat from it, and the prince had been right. As I held his lax body in my arms and shook water from my face, I heard startled grunts from the beach. Not one, but 4 of the ungainly creatures had congregated there. At the sight of us, they charged, hunching across the sand and into the waves. No time to think or look or choose. The prince was limp and lolling. I clutched him to me and risked dropping my skill walls to try to hold his mind intact. As an incoming wave drove me to my knees, I slapped a hand to the steaming surface of the skill pillar. It dragged me in. The transit this time seemed unbearable. I swear I smelled a strange odour, oddly familiar and yet repulsive. Dutiful, Dutiful, Prince, heir to the Farseer throne, son of Cotrican. I wrapped his tattering thoughts in my own, and named him by every name I could think of. Then came a moment. He reached back to me. "I know you." That was all I sensed from him, but after that he held on to himself and to me. There was a queer passivity to our bond, and when at length we washed out onto green grass under a lowering sky, I wondered if the prince's mind had survived our escape from the treasure beach. Chapter 25. Ransom. By these signs may you know one who has the potential for the skill. A child who comes of skilled parents. A child who wins often at games of physical skill and his opponents stumble, lose heart, or play poorly against him. A child who possesses memories not rightfully his. A child who dreams, and his dreams are detailed and contain knowledge beyond the child's own experience. Dun Needleson, Skillmaster to King Wielder. The barrow crouched on the hillside above us. It was raining,
a misty but determined fall of water. The grass was deep and wet. I suddenly didn't have the strength to stand by myself, let alone support the prince. As one, we sank down until I knelt on the wet earth. I lowered his body to the sward. His eyes were open, but they stared blindly. Only the rasping of his breath showed me he was alive. We were back in Buck, but our situation was only marginally better than when we had last left here. We were both soaking wet. After a moment I became aware of an odd smell and realized that the pillar behind us was radiating warmth. The smell was the dampness forced out of the stone. I decided I would rather be cold than get too close to it. The figurine still dangled from the chain, tangled in the prince's fingers. I plucked it free, gathered up the chain, and put it inside my pouch. The prince made no response to any of this. Dutiful? I leaned closer and looked directly into his eyes. They didn't focus on me. The rain was falling on his face and his open eyes. I tapped him lightly on the cheek. "Prince Dutiful, do you hear me?" He blinked, slowly. It was not much of a response, but it was better than nothing. "You'll feel better in a little while. Just rest here for a time." I wasn't sure that was true, but I left him on the wet grass and climbed up on top of the barrow. I surveyed the surrounding lands, but saw no other humans. There wasn't much of anything to see, just rolling countryside and a few copses of trees. A flock of starlings wheeled in unison and settled again, squabbling over feed. Beyond the wild meadow there was a forest. There was nothing that looked like an immediate threat, but nothing that looked like food, drink, and shelter either. I was fairly certain that Dutiful would benefit from all three, and feared that without them he would sink further into unresponsiveness. But what I needed was even more basic. I wanted to know if my friends lived. I wanted beyond all rationality to reach out for my wolf. I longed to howl for him, to put my whole heart into that questing. I also knew it was the most foolish and reckless thing I could do. It would not only alert any witted ones nearby that I was here, it would also warn them that I was coming. I forced order onto my thoughts. I needed a refuge, and quickly. It seemed likely to me that the woman and the cat would be constantly questing for the prince. Even now they might be coming for him. The afternoon was already venturing towards evening. Dutiful had told me the piebalds would kill Nighteyes and the fool at sunset if I had not returned him. Somehow I must get the prince to a safe place before the woman could find us, then slip off on my own to discover where the piebalds held my friends and then free them. Before sunset. I racked my brain. The closest inn I knew of was the piebald prince. I doubted that Dutiful would get a fond welcome there. Yet Buckkeep was a long walk and a river fording away. I pondered but could think of no other refuge for him. In his present condition I could scarcely leave him here alone, and another trip through a pillar would be the end of Dutiful's mind, even if we emerged physically unscathed. I once more scanned the empty landscape. I reluctantly admitted that though I had choices, none of them were good. I abruptly decided that I would get us moving and try to think of something better along the way. I gave one final glance around before descending from the barrow. As I did so, my eye caught something, not a shape, but a movement beyond a cluster of trees. I crouched low and stared at it, trying to resolve what I had seen. In a few moments the animal emerged. A horse. Black and tall. My black. She stared towards me. Slowly I stood again. She was too far off to go chasing after her. She must have fled when the piebalds captured Nighteyes and the fool. I wondered what had become of Malta. I watched her for a moment longer, but she only stood and stared back at me. I turned my back on her and descended to the prince. He was no more coherent, but at least he had reacted to the chill rain by drawing into a ball and shivering. My apprehension for him was mixed with a guilty hope. Perhaps, in his present condition, he could not use his wit to let the piebalds know where we were. I set my hand to his shoulder and tried to make my voice gentle as I told him, "Let's get you up and walking. It will warm both of us." I don't know if my words made sense to him. He stared ahead blankly as I pulled him to his feet. Once up, he hunched over his crossed arms. The shivering did not abate. "Let's walk," I suggested, but he did not move until I put an arm around him and told him, "Walk with me now." Then he did, but it was a stumbling, staggering gait. At a snail's pace we fled across the wet hillside. Very gradually I became aware of the thud of hooves behind us. A glance back showed my black following us, but when I stopped, she stopped also. When I let go of the prince, he sagged towards the earth, and the horse immediately became suspicious. I dragged the prince back to his feet. As we plodded on again, I could hear her uneven hoofbeats behind us again. I ignored my black until she had nearly caught up with us. Then I sat down and let Dutiful lean against me until her curiosity overcame her native wariness. I paid no attention to her until her breath was actually warm on the back of my neck. Even then I did not turn to her, but snaked a hand stealthily around to catch hold of the dangling reins. I think she was almost glad to be caught. I stood slowly and stroked her neck. Her coat was streaked with dried leather, and all her tack was damp. She had been grazing around her bit. Mud was crusted into one side of the saddle where she had tried to roll. I led her in a slow circle and confirmed what I feared. She was lamed. Something, perhaps the wit-hounds, had tried to run her down, but her fleetness had saved her. I was amazed that she had even stayed in the area, let alone come back to me when she saw me. Yet there would be no wild gallop to safety for any of us. The best we could do was a halting walk. I spent some little time trying to cajole the prince into standing and mounting the horse. It was only when I lost my patience and ordered him to get to his feet and get on the damned horse that he obeyed me. Dutiful did not respond to conversation, but he obeyed simple orders from me. Then I appreciated how deep that jolt of skill command had gone, and how firmly linked we remained. "Don't fight me," I had charged him, and some part of him interpreted that as, "Don't disobey me." Even with his cooperation, the mount was an awkward maneuver. As I heaved him up into the saddle, I feared he would topple off the other side. I didn't try to ride behind him. I doubted that my black would have tolerated it. Instead, I led her. The prince swayed with my black's hitching gait, but did not fall. He looked terrible. All the maturity had been stripped from his features, leaving him a sick child, his dark circled eyes wide, his mouth drooping. He looked as if he could die. The full impact of that possibility seized my heart in a cold grip. The prince dead, the end of the Farseer line and the shattering of the 6 duchies, a messy and painful death for Nettle. I could not let it happen that way. We entered a strip of open woods, startling a crow who rose, cawing like a prophet of doom. It seemed an ill omen. I found myself talking to both prince and horse as we walked. I spoke in Burrick's soothing cadence, using his reassuring words, in a calming ritual remembered from my childhood. "Come along now. We're all going to be fine. There, there. The worst part is over. That's right, that's right." From that I progressed to humming, and again it was some tune that Burrick had often hummed when he worked on injured horses or labouring mares. I think the familiar song calmed and settled me more than it did the horse or the prince. After a time I found myself talking aloud, as much to myself as to them. "Well, it looks as if Chade was right. You're going to skill whether you're taught to or not, and I'm afraid the same holds true for the wit. It's in your blood, lad, and unlike some, I don't think it can be beaten out of you. I don't think it should be, but it shouldn't be indulged the way you've indulged it either. It's not that different from the skill, really. A man has to set limits on his magic and on himself. Setting limits is part of being a man. So if we come out of this alive and intact, I'll teach you. I guess I'll teach myself as well. It's probably time for me to look into all those old skill scrolls and find out what's really in them. It scares me, though. In the last 2 years, the skill has come back on me like some sort of spreading ulcer. I don't know where it's taking me, and I fear what I don't know. That's the wolf in me, I guess. And Ida's breath, let him be safe right now, and my fool. Don't let them be in pain or dying simply because they knew me. If anything happens to either of them... It's strange, isn't it? How you don't know how big a part of you someone is until they're threatened. And then you think that you can't possibly go on if something happens to them, but the most frightening part is that actually you will go on. You'll have to go on, with them or without them. There's just no telling what you'll become. What will I be if Nighteyes is gone? Look at Small Ferret all those years ago. He went on, even though the only thing left in his little mind was to kill. What about my cat? His voice was soft. Relief washed through me that he had enough mind left to speak. At the same time, I hastily reviewed my thoughtless rambling and hoped he had not been paying too much attention. How do you feel, my prince? I can't feel my cat. A long silence followed. I finally said, I can't feel my wolf either. Sometimes he needs to be separate from me.
He was silent for so long that I feared he wasn't going to reply. Then he said, "It doesn't feel like that. She's holding us apart. It feels as if I am being punished." "Punished for what?" I kept my voice even and light, as if we discussed the weather. "For not killing you. For not even trying to kill you. She can't understand why I don't. I can't explain why I don't, but it makes her angry with me." There was a simplicity to his heart-spoken words, as if I conversed with the person behind all the manners and artifice of society. I sensed that our journey through the skill pillar had stripped away many layers of protection from him. He was vulnerable right now. He spoke and reasoned as soldiers do when they are in great pain, or when ill men try to speak through a fever. All his guards were dropped. It seemed as if he trusted me that he spoke of such things. I counselled myself not to hope for that, nor believe it. It was only the hardships he had been through that opened him to me like this. Only that. I chose my words carefully. "Is she with you now? The woman?" He nodded slowly. "She is always with me now. She won't let me think alone." He swallowed, and added hesitantly, "She doesn't want me to talk to you, or listen. It's hard. She keeps pushing me. Do you want to kill me?" Again, there was that pause before he spoke. It was as if he had to digest the words, not simply hear them. When he spoke, he didn't answer my question. "You said she was dead. It made her very angry. Because it is true. She said she would explain later. She said that should be enough for me." He was not looking at me, but when I gazed at him he turned his whole head aside as if to be sure he would not see me. "Then she was me. And she attacked you with the knife, because I hadn't." I couldn't tell if he was confused or ashamed. "Wouldn't kill me?" I suggested the word. "Wouldn't," Dutiful admitted. I was amazed at how grateful I was for the small piece of knowledge. He had refused to kill me. I had thought only my skill command had stopped him. "I wouldn't obey her. Sometimes I've disappointed her. But now she is truly angry with me. And they're punishing you for that disobedience, by leaving you alone." He gave his head one slow, grave shake. "No, the cat does not care if I kill you or not. She would always be with me. But the woman, she is disappointed that I am not more loyal. So she separates us, me from the cat. The woman thinks that I should have been willing to show that I was worthy of her. How can they trust me if I refuse to prove my loyalty?" "And you prove your loyalty by killing when you're told to kill." He was silent for a long time. It gave me time to reflect. I had killed when I was told to kill. It had been part of my loyalty to my king, part of my bargain with my grandfather. He would educate me if I would be loyal to him. I discovered that I did not want Catricken's son to be that loyal to anyone. He sighed. "It was even more than that. She wants to make the decisions, all the decisions, every time, just as she told the cat what to hunt and when, and took her kills away. When she holds us close, it feels like love. But she can also hold back from us, and yet we are still held." He could see that I did not understand. After a time he added quietly, "I didn't like it when she used my body against you. Even if she hadn't been trying to kill you, I wouldn't have liked it. She pushed me to one side, just like—" He didn't want to admit it. I admired that he forced himself to it. "Just like I felt her push the cat aside, when she didn't want to do cat things. When she was tired of grooming or didn't want to play. The cat doesn't like it either, but she doesn't know how to push back. I did. I pushed her back and she didn't like it. She didn't like that the cat felt me do it either. I think that's the biggest reason why I'm being punished, that I pushed her back." He shook his head, baffled himself, and then asked, "She's so real. How can you be sure she's dead?"
I found I could not lie to him. I feel it. So does Nighteyes. He says the cat is riddled with her, as if she were parasites worming through her flesh. He felt sorry for the cat. Oh. The word was very small. I glanced back at him, and thought he looked more grey than pale now. His eyes went distant, and his thoughts travelled back. When I first got her, she loved for me to groom her. I kept her coat like silk. But after we left Buckkeep, sometimes the cat would want to be brushed, but the woman always said there was no time for that. The cat lost weight, and her fur was rough. I worried, but she always set my worry aside. She said it was just the season, that it would pass, and I believed her, even though the cat wanted to be brushed. He looked stricken. I took no pleasure in telling you that. I suppose it doesn't matter now. For a long time, I led the horse in silence as I tried to puzzle out what his last words meant. Didn't matter that I was sorry, or didn't matter that she was dead. I believed so many things she told me, but I already knew that... They're coming now. The crow has fetched them. A sudden note of remorse came into his voice. His words were halting. They knew to watch the standing stone from all the legends of such stones, but she wouldn't let me tell you that, until now, when it doesn't matter. She finds it humorous now. He suddenly sat up straight in the saddle. Life came back into his face. "Oh, cat!" he breathed. Panic raced over me. I tried to set it aside. A quick scan of all horizons showed me no one, nothing. But he had said they were coming, and I was sure he had not lied. As long as he was with me and linked to the cat, I could not hope to hide from them. I could mount my black behind him and run her to death, but we still would not escape. We were too far from Buckkeep, and I had no other safe place, no other allies, and a crow keeping watch for them. I should have guessed. I dropped all restraint and reached out for my wolf. At least I would know he was alive. I touched him, but the wave of pain that immersed me was scalding. I had discovered the only thing worse than not knowing his fate. He was alive, and he suffered, and he still excluded me from his thoughts. I threw myself against his walls, but he had locked me out. In the fierceness of his defence, I wondered if he was even aware of me. It reminded me of a soldier clutching his sword beyond his ability to use it, or of wolves, jaws locked on each other's throats, dying together. In the space of that moment, in the tortured drawing of a breath, the piebalds appeared. They crested the hillside above us, and some emerged from the forest to our left. Behind us they came across the wild meadows, perhaps 6 of them. The big man on the warhorse rode with them. The crow sailed over us once, and this time his caw was mocking. I looked in vain for a gap in their circle that might permit escape. There was none. By the time I mounted my black and charged towards an opening, the others could effortlessly close it. Death rode towards me from every direction. I halted and drew my sword. The foolish thought came to me that I would rather have died with Verity's sword in my hand instead of this guardsman's blade. I waited. They did not race towards me. Rather, they came at a steady pace, like the slow closing of a noose. Perhaps it amused them to think of me standing there watching them come. It gave me far too much time to think. I sheathed my sword and took out my knife instead. "Get down," I said quietly. Dutiful looked down at me in vague confusion. "Get off the horse," I ordered him, and he obeyed, though I had to steady him before his second foot hit the ground. I wrapped an arm around his chest and carefully set the knife to his throat. "I'm sorry," I told him with great sincerity. Conviction was running through my veins like icy water, but you are better dead than what the woman plans for you. He stood quite still in my grip. I didn't know if he didn't want to risk resistance or if he didn't care to resist. "How do you know what she intends for me?" he asked me evenly. "Because I know what I would do." That statement wasn't quite true, I told myself. I'd never take over another person's body and mind simply for the sake of extending my life. I was too noble for that. So noble that I'd kill my prince before I'd let him be used that way. So noble that I'd kill him, knowing my daughter must then die as well. I didn't want to look too closely at that reasoning. So I held my knife to the throat of Verity's only heir and watched the piebalds come. I waited until they were within shouting distance, and then I raised my voice. "Come any closer, and I'll kill him." The big man on the warhorse was their leader. He lifted his hands to stop the advance of the others, but then he himself rode slowly forwards, as if to test my resolve. I watched him come, and my grip on the prince tightened. "It takes one motion of my hand, and the prince is dead," I warned him. "Oh, come, you're being ridiculous," the big man replied. He continued to walk his horse towards me. My black snorted a query at his beast. "For what will you do if we obediently halt here? Stand in our midst and starve to death?" "Let us go, or I'll kill him," I amended. "Equally silly. Where's the benefit to us in that? If we can't have him, he might as well be dead." His voice was deep and resonant, and it carried well. He had a dark, handsome face, and sat his horse like a warrior. In another time and place I would have looked at him and judged him a man worthy of my friendship. Now his followers laughed aloud at my pathetic efforts to defy him. He and his horse came closer still. The big horse stepped high as he came, and his eyes shone with their wit bond. "And consider what happens if you do kill him as I advance. Once he's dead, we'll all be very annoyed with you, and you still won't have a chance of escape. I doubt that you can even make us kill you swiftly. So, that's my counter-offer. Give us the boy, and I'll kill you quickly. You have my word on that." Such a kind offer. His grave manner and careful speech convinced me he would honour it. Quick death sounded very appealing when I considered the alternatives. But I hated dying without having the last word. "Very well," I conceded. "But he costs you more than my life. Release the wolf and the tawny man. Then I'll give you your prince, and you can kill me." The prince stood motionless in the circle of my arm and knife. I scarcely felt him breathe, yet I could feel him listening, as if my words were soaked into him like water into dry earth. The fine web of skill between us warned me that there was something else going on. He reached out with his unholy combination of wit and skill to someone. I readied my muscles, lest the woman wrest control of his body from him. "Are you lying?" Dutiful asked me so softly that I scarce heard him. But was the question from Dutiful, or the cat's woman? "I'm telling the truth." I lied, sincerely. "If they release Lord Golden and the wolf, I'll free you." To your death. And the second throat I'd cut would be mine. The big man on the big horse gave what might have been a chuckle. "Too late for that, I'm afraid. They're already dead." "No, they aren't." "Aren't they?" He rode his horse closer. I'd know if the wolf died. He no longer needed to shout for his voice to reach me. He spoke in a confidential manner. "And that is why it is so unnatural that you should oppose us. I confess, having you answer that one question alone is enough to make me postpone your death." Warmth for me shone in his eyes, and genuine curiosity came into his voice. "Why, in the name of the life and death that Ada and El encircle, do you stand, like this, against your own kind? Do you like what is done to us? The floggings, the hangings, the quartering and burning? Why do you support it?" I let my own voice ring out to all of them. "Because what you seek to do to this boy is wrong. What the woman did to her cat is wrong. You take to yourself the name of piebalds, and claim pride in your lineage, yet you go against what the old blood teaches. How can you condone what she has done to her cat, let alone what she wishes to do to the prince?" The light in the big man's eyes went cold. "He is a Farseer. Can anything be done to him that does not merit 1,000 times over?" At these words, the prince stiffened in my grasp. "Loudwine, is that truly what you believe?" The youth and incredulity in Dutiful's voice was heartbreaking. "You spoke me fair when I rode with you. You said that eventually I could become the king who would unite all my folk under equal justice. You said—" Loudwine shook his head in disdain for Dutiful's gullibility. "I would have said anything to have you come along quietly. I bought time with fair words until the bond was knitted strong enough. I've had signs through the cat that the task is done. Peladine can take you any time now. If there were not a knife at your throat just now, she'd already have you. but Peladine has no wish to die twice. Once was quite enough for her. Hers was a slow death, coughing and gasping as she grew weaker every day. Even my mother's was swifter. They hung her true, but she was not quite dead when they cut her in quarters to feed their fire. And my father, well, I am sure that the time in which he watched regal Farseer's soldiers dispose of my mother seemed to last years. He smiled unpleasantly at Dutiful. So you see, my family's relationship with the Farseers is a long one. The debt is an old one, Prince Dutiful. I think the only pleasant time that Peladine had in her last years were the hours in which we spent planning this for you. It is only fitting that a Farseer should actually restore a life for the ones that have been taken from me. And there it was. The seed of hate from which all this had sprung. Once more, the Farseers did not have to see far to know whence their ill fortune came. The prince's pitfall was built from his uncle's arrogance and cruelty. Hatred was the legacy Regal had bequeathed to me as well, but my heart closed against the sympathy that fled in me. The piebalds were my enemies. Regardless of what they had suffered, they had no right to this boy. "And what was Peladine to you, Loudwine?" I asked evenly. I suspected I knew the answer, but he surprised me. "She was my womb sister, my twin, as like to me as woman can be to man. Bereft of her, I am the last of my line. Is that reason enough for you?" "No, but it is for you. You would do anything to have her live again in human flesh. You'd help her steal this boy's body to house her mind, even though that goes against every old blood teaching we hold dear." I let my voice ring with righteousness. If my words shocked any of his warriors, they hid it well. Loudwine halted his horse a sword's length away from us. He leaned down to fix me with his stare. "There's more to it than a brother's grief. Break your lackey's bonds to the Farseer family and think for yourself. Think for your own kind. Forget our old customs of limiting ourselves. Old blood is a gift from Ida, and we should use it. There is great opportunity here, for all of us who bear old blood. We have a chance to be heard. Let the Farseers admit to themselves what legend has long said is true. The wit is in their blood as thick as the skill. This boy will be king someday. We can make him ours. When he steps into power, he can end the persecution we have endured so long." I bit my lower lip in a show of thoughtfulness. Loudwine could little imagine what decision I truly weighed. If I did as he wished, the Farseer line would still have its heir, in body at least. Nettle could live a life of her own, free of fate's entangling web, and there might be good in it, for the old blood and the 6 duchies. All I had to do was surrender Dutiful to a life of torment. The fool and my wolf would go free, and Nettle could live, and perhaps the old blood could eventually be free of persecution. Even I could live, give up a boy I scarcely knew to buy all that. One single life weighed against all those others. I made my decision. "If I thought you spoke true," I began, and then halted. I stared at Loudwine. "You might come over to us." He believed me to be a man caught between death and compromise. I let uncertainty show in my eyes, and then gave the briefest possible nod. I reached up one-handed and tugged at my collar, loosening it. Jinnah's beads peeped out at him. "You like me," I begged him. "Trust my words. Desire me for a friend." Then I spoke my coward's speech. "I could be useful to you, Loudwine. The Queen expects Lord Golden to bring the prince back to her. If you kill him, and the prince goes back alone, they will wonder what became of Golden and why. If you let us live, and we take the prince back to them, well, I can explain away the changes in his demeanour. They'll accept him back unquestioningly." His eyes wandered over me, deliberating. I watched him convince himself. "And Lord Golden would go along with what you said?" I made a small sound of derision. He has not the wit. He has only his eyes to tell him that we have regained a prince alive and unharmed. He will think only of his hero's welcome at Buckkeep. He will believe that I negotiated the prince's freedom, and be glad to claim the credit for it at court. In fact, he will witness me doing it. Take us to where you hold him. Let us make a show for him. Send him on his way with my wolf, assuring him that the prince and I will follow. I nodded sagely, as if confirming the thought to myself. Actually, it is best if he is well on his way. He should not witness the woman taking over the boy. He might wonder what was amiss with him. Let Lord Golden be gone first. You seem very concerned for his safety, Loudwine probed. I shrugged. He pays me well to do very little, and he tolerates my wolf. We are both getting on in years. Such a post is not easily found. Loudwine grinned, but in his eyes I saw his secret contempt for my servant's ethic. I opened my collar more. He glanced at Dutiful. The boy's eyes were fixed on his face. A problem, Loudwine observed softly. The boy has no benefit in our bargain. He may well betray it to Lord Golden. I felt Dutiful draw breath to speak. I tightened my grip on him, asking for silence while I thought, but he spoke anyway. My interest is in living, he said clearly, however poor an existence it may become, and in my cat, for she is true to me, even if your sister is false to both of us. I will not abandon the cat to her. And if she takes my body from me, then perhaps that is the price I must pay for letting a piebald make a fool of me with promises of fellowship and love. His voice was steady and pitched to carry. Beyond Loudwine's shoulder, I saw two of his riders look aside, as if Dutiful's words pained them. But no one spoke up on his behalf. A thin smile twisted Loudwine's mouth. Then our pact is made. He extended his free hand towards me, as if we would seal the bargain with a touch. He smiled disarmingly at me. Take your knife from the boy's throat. I gave him a wolf's smile in return. I think not just yet. You have said this Paladine can take him at any time. Perhaps, if she does, you will think you have no need of me. You might kill me, let your sister have the boy, and then present him to Lord Golden, the hostage, free to return to court. No. We will do it my way. Besides, this lad may change his feelings about what we do. The knife helps him remember that my will is what will be. I wondered if Dutiful would hear my promise enfolded in those words. I kept my eyes fixed on Loudwine and did not vary my tone. Let me see Lord Golden remounted and set free, with my wolf at his side. Then, when I see how you keep your word, I will surrender us both to your will. Feeble, feeble plan. My true strategy went no further than getting them to take us to the Fool and Nighteyes. I continued to hold my smile and gaze on Loudwine, but I was aware of the others edging their horses closer. My grip on the knife was steady. At some point, the prince had reached up to grasp my wrist. I had scarcely been aware of his touch, for although it looked like he resisted my blade, he did not. In truth, it was almost as if he held the knife steady against his own throat. We will do it your way, Loudwine conceded at last. It was an awkward business to mount my black while keeping my knife a threat to the prince, but we managed it. Dutiful was almost too cooperative a victim. I feared Loudwine would see. I would have given much just then for the prince to have been trained in skilling. Our thread of joining was too fine for me to know his thoughts, nor did he know how to focus his mind towards mine. All I could sense was his anxiety and determination. Determination to do what, I could not divine. My black was not pleased with the doubled burden she had to carry, and my heart misgave me. Not only did I risk making her injury worse or permanent, but if it became necessary to flee, she would already be weary and sore. Every hitch of my black's limp was a rebuke to me, but I had no alternative. We rode, following Loudwine and his companions closed in around us. They did not look well disposed towards me. I recognized a woman from our brief battle. I did not see either of the men I had fought. The prince's former companions showed no evidence of sympathy or friendship for him now. He did not seem to see them, but rode looking forwards with the point of my knife pressed high against his ribs. We turned back and cut across the hillsides, past the barrow and towards the forest. The land we crossed hummocked oddly, and I soon decided that many years ago a town of some sort had stood here. Meadow and woods had taken the land again, but land that has borne the plough ever after lies flatter. Moss had coated the stony walls that had once divided pasture land, and grass grew upon that, amidst the thistle and bramble that seemed to love such stony places. No one lives forever, the walls seemed to say. 4 stones stacked atop one another will outlive all your dreams, and still stand when your descendants have long forgotten that you lived here. Dutiful was silent as we rode. I kept my knife at his ribs. I do believe that if I had felt the woman take over his body, I would have pushed the blade home. His mind seemed far away. I used the time to assess our captors. There was an even dozen, including Loudwine. We came at last to a cave cut into the side of a hill. Long ago someone had added stone walls to extend the space. The remnants of a wooden gate hung drunkenly to one side. Sheep, I thought. It would be a good place to hold sheep at night, with the cave for shelter if rain or snow came too strong. My black lifted her head and gave a whinny of greeting to Malta, and the 3 other horses tethered there. I made it 15 of them, a respectable force to take on, even if there had been more than one of me. I dismounted with the others and pulled the prince down after me. He staggered as he landed on his feet, and I caught him. His lips were moving as if he whispered something to himself, but I heard nothing. His eyes seemed glassy and distant. I set the knife firmly to his throat. If she tries to take him before the others are freed, I'll still kill him, I warned them. Loudwine looked surprised by my threat. Then, "Paladine!" he bellowed. In reply, a hunting cat came bounding out of the cave. She fixed me with a hateful stare. Her slow advance towards me was the angry step of a thwarted woman, not a cat's stalk. The prince had dropped his gaze to the cat. He said nothing, but I felt the ragged sigh of his breath as it escaped him. Loudwine advanced to the cat, and then went down on one knee to speak quietly to her. "I've struck a bargain," he told her quietly. "If we let his friends go free, he gives us the prince unscathed. More, he escorts you back to Buckkeep and helps you become accepted there." I don't know if some sign of affirmation passed between them, or if Loudwine simply assumed her consent. When he stood, he spoke more loudly. "Inside! Your companions are there." I was horribly reluctant to follow him into that cave. Out in the open we had some small chance of escape. Inside we would be cornered. The only thing I could promise myself was that they would not get Dutiful. To cut his throat would be the work of an instant. I was not so certain I could give myself a quick death, let alone Nighteyes or the Fool. Within the cave a small fire burned, and my stomach complained at the smell of roasting meat. A camp of sorts had been pitched there, but to my eyes it had the look of a brigand's den rather than a military encampment. The thought warned me that I should not be entirely confident that Loudwine had control of his people. Because they followed him did not mean they were subject to him. That cheery thought was entertaining me as I searched the shadowy interior of the cave, while Loudwine was quietly conferring with the folk he had left on guard there. He had not placed anyone in charge of us. All eyes were on him, and I eased away from the crowd. A few noticed my movement, but no one protested it. Jinnah's charm still rode outside my shirt, and I smiled disarmingly. Obviously, I was going deeper into the cave, not trying to escape to the outdoors. It was another indication of how informal Loudwine's command was. My fear that the piebalds was some sort of witted army dissolved into a sickening suspicion that they were actually a witted mob. My heart found my friends before my eyes. I saw 2 huddled shapes on the floor at the back of the cave. I did not ask permission. With my knife at Dutiful's throat, I walked us to them. Towards the back of the cave, the ceiling dropped and the rock walls narrowed. In that little space they slept. Their bed was the fool's cloak, or what remained of that fine garment. Nighteyes sprawled on his side, caught in the sleep of exhaustion. The fool lay beside him, his body curled protectively around the wolf's. They were both filthy. The fool had a strip of bandaging tied around his brow. The gold of his skin had gone sallow, and one side of his face was marred with bruises. Someone had taken his boots, and his narrow, pale feet looked bruised and vulnerable. The wolf's throat was matted with blood and saliva, and his breathing had a whistle in it. I wanted to drop to my knees beside them, but I feared to take my knife from Dutiful's throat. "Wake up," I bade them quietly. "Wake up, you 2, I've come back for you." The wolf's ears flicked, and then he opened an eye to me. He shifted, trying to lift his head, and the stirring woke the fool as well. He opened his eyes and stared at me, unbelieving. Despair dragged at his face. "You have to get up," I warned him quietly. "I've struck a bargain with the piebalds, but you'll have to get up and be ready to move. Can you walk, both of you?" The fool had the owlish look of a child awakened in deep night. He sat up stiffly.
What sort of a bargain?"
He looked at the charm at my throat, made a small sound, and deliberately pulled his eyes away. Hastily I tugged my collar closed. Let no charm cloud his mind now. No artificial affection make him reluctant to leave when he could. Loudwine was coming towards us, Dutiful's hunting cat at his side. He did not look pleased that I had managed to talk to his captives without him present. I spoke quickly, letting my voice carry to him. "You two go free, or I kill the prince. But once you are free, the prince and I will follow, trust me." And my time to speak to them, alone, had gone. The wolf sat up ponderously, levering himself off the floor. When he stood, his hindquarters swayed and he staggered a step sideways before he recovered. He smelled foul, of old blood and piss and infection. I did not have a hand free to touch him. I was too busy threatening Dutiful's life. He came to lean his bloodied head against my leg, and our thoughts flowed in the contact.
"Oh, Nighteyes."
"Little brother, you lie."
"Yes, I lie to them all. Can you get the scentless one back to Buckkeep for me?"
"Probably not."
"It eases my heart to hear you say that. It's so much better than we'll all die here."
"I would rather stay and die beside you."
"I would rather not witness that. It would distract me from what I must do."
"What of Nettle, then?"
This thought was harder to share with him. "I cannot steal the life of one for the sake of the other. I do not have that right. If we all must die, then—" My thoughts sputtered to a halt. I thought of the strange moments that I'd shared in the flow of the skill with that great other presence. I groped for some sort of comfort for us. Perhaps the fool is wrong, and time cannot be shifted from its course. Perhaps it is all determined before we are born, or perhaps the next white prophet will choose a better catalyst. I felt him dismiss my philosophical musing.
"Give him a clean death, then."
"I will try." It was the merest trickle of thought between us, sieved through his pain and caution. It was like rain after a drought. I cursed myself for all the years we had shared this, and I had let my soul go yearning after the skill. The end of this sharing loomed before me, and I only now perceived the full sweetness of all we had known. My wolf was a tottering step or two from death. I would likely kill myself, or be killed before the afternoon was over. The dilemma of what one of us would do when the other died had been snatched away from us and replaced with the reality. Neither of us would go on forever. The fool had managed to stand. His golden eyes searched my face desperately, but I dared show him nothing. He drew himself up and became Lord Golden when Loudwine began speaking. The piebald leader's voice was rich and polished, his powers of persuasion like a warming cloak. Behind him his followers fanned out to witness. "Your friend has summed it up for you. I have proven to his satisfaction that we never intended to hurt the prince, only to let him see for himself that those of us you call Witted are not evil beings to be torn to pieces, but simply humans with a special gift from Ada. It was all we desired, that our prince could be shown that. We regret the depth of our misunderstanding, and that you have been injured in the process of sorting it out. But now you may take your horse and go free. The wolf also. Your friend and the prince will come after you shortly. All of you will return to Buckkeep, where it is our earnest hope that Prince Dutiful will speak out on our behalf." Lord Golden's eyes travelled from Loudwine to me and back again. "And the reason for the knife is?" Loudwine's deprecatory smile spoke volumes. "Your servant has little trust of us, I fear. Despite our assurances, he feels he must threaten Prince Dutiful until he is satisfied you are freed. I commend you for having such a loyal servant." I could have driven cattle through the gap in his logic. A slight flicker in Lord Golden's eyes told me of his doubts, but at my slow nod he bobbed his own assent. He did not know the game, but he trusted me. Before the day was out, he would curse that trust. I closed my heart against that thought. This poor bargain was the best I could do for any of us. I forced the betrayal from my lips. "My lord, if you would take my good dog and go, I will soon follow after with the prince." "I doubt we shall go far or swift this day. As you can see, your dog is grievously hurt." No need to hurry. I shall be along to join you soon, and we can make our way home together." Lord Golden's face remained concerned but calm. Perhaps only I was aware of all that battled within him. The situation did not make sense to him, but I obviously wanted him to take the wolf and leave. I almost saw him make his choice. He stooped to take up his once rich cloak, now stained with blood and earth. He shook it out, and then swept it over his shoulders, as if it were still a fine garment. "I will have my boots returned to me, of course. And my horse?" The nobleman, conscious of his superior birth, was back in his voice. "Of course," Loudwine agreed, but I saw several scowling faces in the crowd behind him. Malta was a fine horse, a rich prize for whoever had captured Lord Golden. "Then we shall go, Tom. I shall expect you to follow immediately." "Of course, master," I humbly lied. "With the prince. I shall not leave until he precedes me," I promised heartily. "Excellent," Lord Golden confirmed. He nodded to me, but the fool's eyes shot me a troubled glance. The look he turned on Loudwine was chill. "You have treated me no better than common ruffians and highwaymen would have. I will be unable to conceal my condition from the Queen and her guard companies. You are fortunate indeed that Tom Badgerlock and I are willing to confirm to her that you have seen the error of your ways. Otherwise, I am sure she would send her troops to hunt you down like vermin." He was perfection as the affronted nobleman, yet I nearly roared at him to shut up and get away while they could. Throughout, the Mistcat watched Dutiful as a house cat watches a mousehole. I could almost feel the woman's hunger to possess him completely. I had no faith that she would be bound by Loudwine's bargain any more than his mob. If she moved to take him, if Dutiful showed any sign of her invading him, I would have to kill him, whether the fool had escaped or not. I desperately wanted them gone. I smiled, hoping it did not look too much like a snarl as Lord Golden gripped Loudwine with his eyes. Then he dared to sweep the gathered mob with that golden glance. I was not certain what they thought, but I firmly believed that he memorized every face he gazed upon. I saw anger stir in many of them at his look. And all the while the prince stood in the circle of my arm, my knife to his throat. Ransom for my friends' lives. He stood very still, as if thinking of nothing at all. He met the cat's gaze evenly. I dared not guess what passed between them, not even when the cat glanced aside and stared resolutely past him. Anger hardened Loudwine's features for a moment, but then he mastered them. "Of course you must report to the Queen, but when she has heard an accounting from her son of his experience with us, perhaps she will be more sympathetic to our position." He made a small motion with his hand, and after a pause his followers parted. I did not envy Lord Golden his walk through that tunnel of animosity. I looked down at Nighteyes. He leaned against my leg and pressed hard there for a moment. I focused my mind to the point of a pin. "Go to Earth as soon as you may. Lead him off the road and hide as best you can." Such a dolorous look he gave me. Then our minds parted. Nighteyes tottered after him, stiff-legged but dignified. I did not know how far he would get, but at least he would not die in this cave, surrounded by hounds and hunting cats that hated him. The fool would be beside him. That was as much comfort as I could find for myself. The mouth of the cave was an arch of light. In that halo I saw Malta brought to the fool. He took her reins but did not mount her. Instead, he led her in a slow walk, one that matched the pace Nighteyes could sustain. I stared after them. A man and a horse and a wolf walking away from me. Their figures dwindled smaller, and I became aware of Dutiful standing in the circle of my arm, his breathing matching mine. Life walked away from me, and I embraced death here. "I'm so sorry," I whispered by his ear. "I'll make it fast." He already knew. My son's reply was the barest stirring of air. "Not yet. A small corner still belongs to me. I can hold her off. For a time, I think. We will let them get as far as they can." Chapter 26. Sacrifice. Although it is commonly spoken of as the Mountain Kingdom, that territory and its rulers do not at all follow the 6 duchies concept of what constitutes a true kingdom. A kingdom is most often visualized as a single people in a common territory, ruled over by a monarch. The mountains do not lend themselves to any of those three defining limits. Rather than a single folk, there are the roving hunters, the migratory herd folk, traders and travellers with set patterns of routes, and those who choose to eke out a living on scattered little farms throughout the region. It is easy to understand that these folk may share few common interests. It is natural, then, that the ruler of these folk is not a king in the traditional sense. Rather, the line began with a mediator, a wise man who was adept at arbitrating the disputes that were bound to arise between such disparate peoples. The legends of the Chayurda kings abound with tales of rulers willing to offer themselves as ransom, to risk not only wealth, but also their own lives for their people. From this tradition comes the honorific the mountain people bestow on their ruler. Not king or queen do they call their monarch, but sacrifice. Chivalry Farseer, of the Mountain Kingdom. They moved in, drifting like silt, until Loudwine's folk stood dark between the light and me. I gazed round at the staring circle of my enemies. The daylight behind them made it hard to distinguish their features in the dim cave, but as my eyes adjusted, I studied each face. They were mostly young men, and among them 4 young women. None looked older than Loudwine, no old-blood elders here. The piebalds were a young man's cause. 4 of the men had the same large, square teeth, brothers, or at least cousins. Some seemed almost neutral, but none looked friendly. The only smiles I saw were gloatingly hostile. I loosened my collar again. If Jinnah's charm made any difference, I did not perceive it. I wondered if any were related to the man I had killed at the trailhead. There were animals with them, though not so many as I would have expected. 2 hounds and a cat were there, and one man had a raven on his shoulder. I kept my silence, waiting, with no idea as to what would happen next. The prince's cat had never moved from where she crouched on the floor before us. Several times I had seen her glance aside, but each time her eyes had eventually returned to the lad, burning with a peculiar fixation that made them seem human. Loudwine had gone to the mouth of the cave to make his false farewell to Lord Golden. Now he smiled confidently as he came back to confront us. "I think we can dispense with your knife," Loudwine observed, evenly. "I've kept my part of the bargain." "It might not be wise," I cautioned him. Then I lied. "The boy tried to get away just a minute ago. The only thing that kept him still was the knife. Best I keep it on him until she's—" I sought for the words. "All the way in," I finished lamely. I saw 1 or 2 faces twitch with uneasiness. Deliberately I added, "Until Paladin takes his body as her own completely." I saw 1 woman swallow. Loudwine seemed unaware that this troubled some of his followers. His affable manner never wavered. "I think not. It pains me to see you menace a throat that will soon belong to my kin. Your knife, sir. You are among your own kind here, you know. You have nothing to fear." He extended a hand for it. Experience had taught me that those most like me presented the greatest threat to me. But I let a slow smile spread over my face and took my knife from the prince's throat. I did not give it to Loudwine, but sheathed it at my belt. I kept 1 hand always on Dutiful's shoulder, holding him at my side. Here, where the cave narrowed, I could thrust him behind me if need be. I doubted that need would arise. I intended to kill him myself. 20 years ago Shade had drilled me repeatedly in all the ways there were to kill a man with my hands. I had learned silent ways, and swift ways, and ways that were slow. I hoped I would be as quick and accurate as I had once been. The most satisfying tactic would be to wait until the woman took the boy's body and then kill Dutiful so quickly that the woman would die with him, unable to flee back into her little cat's body. Would I still have time to kill myself before they pulled me down? I doubted it. Best not dwell on such thoughts. Suddenly the prince spoke up for himself. "I won't struggle." He shrugged clear of my hand on his shoulder and stood as straight as the low ceiling would allow. "I've been a fool. Perhaps I deserve this for my foolishness. But I thought—" His gaze had been travelling the faces that surrounded us. His eyes seemed to know where to linger, and in the wake of his glance I saw uncertainty kindle on a few faces. "I thought you genuinely believed me one of your own. Your welcome and aid seemed so real. My bond with the cat, I never felt anything like that. And when the woman came into my mind and said that she loved me..." His voice hesitated over those words, but he forced it on. "I thought I had found something real, something worth more than my crown or my family or even my own duty to my people. I was a fool. So, her name was Paladine, was it? She never told me her name. And of course I never saw her face. Well..." He folded his knees and sat cross-legged. He opened his arms to the staring cat. "Come, cat. You at least loved me for myself. I know you like this no better than I do. Let us both be done with this." He glanced up at me, a swift glance, fraught with a meaning I could not discern. It chilled me. "Don't despise me as a complete fool. The cat loves me, and I love the cat. That much at least was always true." I knew that when the creature climbed into his lap, the contact would strengthen their bond. The woman would cross into him easily. His dark eyes were steady on mine. I saw Catrichan suddenly in his features, in his calm acceptance of what would be. His words were for me. If by doing this I would be freeing the cat of her, I would rejoice. Instead I go to share her entrapment. We shall be two that she bonded to, simply for the use of our bodies. She never had any need for our hearts save to use them against us. Dutiful Farseer turned away from me, closing his eyes. He bowed his head to the advancing animal. There was not a sound, not even an indrawn breath, in the cave. All watched, all waited. Several faces were white and taut. One young man turned aside, shuddering, as the cat stalked up to him. She pressed her striped brow to the prince's, marking him as cats do. As she swiped her face against his, her green gaze brushed mine.
"Kill me now!"
The sharp mind-to-mind contact was so unexpected I could not reach to it. What had Jinna's cat told me? That all cats can speak, but that they choose when and to whom. The mind that touched mine was a cat's mind, not a woman's. I stared at the little hunting cat, unmoving. She opened her jaws wide but soundlessly, as if a twinge of pain too great to express had passed through her. Then she gave her head a shake.
"Stupid brother to a dog! You waste our chance! Kill me now!"
These words struck my mind with the impact of a blow. "No!" cried Dutiful, and belatedly I realized he had not been privy to her first words to me. He clutched at the mist-cat, but she launched from the floor to Dutiful's shoulder and at me, heedless of how her claws scored him in that spring. She flew at me, claws raw and mouth wide. What is so white as a cat's teeth against her red mouth? I tried to reach my knife, but she was too fast. She landed on my chest, the curved claws of her front paws hooking securely into my flesh as her hind legs ripped at my belly. She turned her face sideways, and all I saw were teeth descending on my face as I fell backwards into the corner of the cave. Other voices shouted. "Paladine!" Loudwine roared, and I heard the prince's agonized cry of, "No, no!" But I was occupied with saving my eyes. I pushed at the cat with one hand, as I dragged at my sheathed knife with the other, but her claws were well set in my flesh. I could not budge her. I twisted my face aside as we went down, inadvertently baring my throat to her fangs. She seized that opportunity quite literally, and as I felt her teeth enter my flesh, thwarted only by the beads of Jinna's charm, I managed to pull my knife free. I did not know if I fought the woman or the cat, only that the creature intended to kill me. It mattered, but not in a way that would stay my hand. It was awkward to stab her as she clung to my chest, for her spine and ribs turned my blade twice. On the third time, I finally managed to sink the metal into her. She let go of my throat to sound her death yowl. But her claws remained firmly fixed in my chest. Her hind legs had shredded my shirt. My belly was striped with fire. I pulled her body off mine, cursing. But when I would have flung it aside, Dutiful snatched it from me.
Cat! Oh, Cat! He cried, and clutched the lifeless body to his, as if it were his child. You killed her! He cried accusingly. Paladine! Loudwine asked wildly. Paladine! Perhaps if his bond animal had not just been slain, Dutiful would have had the presence of mind to pretend his body held the woman's mind. But he did not, and before I could regain my feet, I saw Loudwine's boot flying towards my head. I flung myself aside into a roll and sprang to my feet in a performance worthy of the fool's younger self. My knife was still in the cat's body, but my sword still hung at my belt. I dragged it free and charged at Loudwine. "Run!" I bellowed at the prince. "Get away! She bought your freedom with her life. Don't waste that!" Loudwine was a bigger man than I, and the sword he was drawing would give him a sizable advantage in reach. I gripped my hilt two-handed and took off his forearm before his weapon cleared his sheath. He went down with a shriek, clutching at the spurting stump as if it were a cup held aloft in a toast. Shock held the mob back for an instant. Barely time for me to take 2 steps and crowd Dutiful into the alcove behind me. He had not fled, and now it was too late. Perhaps it had always been too late. He went to his knees, the cat in his arms. I swung my blade in a madman's wild arc, forcing the mob back. "Get up!" I roared at him. "Use that knife!" I was peripherally aware of him coming to his feet behind me. I had no idea if he had the knife from the cat's body. Fleetingly, I wondered if he would put it in my back. Then the wave of men surged forwards, some in the front propelled only by the push of men behind them. 2 grabbed Loudwine and dragged his curled body out of my reach. Someone jumped past them to confront me. The quarters were too close for anything except butchery. My first wide cut laid open his belly and slashed the face of another man as it finished. That slowed their rush, but then they bunched towards me. The men attacking us were hampered by their own numbers. When I was forced back, I felt the prince step aside, and suddenly both our backs were to the wall of the cave. He darted past me to stab a man who had just managed to slip inside my guard, and then spun to his right to defend himself. He screamed like a wild cat as he struck out at his man, and the man answered with a shriek of pain. I knew we had no chance, so when the arrow flew past my ear to shatter on the wall behind me, I was not too alarmed. Some fool wasted breath sounding a horn. I ignored it, as I ignored the cries of the men falling in front of me. One was dying, and I finished another on the backstroke. I swung my blade wide, and unbelievably they gave ground before me. I roared my triumph, and stepped forwards into the gap. My body shielded Dutiful's now. "Come and die!" I snarled at them all. My free hand beckoned them in. "Blades down!" someone shouted. I swung my sword again, but those confronting me gave ground, tossing their swords to the earth. They cleared the way for an archer to advance on me. Other bowmen backed him, but his nocked arrow pointed straight at my chest. "Put it down," he shouted again. It was the boy who had ambushed us, the one who had shot Laurel and then fled with her. As I stood panting, wondering if I should force him to kill me, Laurel spoke behind him. She tried to speak calmingly, but her voice shook. "Blade down, Tom Badgelock, you're amongst friends." Battle makes the world a small place, makes all life no bigger than the sweep of your sword's length. It took me a time to come back to myself, and I was fortunate that they allotted me that time. I stared about, trying to make sense of what I saw, the archer and Laurel, and the folk who stood behind her, bows drawn. These were strangers, older folk than Loudwine's band. 6 men, 2 women, most carried bows, but a few had only staffs. Some of the arrows were pointed at Loudwine's folk. They had dropped their swords and stood as much at bay as I was. Loudwine was on the floor, rolling in their midst, still clutching at his stump. 2 steps, and I could finish him at least. I drew a breath. Then I felt Dutiful's hand on my upper arm. He pushed down firmly. "Blade down, Tom," he said, evenly. And for a moment it was Verity's calming voice in my ear. The strength went out of my arm, and I let the tip of my weapon drop to the floor. Each panting breath I took was a flow of torment down my parched throat. "Drop it," the archer repeated. He stepped closer, and I heard the small sounds of a bow drawn tauter.
I felt my heart begin to race again. I calculated the distance I'd have to cover.
"Hold!" Lord Golden interceded suddenly. "Give him a moment to come to himself. Battle fury takes him, and his mind is not his own."
He came, pushing his way to the front of the massed archers, and then stepped out between them and me, with a fine disregard for the arrows that now pointed at his back. He did not even glance at the piebalds who grudgingly parted to let him through. "Easy, Tom," he addressed me, as if calming a horse. "It is done now. It's all done." He stepped forwards and set his hand on my arm, and I heard a murmur run through the crowd, as if he had done something amazingly brave. At his touch, the sword fell from my grasp. Beside me, Dutiful dropped suddenly to his knees. I looked down at him. There was blood in his hand and shirt front, but it did not seem to be his. He dropped my knife now and gathered the limp cat from the floor into his arms. He held it to his breast, as if it were a child, and rocked back and forth, keening. "My cat! My friend!" A look of terrible concern washed over Lord Golden's face. "My prince," he began worriedly. He stooped to touch the lad, but I caught him and turned him aside. "Leave him alone," I suggested quietly. "Give him his time to mourn." Then, tottering stiffly through the crowd, came my wolf. When he reached my side, it was my turn to sink down beside him. After that, little enough attention was paid to Tom Badgerlock and his wolf. They left us where we huddled as they moved Loudwine's followers away from the prince. That suited us both, for it gave us time to be together, and free me to observe all around us. What we mostly watched was the prince. The archer, one Deerkin by name, had brought an old healer with him. She set aside the bow she had carried and came to the prince's side. She made no effort to touch him, but only sat beside him and watched him as he mourned. Nighteyes and I kept vigil on the other side of him. She looked at me once. When our eyes met, her gaze was old and tired and sick with sadness. I fear mine was the same. The bodies of the piebalds I had killed were dragged outside and slung over their horses. Too late, I heard the clatter of departing hooves and realized that the piebalds had been allowed to flee. I set my teeth. I could not have stopped it from happening. Loudwine had gone last, no longer their leader, swaying in the saddle atop his frothing war-horse and steadied by a young rider behind him. That had disturbed me most of all. Not only had I snatched the prince from him, but I had slain the animal that held his sister's soul, and maimed him as well. I needed no more enemies than I already had, but it had been beyond my control. He had gone free, and I hoped I would not live to regret that. The healer let the prince hold and mourn the cat, until the sun touched the horizon. Then she looked past him to me. "Take the cat's body from him," she said quietly. It was not a task I wanted, but I did it. It was hard to coax him to give up the cat's cooling body. I chose my words with great care. This was not a time to let the skill command force him to do what he was not ready to do on his own. When finally he allowed me to lift the mist cat from his lap, I was astonished at how light the creature seemed. Usually, a dead animal, lax and lolling, seems to weigh more than a live one. But with the loss of its life, the pathetic condition of the little cat was revealed.
"As if she were eaten through with worms,"
Nighteyes had said, and he was not far off the mark. The cat was a wasted little creature, her once sleek fur gone dry and brittle, and bumps of bone defining her spine. At her death, her fleas were leaving her, far too many for a healthy animal. As the healer took the cat from me, I saw anger flicker over her face. She spoke softly. I do not know if Dutiful heard her words, but I did. "She did not even let it keep itself as a cat would. She possessed it too completely, and tried to be a woman in a cat's fur." Peladine had imposed a human's ways on the mist-cat. She had denied her the long sleeps, the gorging to satiation, and the grooming sessions that were the natural right of a lithe little cat. Play and hunting had been denied her. It was the way of the piebalds to use the wit only for their own human ends. It sickened me. The healer carried the cat's body outside, and the prince and I followed with Nighteyes walking between us. A half-built cairn awaited the little corpse. All Deakin's people came outside to witness the internment. Their eyes were saddened, but they brimmed with respect. Their healer spoke words, for Dutiful was too numbed with grief. "She goes on without you. She died for you, to free you both. Keep within you the cat's tracks she left on your soul. Let go with her the humanness that you shared with her. You are parted now." The prince had swayed as they put the last stones on the cat, covering her death snarl. I set a hand to his shoulder to steady him, but he shrugged away my touch as if I were tainted. I did not blame him. She had commanded me to kill her, had done all she could to force me to the act, and yet I did not expect him to forgive me for having obeyed her. As soon as the cat was interred, the old blood healer had brought the prince a draught. "Your share of her death," she said, as she offered it to him, and he had quaffed it down before either Lord Golden or I could interfere. Then the healer gestured to me that I should take him back into the cave. There he lay down where his cat had died, and his mourning broke loose anew. I don't know what she gave him in that drink, but the boy's heartbroken sobs wound slowly down into the hoarse breathing of sodden sleep. There was nothing of rest in the limp way he sprawled beside me. "A little death," she had confided to me, thoroughly frightening me. "I give him a little death of his own, a time of emptiness. He died, you know, when the cat was killed. He needs this empty line to be dead. Do not try to cheat him of it." Indeed, it plunged him into a sleep but one step shy of death. She settled him on a pallet, arranging his body as if it were a corpse. As she did so, she muttered scathingly, "Such bruises on his neck and back. How could they beat a mere boy like that?" I was too ashamed to admit I had given him those marks. I held my silence, and she covered him well, shaking her head over him. Then she turned and brusquely motioned me to her side for her services. "The wolf, too. I've time for you now that the boy's hurt's attended. His hurt was far more grievous than anything that bleeds." With warm water she washed our wounds and salved them with a greasy unguent. Nighteyes was passive to her touch. He held himself so tightly against the pain I could scarcely feel him there. As she worked on the scratches on my chest and belly, she muttered sternly to me. I gave Jinnah's charm the credit that she deigned to speak to a renegade like me at all. But the healer's only comment on it was that my necklace had probably saved my life. "The cat meant to kill you, and no mistake about that," she observed. "But it was no will nor fault of her own, I'm sure. And not the boy's fault either. Look at him. He is a child still, far too young to bond." She lectured me severely, as if it were my fault. "He is unschooled in our ways, and look how it has hurt him. I will not tell you lies. He is like to die of this, or take a melancholy madness that will plague him to the end of his days." She tightened the bandage around my belly with a tug. "Someone should teach him old blood ways. Proper ways of dealing with his magic." She glared at me, but I did not reply. I only pulled what was left of my shirt back over my head. As she turned away from me, I heard her snort of contempt. Nighteyes wearily lifted his head and set it on my knee. Salve and clotted blood smeared me. He looked at the sleeping boy.
"Are you going to teach him?"
I doubt he'd wish to learn anything from me. I killed his cat.
"Who will, then?"
I left that question hanging. I stretched out in the darkness beside the wolf. We lay between the Farseer air and the outside world. Not far from us, in the central part of the shelter, Deakin sat in council with Lord Golden. Laurel sat between them. The healer had joined them, and there were 2 other elders present in the circle closest to the fire. I regarded them through my lashes. In the rest of the cave, the other old blood folk appeared casually engaged in the ordinary evening chores of a campsite. Several lounged on their blanket rolls behind Deakin. They seemed content to let the young man speak for them, but I sensed that perhaps they were the true holders of power in the group. One was smoking a long-stemmed pipe. Another, a bearded fellow, was working a careful edge onto his sheath knife. The whetting of the blade was a monotonous undertone to the conversation. For all their casual postures, I sensed how keenly they listened to what went on. Deakin might speak for them, but I sensed that they would listen to be sure his words were what they wished said. It was not to Tom Badgerlock that these old blood riders explained themselves, but to Lord Golden, What was Tom Badgerlock but a renegade to his kind, a lackey of the crown? He was worse by far than Laurel, for all knew that though she had been born to an old-blood family, the talent was dead in her. It was expected of her that she must make her way in the world however she might, forever half dead to all the life that blossomed and buzzed and burned about her. No shame to her that she was a huntswoman to the Queen. I even sensed an odd pride in the old bloods, that one so impaired had risen so far. I had chosen my treason, however, and all the witted folk walked a wide swathe around me. One brought meat on spits and propped it over the fire. The smell was vaguely tantalizing. "Food?" I asked Nighteyes.
"Too tired to eat,"
he declined, and I agreed with him. But for me there was the added reluctance of asking food of folk who ostracized us. So we rested, ignored, in the outer circle of darkness. I refused to feel hurt that the fool had spoken so little to me. Lord Golden could not be concerned with the servant's injuries any more than Tom Badgerlock should fret about his master's bruises. We had our roles to play still, so I feigned sleep. But from beneath lowered ashes I watched them and listened to their talk. The talk was general at first, and I gathered my facts in bits and by assumption. Dearkin was telling Laurel some news of an uncle they had in common. It was old news, of sons grown and wed. So, estranged cousins, separated for years. It made sense. She had admitted she had family in this area, and as much as told me they were witted. The rest came out in an explanation to Lord Golden. Dearkin and Arno had ridden with Loudwine's piebalds for only a summer. They had both been sickened and angry over how the old blood folk were treated. When Loudwine's sister had died, he had devoted himself to his people's cause and risen as a leader. He had nothing save himself to lose, and change, he had told them, demanded sacrifice. It was time the old blood took the peace that was rightfully theirs. He made them feel strong and daring, these old blood sons and daughters rising up boldly to take what their parents feared to reach for. They would change the world. Time once more to live as a united folk in old blood communities. Time to let their children openly acknowledge their magic. Time for change.
He made it sound so logical and so noble. Yes, we would have to take extreme measures, but the end we sought was no more than what we were rightfully entitled to. Simple peace and acceptance. That was all. Is that so much for any man to ask?
"It seems a righteous goal," Lord Golden murmured attentively. "Though his means to it seem—" He left it dangling for them to fill in. Disgusting, cruel, immoral. The very lack of a description let the full baseness of it be considered. A short silence fell.
"I didn't know that Paladin was in the cat,"
Dearkin asserted defensively. A sceptical quiet followed his words. Dearkin looked around at the elders almost angrily.
"I know you say I should have been able to sense her, but I did not. Perhaps I have not been taught as well as I should, or perhaps she was more adept at hiding than you know. But I swear I did not know. Arno and I took the cat to the Brasingas. They knew it was an old blood gift intended for Prince Dutiful to sway him to our cause. But I swear by my old blood, that was all they knew, or I. Otherwise, I would not have been a party to it."
The old healer shook her head.
"So many will say of an evil thing after the fact," she charged him. "Only this puzzles me. You know a mistcat must be taken young, and that it hunts only for the one who takes it. Do not you wonder?"
Dearkin reddened.
"But I did not know Paladin was in the cat," he insisted. "Yes, I knew she had been bonded with the mistcat, but Paladin was dead. I thought the cat alone, and put her odd ways down to her mourning. What else could be done with the cat? She could not make her own way in the hills. She had never lived a wild life, and so I took her to the Brasingas, a gift fit for a prince. I thought it possible," and a hitch in his voice betrayed him, "that she might want to bond again. She had that right, if she so chose. But when the prince came to us, I thought it was what Loudwine said it was, that he came of his own will to learn our ways,
Do you think I would have helped him otherwise? Do you think Arno would have sacrificed his life for such an end?
Some, I think, must have doubted his story as much as I did. But it was not a time for such accusations. All let it pass, and he continued his tale. Arno and I rode with Loudwine and the piebalds as escort for the prince. We intended to take him to Sepher's Wood, where he could live among the piebalds and learn our ways. So Loudwine told us. When Arno was taken at Hallerby outside the piebald prince, we knew we had to ride for our lives. I hated to leave him, but it was what we had sworn as piebalds, that each of us would sacrifice our life for the others as needed. My heart was full of fury when we first turned and set our ambush for the cowards that chased us. I do not regret a single one of those deaths. Arno was my brother. Then we rode on, and when next we came to a good place, Loudwine once more left me to guard the trail. Stop them, he told me. If it takes your life to do it, so be it. And I agreed with him. He paused in his narrative, and his eyes sought Laurel. I swear, I did not recognize you, cousin. Not even when my arrow stood in you did I know you. All I could think was to kill all those who had helped to kill Arno. Not until Badgerlock dragged me from the tree and I looked up at you did I realize what I had done. Shed more of my own family's blood. He swallowed and suddenly fell silent. I forgive you. Laurel's voice was soft but carrying. She looked at the gathered old bloods. Let all here witness that. Dearkin hurt me unknowingly, and I forgive him. There is no debt of vengeance or reparation between us. At the time I knew none of this. All I could think was that because I lacked the magic you possessed, you had marked me as fit to kill. A laugh twisted from her throat. It was only when Badgerlock was brutalizing you did I realize that it didn't matter. She suddenly turned to look at him. Shamefaced, Dearkin forced himself to meet her earnest gaze. You are my cousin and my blood, she asserted softly. What we share far outweighs our differences. I feared he would kill you, trying to get you to speak, and I knew that despite what you had done, even regardless of my loyalty to the Queen, I could not let that happen. So I rose in the night while Lord Golden and his man were sleeping and spirited my cousin away. She transferred her gaze to Lord Golden. Earlier you had told me I must trust you when you excluded me from the confidences you shared with Badgerlock. I decided I had the right to demand the same from you. So I left you sleeping, and did what I thought best to save my prince. Lord Golden bowed his head for a moment, and then nodded to her gravely. Dearkin rubbed a hand across his eyes. He spoke as if he had not heard her words to Lord Golden. You are wrong, Laurel. I owe you a debt, and I will never forget it. When we were children, we were never kind to you when you came to visit your mother's kin. We always excluded you. Even your own brother called you the mole, blind and tunnelling where we ran free and wise. And I had shot you. I had no right to expect any help from you, but you came to me. You saved my life. Laurel's voice was stiff. Arno, she said. I did it for Arno. He was as blind and deaf as I was to this family magic that excluded us. He alone was my playmate when I visited. But he loved you, always. And in the end he thought you worth his life. She shook her head. I would not have let his death be for nothing. Together they had crept away from the cave that night. She had convinced him that the taking of Prince Dutiful could only bring harsh persecution down on the old blood, and demanded that he find elders powerful enough to demand Loudwine surrender him. Queen Catrican, she reminded him, had already spoken out against those who lynched the Witted. Would he turn that queen, the first who had taken their part in generations, against them? Laurel had convinced Dearkin that as piebalds had stolen the prince, so the old blood must return him. It was the only reparation they could make. She turned to Lord Golden. Her voice pleaded. We returned with aid as swiftly as we could. It is not the fault of old blood that they must live scattered and silent. From farm to cottage we rode, gathering those of influence who were willing to speak sense to Loudwine. It was hard, for that is not the old blood way. Each man is supposed to rule himself, each household have its own integrity. Few wanted to stand over Loudwine and demand he do what was right. Her gaze left Lord Golden and travelled over the others gathered there.
To those of you who came, I give great thanks, and if you would let me, I would make your names known to the Queen, so she would know where her debt lies.
And where to bring the rope and sword? The healer asked quietly. Times are not yet kind enough for names to be given, Laurel. We have yours. If we need the Queen's ear, we can seek her out through you. Those they had gathered were old-blood folk, but they did not style themselves piebald, nor did they condone the latter's ways. They clove to the old teachings, Deakin told Lord Golden earnestly. It shamed him that for a time he had followed Loudwine. Anger had made him do it, he swore, not a desire to master animals and turn them to his own purposes as the piebalds did. He had seen too many of his own folk hung and quartered these last 2 years. It was enough to turn any man's reason. But he had seen the error of his ways, thank Ida, and thanks to Laurel, and he hoped his cousin would forgive him the cruelty of their childhood years. The conversation lapped against me like the rhythmic washing of waves. I tried to stay awake and make sense of his words, but we were so weary, my wolf and I. Nighteyes lay beside me, and I could not separate where his pain ended and mine began. I did not care. Even if pain had been all we could share any more, I would have taken it gladly. We still had one another. The prince was not so fortunate. I rolled my head to look at him, but he slept on, his breath sighing in and out, as if even in his dreams he grieved. I felt myself wavering in and out of awareness. The wolf's heavy sleep tugged at me, a pleasant lure. Sleep is the great healer, Burrick had always told me. I prayed he had been right. As if they were the notes of far-off music, I sensed Nighteyes' dreams of hunting, but I could not yet give in to my longing to share them. The fool might be confident of Laurel and Deakin and their fellows, but I was not. I would keep watch, I promised myself. I would keep watch. In my seeming sleep I shifted to observe them. I idly marked that though Laurel sat between Lord Golden and Deakin, she sat closer to the noble than she did to her own cousin. The talk had moved nearer to negotiation than explanation. I listened keenly to Lord Golden's measured and reasonable words. "I fear you do not completely understand Queen Catricken's position. I cannot, of course, presume to speak for her. I am but a guest at the Farseer court, a newcomer and a foreigner at that. Yet perhaps these very limitations let me see more clearly what familiarity blinds you to. The crown and the Farseer name will not shield Prince Dutiful from persecution as a witted one. Rather, they will be as oil thrown on a fire. It will immolate him. You admit Queen Catricken has done far more than any of her predecessors to outlaw persecution of your people, but if she reveals that her son is witted, not only may both he and she be thrown down from power, but her very efforts to shelter your folk will be seen as a suspicious attempt to shield her own blood. Queen Catricken has outlawed putting us to death simply for being witted, that is true," Deakin replied. "But it does not mean we have stopped dying. The reality is obvious. Those who seek to kill us all fabricate injuries and invent supposed wrongs we have done to them. One man lies, another swears to it, and an old blood father or sister is hanged and quartered and burned. Perhaps if the Queen sees the same threat to her son that my father sees to his, she will take greater action on our behalf." Behind Deakin a man gave a slow nod. Lord Golden spread his hands gracefully. "I will do what I can, I assure you. The Queen will hear a full accounting of all you did to save her son. Laurel, too, is more than a simple huntswoman to Queen Catricken. She is a friend and confidant as well. She will tell the Queen all you did to recover her son. More I cannot do. I cannot make promises for Queen Catricken." The man who had nodded behind Deakin leaned forwards. He touched him on the shoulder, a go-on nudge. Then he leaned back and waited. Deakin looked uncomfortable for a moment. Then he cleared his voice and spoke. "We will be watching the Queen and listening for what she will say to her nobles. We know better than any the threat that Prince Dutiful would face were it known that he has old blood in his veins. They are the dangers that our brothers and sisters face every day. We would that our own were not at jeopardy. If the Queen sees fit to stretch forth her hand and shield our folk from persecution, then old blood will shield her son's secret. But if she ignores our situation, if a blind eye is turned to the bloodshed, well—" "I take your meaning," Lord Golden replied swiftly. His voice was cool but not harsh. He took a breath. "Under the circumstances, it is perhaps the most we could ask of you.
You have already restored the Farseer heir to us. This will dispose the Queen kindly towards you."
"So we expect,"
Deakin responded heavily, and the men behind him nodded gravely. Sleep beckoned me. Nighteyes was already in a torpor. His coat was sticky with salve, as was my chest and belly. There was almost no place that we didn't hurt, but I rested my brow against the back of his neck and draped a careful arm over him. His fur stuck to my skin. The words of the conference beside the fire faded and became insignificant as I opened myself to him. I sank my consciousness past the red pain that bounded him until I found the warmth and humour of his soul.
"Cats worse than porcupines."
Much worse.
But the boy loved the cat.
The cat loved the boy. Poor boy.
Poor cat. The woman was selfish.
Past selfish, evil, her own life wasn't enough for her.
That was a brave little cat. She held tight and took the woman with her.
Brave cat. A pause. Do you think it will ever come? That witted folk can openly declare the magic?
I don't know. It would be good, I suppose. Look how the secrecy and evil reputation of it has shaped our lives, but it has also been good as it has been ours. Yours are mine.
Yes. Rest now.
Rest.
I could not sort out which thoughts were mine and which the wolf's. I didn't need to. I sank into his dreams with him, and we dreamed well together. Perhaps it was Dutiful's loss that put us so much in mind of all we still possessed and all we had had. We dreamed of a cub hunting mice beneath the rotting floor of an old outbuilding, and we dreamed of a man and a wolf pulling down a great boar between them. We dreamed of stalking one another in deep snow, tussling and yelping and shouting, deer blood hot in the mouth, and the rich, soft liver to squabble over. And then we sank past those ancient memories into perfect rest and comfort. Healing begins in deep sleep such as that. He stirred first. I nearly woke as he rose, gingerly, shook himself, and then stretched more bravely. His superior sense of smell told me that the edge of dawn was in the air. The weak sun had just begun to touch the dew-wet grasses, waking the smells of the earth. Game would be stirring. The hunting would be good. "I'm so tired," I complained. "I can't believe you're getting up. Rest for a while longer. We'll hunt later."
"You're tired. I'm so tired that rest won't ease me. Only the hunt."
I felt his wet nose poke my cheek. It was cold.
"Aren't you coming? I was sure you'd want to come with me."
I do, but not just yet. Give me just a bit longer."
"Very well, little brother. Just a bit longer. Follow me when you will."
But my mind rode with his, as it had so many times. We left the cave, thick with man-stink, and walked past the cat's new cairn. We smelled her death and the musk of a fox who had come to the scent, but turned aside at the smell of the campfire's smoke. Swiftly, we left the camp behind. Nighteyes chose the open hillside instead of the wooded vale. The sky overhead was blue and deep, and the last star fading in the sky. The night had been colder than I had realized. Frost tipped some of the grasses still, but as the rising sun touched it, it smoked briefly and was gone. The crisp edge of the air remained, each scent as sharp as a clean knife edge. With a wolf's nose, I scented all and knew all. The world was ours. "The turning time," I said to him.
"Exactly. Time to change, changer."
There were fat mice hastily harvesting seed heads in the tall grass, but we passed them by. At the top of the hill we paused. We walked the spine of the hill, smelling the morning, tasting the lip of the day to come. There would be deer in the forested creek bottoms. They would be healthy and strong and fat, a challenge to any pack, let alone a single wolf. He would need me at his side to hunt those. He would have to come back for them later. Nevertheless, he halted on top of the ridge. The morning wind riffled his fur, and his ears were perked as he looked down to where we knew they must be.
"Good hunting. I'm going now, my brother."
He spoke with great determination. "Alone? You can't bring a buck down alone." I sighed with resignation. "Wait, I'll get up and come with you."
"Wait for you? Not likely. I've always had to run ahead of you and show you the way."
Swift as thought, he slipped away from me. Running down the hillside like a cloud's shadow when the wind blows, my connection to him frayed away as he went, scattering and floating like dandelion fluff in the wind. Instead of small and secret, I felt our bond go wide and open, as if he had invited all the witted creatures in the world in to share our joining. All the web of life on the whole hillside suddenly swelled within my heart, linked and meshed and woven through with one another. It was too glorious to contain. I had to go with him. A morning this wondrous must be shared. "Wait!" I cried, and in shouting the word I woke myself. Nearby, the fool sat up, his hair tousled. I blinked. My mouth was full of salve and wolf hair, my fingers buried deep in his coat. I clutched him to me, and my grip sighed his last still breath out of his lungs. But Nighteyes was gone. Cold rain was cascading down past the mouth of the cave. Chapter 27. Lessons. Before the skill can be taught, resistance to the teaching must be eliminated. Some skill masters have held that they must know each student a year and a day before teaching can even begin. At the end of that time, the master will know which students are ready to receive instruction. The others, no matter how likely they seemed, are then released back to their previous lives. Other masters have held that this technique is a waste of valuable talent and potential. They espouse a more direct path to eliminating the student's resistance, one that does not focus so much on trust as on compliance to the master's will. A strict regimen of austerity becomes the basis for focusing the student's will on pleasing his master. Tools to achieve this humbled attitude are fasting, cold, reduced sleep, and discipline. The use of this method is recommended in times of need, when coteries have to be trained and formed quickly and in quantity. The quality of skill user created may not be as admirable, but almost every student with any level of talent can be forced to function this way. Observations. Wemdell, journeyman to Skillmaster Quillo. For a day and a night, the old blood healer kept Prince Dutiful in a stupor. I knew it frightened Lord Golden, despite Laurel's efforts to reassure him that she had seen this before and the healer was only doing what needed to be done. For myself, I envied Dutiful. No such comfort was offered me, and very little was said to me. Perhaps part of it was ostracism. When one separates oneself from supporting a society, one loses the support of that society as well. But I do not think it was completely callous cruelty. I was an adult as well as an outcast, and they expected me to deal with my loss in my own way. As strangers there was very little they could say, and absolutely nothing they could do that would help me. I was aware of the fool's sympathy, but in a peripheral way. As Lord Golden he could say little to me. The death of my wolf was an isolating and numbing thing. The loss of Nighteye's companionship was cutting enough. But with him had gone my access to his keener senses. Sound seemed muted, and night darker, scent and taste dulled. It was as if the world had been robbed of its brightness. He had left me behind to dwell alone, in a dimmed and stale place. I built a funeral pyre, and burned my wolf's body. This obviously distressed the old blood folk, but it was my way of mourning, and I took it. With my knife, I cut my hair and burned it with him, thick hanks of both black and white. With him went a long, airy lock of tawny gold. As Burrick had once done for Vixen, I stayed the day by the fire, battling the rain that strove to quench it, adding wood whenever it began to die, until even the wolf's bones were ash. On the second morning, the healer allowed the prince to wake. She sat by him, watching him come out of his drugged stupor. I stood aside, but kept my own watch. I saw awareness come back slowly, first to his eyes and then to his face. His hands began to make a little nervous kneading motion, but the healer reached over and stilled them with one of her own. "You are not the cat. The cat died. You are a man, and you must go on living. The blessing of all blood is that they share their lives with us. The curse is that those lives are seldom as long as our own. Then she rose and left him, with no more than that to ponder. In a short time Dearkin and his fellows mounted and rode away. I noticed that he and Laurel found a time to speak privately before he left. Perhaps they mended some broken family tree. I knew that Chade would ask me what they had said, but I was too dispirited to attempt to spy on them. The piebalds had left several horses behind when they fled. One was given over by the old bloods to the prince's use. It was a little dun creature, its spirit as dull as its hide. It suited Prince Dutiful perfectly, as did the steady drizzle of rain. Before noon we mounted and began our journey back to Buckkeep. I rode alongside the prince on my black. She had recovered from the worst of her limp. Laurel and Lord Golden rode ahead of us. They talked to one another, but I could not seem to follow their conversation. I do not think they spoke softly and privately, rather it was part of the deadening of my world. I felt numbed and dazed, half blind. I knew I was alive because my injuries hurt and the rain was cold, but all the rest of the world, all sense and sensation was dimmed. I no longer walked fearlessly in the darkness. The wind no longer spoke to me of a rabbit on a hillside or a deer that had recently crossed the road. Food had lost all savour. The prince was little better. He managed his grief as graciously as I did, with surliness and silence. There was, I suppose, an unspoken wall of blame between us. But for him, my wolf would live still, or at least would have died in kindlier circumstances. I had killed his cat, right before his eyes. Somehow it was even worse that a spider web of skill attached us still. I could not look at him without being aware of just how completely miserable he was. I suspect he could feel my unspoken accusation of him. I knew it was not just, but I was in too much pain to be fair. If the prince had kept to his name and his duty, if he had stayed at Buckkeep, I reasoned, then his cat would be alive, and my wolf as well. I never spoke the words out loud. I didn't need to. The journey back to Buckkeep was miserable for all of us. When we reached the road, we followed it north. None of us desired to visit Hallaby and the inn of the piebald prince again. And despite Dearkin's assurances that Lady Brisinga and her family had no hand in the piebald's plot against the prince, we stayed well away from their lands and keep. The rains came down. The old blood folk had left us what they could of supplies, but it was not much. At the first small town we came to, we spent the night in a dismal inn. There Lord Golden paid handsomely for a messenger to take a scroll by the swiftest way possible to his cousin in Buckkeep town. Then we struck out cross-country, heading for the next settlement that offered a ferry across the Buck River. The detours took us 2 extra days. We camped in the rain, ate our scanty rations, and slept cold and wet. I knew the fool anxiously counted the dwindling days before the new moon and the prince's betrothal ceremony. None the less we went slowly, and I suspected that Lord Golden bought time for his messenger to reach Buckkeep and alert the Queen to the circumstances of our return. It might have been, also, that he tried to give both the prince and me some time to deal with our bereavement before we returned to the clatter and society of Buckkeep Castle. If a man does not die of a wound, then it heals in some fashion. And so it is with loss. From the sharp pain of immediate bereavement, both the prince and I passed into the grey days of numb bewilderment and waiting. So grief has always seemed to me. A time of waiting, not for the hurt to pass, but to become accustomed to it. It did not help my temperament that Lord Golden and Laurel did not find the way as tedious and lonely as the prince and I did. They rode before us, stirrup to stirrup, and though they did not laugh aloud or sing gay wayfaring songs, they conversed near continuously and seemed to take a good deal of pleasure in one another's company. I told myself that I scarcely needed a nursemaid, and that there were excellent reasons why the fool and I should not betray the depth of our friendship to either Laurel or Dutiful. But I ached with loss and loneliness, and resentment was the least painful emotion I could feel. 3 days before the new moon we came to Newford. As it was named, so it was, a fording and ferry that had not existed on my last journey through this area. It had a large dockyard, and a good fleet of flat-bottomed river barges was tied there. The little town around it was new, raw as a scab, with its rough timbered houses and warehouses. We did not linger, but went straight to the ferry dock and waited in the rain until the evening ferry was ready to cross. The prince held the reins of his nondescript horse and stared silently across the water. The recent rains had swelled the river and thickened it with silt, but I could not find sufficient love of life to be scared of death. The tossing and spray as the ferryman struggled against the current seemed but one more annoying delay. Delay, I wondered sarcastically to myself. And what did I rush toward? Home and hearth? Wife and children? I had Hap still, I reminded myself. But on the heels of that thought I knew I did not. Hap was a young man striking out on his own. For me to cling to him now and make him the focus of my life would have been the act of a leech. So who was I, when I stood alone, stripped of all others? It was a difficult question. The ferry lurched as we scraped gravel, and then men were drawing it in tighter to the bank. We were across. Buckkeep was a day's ride away. Somewhere above the dense clouds the silver of old moon lingered. We would reach Buckkeep before Prince Dutiful's betrothal ceremony. We had done it. Yet I felt no sense of elation, or even accomplishment. I only wanted this journey to be finished. The rain came down in torrents as we reached the landing, and Lord Golden declared firmly that we would go no further that night. The inn there was older than the town on the other side of the river. Rain masked the other buildings of the hamlet, but I thought I glimpsed a small livery stable and a scatter of homes beyond it. The inn's signboard was an oar painted on an old tiller, and the lumber of its walls showed weathered grey where its whitewashing had faded. The savage night had crowded the inn near full. Lord Golden and his party were too bedraggled to invoke the assumptions of nobility. Fortunately, he had sufficient coin to buy both the respect and awe of the innkeeper. Merchant Kestrel, as he identified himself, obtained 2 rooms for us, although one was a small one up under the rafters. This, his sister, gamely declared, would suit her admirably, and the merchant and his 2 servants would have the other. If the prince had any qualms about travelling in disguise, he did not show them. Hooded and cloaked, he stood dripping on the porch with me until a serving boy came out to tell us that our master's room was ready. As I passed through the entry, I heard a woman's clear voice lifted in song from the common room. Of course, I thought to myself, of course. Who else could better keep watch at an inn than a minstrel? Starling sang that ancient lay of the 2 lovers who defied their families and ran off to leap to their deaths for love of one another. I did not even glance into the room, though I saw Laurel had paused to listen by the door. The prince followed me listlessly up the stairs to a large but rustic chamber. Lord Golden had preceded us. An inn-boy was making up the fire while 2 others set up a bathing tub and draught screens in the corner. There were 2 large beds in the room and a pallet near the door. There was a window at one end of the room. The prince walked to it and morosely stared out into the night. There was a rack near the fire, and I fulfilled my role by helping Lord Golden out of his soaked and dirty cloak. I shrugged out of mine, hung them both to dry on the rack, and then pulled his wet boots off as a stream of servants moved in and out of the room, bringing buckets of hot water and a repast of meat pies, stewed fruit, bread and ale. They all moved with such precision that they reminded me of a troop of jugglers as they swept in as a wave and then likewise receded from the room. When they had vanished out of the door once more, I shut it firmly behind them. The hot water in the tub filled the room with the aroma of bathing herbs, and I suddenly longed to lean back in it and seek oblivion. Lord Golden's words recalled me to the reality. "My prince, your bath is ready. Do you require assistance?" The prince stood. He let his wet cloak fall to the floor with a slap. He looked at it for a moment, then picked it up and brought it to the drying rack. He spread it there with the air of a boy used to attending to his own needs. "No assistance, thank you," he said quietly. He glanced at the food steaming on the table. "Do not wait on me. I do not stand on formalities. I see no sense in your going hungry while I am bathing." "In that you are your father's son," Lord Golden observed approvingly. The prince inclined his head gravely to the compliment, but made no other response. Lord Golden waited until Prince Dutiful had vanished behind the screens. From the landlord he had secured paper, ink and quill. He sat down at a little table with these supplies and busied himself silently for some moments. I walked over to the hearth with a meat pie from the table. I ate it standing while the fire at my back steamed some of the wet from my clothes. Lord Golden spoke to me as his quill scratched out a final line. "Well, at least we're out of the weather for a time. I think we shall have a good sleep here, and go on tomorrow, but not too early in the morning. Does that suit you, Tom?" "As you wish, Lord Golden," I replied, as he blew on the missive, then rolled it. He tied it with a thread drawn from his once grand cloak. He handed it to me, one eyebrow raised. I did not mistake his meaning. "I'd rather not," I said, very quietly. He left the writing table and went to where the food was spread. He began to serve himself, deliberately clattering dishes and pots as he did so. His voice was soft as he muttered, "And I would rather you did not have to go, but I cannot. Unkempt as I am, there are still folk here that might recognise Lord Golden and mark his interest in the minstrel. I've earned enough scandal to my name on this journey. Have you forgotten my actions at Galekeep? I've all of that to explain away when I return to Buckkeep, nor can Dutiful go, and far as I know Laurel is ignorant of the connection. Starling might recognise her, but would look askance at a note delivered by her, so you it must be, I fear." I feared the same, and feared more the traitorous part of me that actually wished to go down the stairs and catch the minstrel's eye. There is a part of any man that will do anything to stave off loneliness. It is not necessarily the most cowardly part of a man's soul, but I've seen any number of men do shameful things to indulge it. Worse, I wondered if the fool were not deliberately sending me down to her. Once before, when loneliness had threatened to devour my heart, he had told her where to find me. It had been a misguided comfort I took in her arms. I vowed I would not do so again. But I took the tiny rolled message from his hand and slipped it up my bedraggled sleeve with the artless practice of long years of deceit. The feathers from the treasure breach still rode there, securely strapped to my forearm. That secret, at least, still remained my own, and would until I had time to share it with him privately. Aloud he said, "I see you're restless, despite our long day. Go along, Tom. The Prince and I can fend for ourselves for an evening, and you deserve a bit of song and a quiet beer on your own. Go on now. I saw you cast a longing eye that way. We won't mind." I wondered whom he thought to deceive. The Prince would know that my heart had no interest in anything but grief just now. In the piebald camp he had seen Lord Golden give way to my command and leave with a wolf. Nevertheless, I loudly thanked my master for his permission, and left the room. Perhaps it was a play we all acted for each other. I went slowly down the stairs. Laurel was coming up as I descended. She gave me a curious look. I tried to think of some words, but nothing came to me. I passed her silently, intending no slight, but unable to care if she took offence. I heard her pause on the stair behind me, as if she would speak to me, but I continued down. The common room was crowded. Some had probably come for the music, for Starling's reputation was grand now, but many others looked to be folk trapped by the downpour and unable to afford a room. They would shelter here for the night, and when the music stopped, doze the storm away at the tables and benches. I managed to get both food and a mug of beer and my assurances that my master would pay for it on the morrow. Then I walked to the hearth end of the room and crowded myself into a corner table just behind Starling's elbow. I knew it was no coincidence she was here. She had been watching for us to return, and likely she had access to a bird to pass word of us on to Buckkeep. So I was not surprised when she feigned not to notice me and kept playing and singing. After 3 more songs, she declared she needed to rest her voice and wet her pipes. The serving boy who brought her wine set it on the corner of my table. When she sat down beside me to drink, I passed her Lord Golden's note under the table. Then I tossed off the last mouthful of beer in my mug and went out to the back house. She was waiting for me under the dripping eaves when I returned to the inn. "The message has been sent," she greeted me. "I'll tell my master." I started to walk past her, but she caught my sleeve. I halted. "Tell me," she said quietly. Ancient caution guarded my tongue. I did not know how much information Chade had given her. We completed our errand. "So I guessed," she replied tartly. Then she sighed. "And I know better than to ask you what Lord Golden's errand was. But tell me of you. You look terrible. Your hair chopped short, your clothes in rags. What happened?" Of all I had been through, only one event was mine to share or not as I pleased. I told her. Nighteyes is dead. Rainfall filled her silence. Then she sighed deeply and put her arms around me. "Oh, Fitz," she said quietly. She leaned her head against my scratched chest. I could see the pale parting in her dark hair, and I smelled her scent and the wine she had drunk. Her hands moved softly on my back, soothingly. "Alone again. It isn't fair. Truly it isn't. You've the saddest song of any man I've ever known." The wind gusted, and rain rode it, to spatter against us, but still she held me, and a small warmth gathered between us. She said nothing more for a long time. I lifted my arms and put them around her. Just as it once had, it seemed inevitable. She spoke against my chest. "I've a room to myself. It's at the river end of the inn. Come to me. Let me take your hurt away." Thank you. That won't mend it, I wanted to tell her. If she had ever known me at all, she would know that now. But words would not make her understand if she could not sense it on her own. I suddenly appreciated the fool's silence and distance. He had known. No other closeness could make up for the lack of my wolf. The rain went on falling. She loosened her hold on me and looked up into my face. A frown divided her fine brows. "You aren't going to come to me tonight, are you?" She sounded incredulous. Strange. I had been wavering in my resolve, but the very way she phrased the question helped me to answer it correctly. I shook my head slowly. "I appreciate the invitation, but it wouldn't help." "Are you sure of that?" She tried to make her voice light, and failed. She moved, her breasts brushing against me in a way that might have been accidental but was not. I stepped a little back from her, my arms falling to my sides. "I'm sure. I don't love you, Starling. Not that way." "It seems to me that you told me that once before. A long time ago. But for years it did help. It did work." Her eyes searched my face. She smiled confidently. It hadn't. It had only seemed to. I could have told her that, but it would have been an unnecessary honesty. So I said only, "Lord Golden expects me. I have to go up to him." She shook her head slowly. "What a grievous end to a sad tale. And I am the only one who knows the whole of it, and still I am not allowed to sing it. What a tragic lay it would make. You are the son of a king, who sacrificed all for his father's family, only to finish as the ill-used servant of an arrogant foreign noble. He doesn't even dress you well. The ignominy must cut you like a blade." She looked deep into my eyes, seeking what? Resentment? Outrage? "It doesn't really bother me," I replied in some confusion. Then, as if someone had drawn a curtain open and spilled out light, I understood. She did not know that Lord Golden was the fool. She truly saw me, but as his servant passing a message to her on his behalf. For all of her minstrel cleverness, she looked at him and saw the wealthy Gemalian lord. I fought the smile away from my face. I am content with my position with him, and grateful to Chade for arranging it. I am satisfied to be Tom Badgerlock. For a moment she looked incredulous. The look faded into disappointment in me. Then she gave a small shake of her head. "I should have known you would be. It's what you always wanted, isn't it? Your own little life. To have no responsibility for your line or for what happens at court. To be one of the humble folk, counting for nothing in the long run." All my earlier efforts to spare her feelings seemed vapid now. "I have to go," I repeated. "Hurry along to your master." She released me. Her voice was a trained talent, and her scorn danced in it with a scorpion's sting. By a vast effort of will, I said nothing in reply. I turned and walked away from her back into the inn. I climbed the servants' stairs to our quarters, tapped, and let myself in. Dutiful lifted his head from the pillow to regard me. His dark hair was sleeked back, his skin flushed from his bath. The effect made him look young. The fool's bed was empty. "My prince," I greeted him. Then, Lord Golden? I queried the screened bath.
He left.
Dutiful let his head drop back onto the pillow.
Laurel tapped on the door and wished to speak with him privately.
Ah. It almost made me smile. Wouldn't that have intrigued, darling?
He asked me to be sure you knew we had left you the bath-water. And leave your clothes outside the door. He's arranged for a servant to wash them and return them by morning.
Thank you, my prince. It is most kind of you to tell me.
Please lock the door, he said. He said he would knock and awaken you when he returned.
As you wish, my prince. I stepped to the door and locked it. I doubted he would be back before dawn. Is there anything else you require before I bathe, my prince?
No. And don't talk to me like that.
He turned his back on me, shouldering into the bed. I undressed. As I peeled off my shirt, I made sure the feathers went with it. I sat down for a moment on my low pallet before removing my boots. The feathers from the beach slipped from the shirt sleeve and under the thin blanket. I removed Jinnah's charm and set it on the pillow. I arose, set my clothes outside the door, locked it again, and walked to the screened tub. As I climbed into the water, Dutiful's voice followed me.
"Aren't you going to ask me why?"
The water in the tub had cooled to lukewarm, but it was still far hotter than the rain outside had been. I peeled the healer's bandaging from my neck. The scratches on my belly and chest stung as I lowered myself into the water. Then they eased. I sank further down to soak my neck as well.
"I said, aren't you going to ask me why?"
"I suppose it's because you don't want me to call you my prince, Prince Dutiful." The salve on my injuries was melting in the water, perfuming the air with its aromatic scent. Golden seal, myrrh. I closed my eyes and ducked under the water. When I came up, I helped myself to the little bowl of soap that had been left for the prince. I worked it through what was left of my hair and watched the brown suds drip into the water. I ducked again to rinse it.
"You shouldn't have to thank me and wait on me and defer to me. I know who you are. Your blood's as good as mine."
I was grateful for the screen. I splashed a bit while I tried to think, hoping he would believe I hadn't heard him.
"Chade used to tell me stories when he first started teaching me things. Stories about another boy he had taught. How stubborn he was, and also how clever. When my first boy was your age, he'd say, and then tell a story about how you'd played tricks on the washerfolk, or hidden the seamstress' shears to perplex her. You had a pet weasel, didn't you?"
Slink had been Chade's weasel. I'd stolen Mistress Hasty's shears on his orders as part of my assassin's training in theft and stealth. Surely Chade hadn't told him that as well. My mouth was dry. I splashed loudly and waited.
"You're his son, aren't you? Chade's son, and hence my... would it be a second cousin? On the wrong side of the sheets, but a cousin all the same. And I think I know who your mother was, too. She is a lady still spoken of, though none seem to know a great deal about her. Lady Time."
I laughed aloud, then changed it into a cough. Chade's son, by Lady Time. Now there was an apt pedigree for me. Lady Time, that noxious old harpy, had been an invention of Chade's, a clever disguise for when he wished to travel unknown. I cleared my throat and nearly recovered my aplomb. "No, my prince, I fear you are in vast error there." He was silent as I finished washing myself. I emerged from the tub, dried myself, and stepped out from behind the screen. There was a nightshirt on the pallet. As usual, the fool had thought of everything. As I pulled it over my wet and bristly head, the prince observed, "You've got a lot of scars. How'd you get them?" "Asking questions of bad-tempered folk, my prince. You even sound like Chade." An unkinder, more untrue thing had never been said of me, I was sure. I countered it with, "And when did you become so talkative?"
"Since there was no one around to spy on us. You do know Lord Golden and Laurel are spies, don't you? One for Chade, and the other for my mother."
He thought he was so clever. He'd have to learn more caution if he expected to survive at court. I turned and gave him a direct stare. "What makes you believe that I'm not a spy as well?" He gave a sceptical laugh.
"You're too rude. You don't care if I like you. You don't try to win my confidence or my favour. You're disrespectful. You never flatter me."
He laced the fingers of his hands and put them behind his head. He gave me an odd half-smile.
"And you don't seem concerned that I'll have you hanged for manhandling me back on that island? Only a relative could treat someone so badly and not expect ill consequences from it."
He cocked his head at me, and I saw what I most feared in his eyes. Behind his speculation was stark need. His eyes bled unbearable loneliness. Years ago, when Burrick had forcibly parted me from the first dog I had ever bonded to, I had attached myself to him. I had feared the stablemaster and even hated him. But I had needed him even more. I had needed to be connected to someone who would be constant and available to me. I've heard it said that all youngsters have such requirements. I think that mine went deeper than a child's simple need for stability. Having known the complete connection of the wit, I could no longer abide the isolation of my own mind. I counselled myself that Dutiful's turning to me probably had more to do with Jinnah's charm than with any sincere regard for me. Then I realised it still lay on my pillow. "I report to Chade." I said the words quickly, without embellishment. I would not traffic in deceit and betrayal. I would not let him attach himself to me, believing me to be someone I was not.
"Of course you do. He sent for you, for me. You have to be the one he said he tried to get for me, the one who could teach me the skill better than he can."
Truly, Chade's tongue had grown loose in his old age. He sat up in his bed and began to tick his reasoning off on his fingers. I looked at him critically as he spoke. Deprivation and grief still shadowed his eyes and hollowed his cheeks, but sometime in the last day or so he had realised he would live. He held up his first finger.
"You've a Farseer cast to your features. Your eyes, the set of your jaw, not your nose. I don't know where you got that from, but that's not family."
He held up a second finger.
"The skill is a Farseer magic. I've felt you use it at least twice now."
A third finger.
"You call Chade Chade, not Lord Chade or Counsellor Chade, and once I heard you speak of my lady mother as Catrican, not even Queen Catrican, but Catrican, as if you'd been children together."
Perhaps we had. As for my nose, well, that had come from a Farseer too. It was Regal's permanent memento to me of the days I'd spent in his dungeon. I walked to the branch of candles on the table and blew them all out save one. I felt Dutiful's eyes follow me as I walked back to my pallet and sat down on it. It was low and hard. Placed near the door where I could guard my good masters, I lay down on it.
"Well?"
he demanded. "I'm going to sleep now." I made it the end of the conversation. He snorted contemptuously.
"A real servant would have begged my leave to extinguish the candles, and to go to sleep. Good night, Tom Badgerlock, Farseer."
"Sleep well, most gracious prince." Another snort from him, then silence, save for the rain thundering on the roof and splatting on the inn-yard mud. Silence, save for the soft crackling of the fire and the distant music from the common room below. Silence but for the unsteady footsteps making their way past our door. But most of all, the crashing silence in my heart, where for so long Nighteyes' awareness had been a steady beacon in my darkness, a warmth in my winter, a guide star in my night. My dreams were thin, illogical, human things now that frayed at a moment's waking. Tears flooded warm under my closed eyelids. I opened my mouth to breathe silently through my constricted throat, and lay on my back. I heard the prince shift in his bedding and shift again. Very quietly he rose from his bed and went to the window. For a time he gazed out at the rain falling in the muddy inn-yard. "Does it go away?" He asked the question in a very soft voice. But I knew it was for me. I took a breath, forced steadiness into my voice. "No. Not ever. There may be another for you some day, but you never forget the first." He did not move from the window-sill. "How many bond animals have you had?" I nearly didn't answer that then. "3, I said. He turned away from the night and looked at me through the darkness. "Will there be another one for you?" "I doubt it." He left the window and returned to his bed. I heard him pull up his blankets and settle into them. I thought he would go to sleep, but he spoke again. "Will you teach me the wit also?" "Someone had better teach you something, if it's only not to trust so quickly." "I haven't said I'll teach you anything." He was silent for a time. He sounded almost sulky when he said, "Well, it were better if someone taught me something." A long silence followed, and I hoped he had gone to sleep. The uncanny way his words echoed my thought unnerved me. Rain beat against the thick wall of glass in the window, and dark flowed into the room. I closed my eyes and centered myself. As gingerly as if I handled broken glass, I reached towards him. He was there, still and taut as a crouching cat. I sensed him waiting and watching for me, yet unaware I stood at the borders of his mind. His rough skill sense was an awkward, unhoned tool. I drew back a bit and studied him from all angles, as if he were a colt I was thinking of breaking. His wariness was a mix of apprehension and aggression. It was a weapon as much as a shield that he inexpertly wielded. Nor was it pure skill. It is a hard thing to describe, but his skill was like a white beacon edged with green darkness. His awareness of me was what he used to focus. The wit does not reach from a man's mind to another man's mind, but the wit can make me aware of the animal that the man's mind inhabits. So it was with Dutiful. Bereft of the cat as a focus, his wit was a wide-flung web, seeking a kinship, as was mine, I suddenly realized. I recoiled from that and found myself back in my own flesh. I set my walls against the untrained fumbling of his skill. Yet even as I did so, there were two things I could not deny. The thread of skill that connected me to Dutiful grew stronger each time I ventured along it, and I had no idea of how to sever it, let alone remove my skill command from his mind. The third piece of knowledge was as bitter as the other parts were disturbing. I quested. I had no desire to form a bond with another animal, but without Nighteyes to contain it, my wit sprawled out like seeking roots. Like water that overbrims a vessel and must seek a place to flow, the wit went forth from me, silent yet reaching. Earlier, I had seen need in the prince's eyes, a desperate longing for connection and belonging. Did I radiate that same privation? I closed my heart and willed myself to stillness. Time would heal my grief. I repeated that lie until sleep claimed me. I awoke when the light spilling in the window touched my face. I opened my eyes but lay still. The pale light filling the room after the dark of the storm was like being immersed in clear water. I felt curiously empty, as one does when one has been ill for a long time and then begins to mend. I caught at the edges of a fleeing dream, but clutched only the edges of a shining morning, the sea below me and wind in my face. Sleep had left me, but I had no inclination to rise and face the day. I felt as if I were inside a bubble of safety, and that if I remained motionless I could cling to this moment in peace. I lay on my side, my hand and arm under the flat pillow. After a time I became aware of the feathers under my hand. I lifted my head, intending to look at them, but the room swung suddenly about me, as if I'd had too much to drink. The realities of the day to come, the long ride to Buckkeep, the meetings with Chade and Catrican that would follow, the resumption of my life as Tom Badgerlock crashed down on me. I sat up slowly. The prince slept on his bed. I turned and found the fool regarding me sleepily. He lay on his side in his bed, his chin propped on his fist. He looked weary but insufferably pleased about something. The effect made him look years younger. "I didn't expect to see you in your bed this morning," I greeted him, and then, "How did you get in? I latched that door last night." "Did you? Interesting, but you can scarcely be more surprised to see me in my own bed than I am to see you in yours." I let that barb go past me. I scratched the bristle on my cheek. I should shave, I said to myself, dreading the idea. I hadn't touched a blade to my face since we'd left Galekeep. "Indeed you should. I'd like us to look as presentable as possible when we return to Buckkeep." I thought of my cat-shredded shirt, but nodded acquiescence. Then I recalled the feathers. "I've something I want to show you," I began, reaching under the pillow, but just then the prince drew a deeper breath and opened his eyes. "Good morning, my prince," Lord Golden greeted him. "Morning," he acknowledged wearily. "Lord Golden, Tom Badgerlock?" He looked and sounded marginally better than he had at the end of yesterday's ride. His formality towards me was back in place. I felt relief. "Good morning, my prince," I greeted him. And so the day began. We ate in our room. Our cleaned and mended clothing arrived shortly after our breakfasts. Lord Golden looked almost restored to his former glory, and the prince looked tidy, if not exactly royal. As I had suspected, washing had done little to make my clothing more presentable. I begged a needle and thread from the servant who brought our food, saying I wished to tighten the sleeve in my mended shirt. The reality was that I required a pocket in it. Lord Golden looked at me and sighed. "Keeping you decently clothed may become the most expensive part of keeping you as a servant, Tom Badgerlock. Well, see what you can do with the rest of yourself." I was the only one with any need to shave. Lord Golden commanded hot water and a razor and glass for me. He sat by the window, gazing out over the little landing town as I worked. I had scarcely begun my task when I became aware of the prince's scrutiny. For a time I ignored his intense fascination. The second time I nicked myself. I suppressed a curse, but did demand, "What, have you never seen a man shave himself before?" He coloured slightly. "No." He looked away as he added, "I have spent little time in the company of men. Oh, I've dined with our nobles and hawked with them and taken my sword lessons with the other lads of good houses, but—" He seemed at a loss suddenly. Just as abruptly, Lord Golden arose from his window seat. "I've a mind to see a bit of this town before we depart it. I think I shall take a stroll about it, with my prince's permission." "Of course, Lord Golden, as you will." When he left, I expected the prince to go with him. Instead, he lingered with me. He watched me finish shaving, and when I rinsed the last of the soap from my smarting face, he added with intense curiosity, "It hurts, then?" "Stings a little, only if you hurry, as I always seem to do, and cut myself in the process." My morning shortened hair stuck up in thickets. Starling would have cut it for me, I thought, and then damned the thought and plastered it down to my head with water. "It won't stay. Once it dries, it will just stick up again," the prince pointed out helpfully. "I know that, my prince." "Do you hate me?" He asked it so casually, it set me completely off balance. I put aside the towel and met his earnest gaze. "No, I do not hate you. Because I would understand if you did, because of your wolf and all." "Nighteyes." "Nighteyes." He said the name carefully. Then he looked aside from me suddenly. "I never knew my cat's name." I knew tears threatened to choke him. I sat carefully still and silent, waiting for him. After a moment he drew a deep breath. "I don't hate you either." "That's good to know," I admitted. Then I added, "The cat told me to kill her." Despite my effort, the words sounded defensive. "I know. I heard her." He sniffed a little, then tried to disguise it as a cough. "And she would have forced you to kill her. She was completely determined." "I think I knew that," I replied ruefully, then touched the renewed bandages at my throat. The prince actually smiled, and I found myself returning the smile. He asked the next question quickly, as if it were important to ask, so important that he feared the answer. "Will you be staying?" "Staying?" "Will I see you around Buckkeep Castle?" He sat down suddenly at the table across from me and met my eyes directly with Verity's blunt stare. "Tom Badgerlock, will you teach me?" Chade, my old master, had asked me, and I'd been able to say no. The fool, my oldest friend, had asked me to return to Buckkeep, and I'd refused him. If the Queen herself had asked me, I could have said no. The best I could manage with this Farseer heir was, "I don't know that much to teach. What your father taught me, he taught me in secret, and he seldom had time for lessons." He regarded me soberly. "Is there anyone who knows more of the skill than you do?" "No, my prince." I did not add that I'd killed them all. I could not have said why I suddenly added his title, only that something in his manner demanded it.
Then you are a skillmaster now? By default?
No. That I could answer. My tongue moving as swiftly as my thoughts, I took a breath. "I'll teach you," I said, "but it will be as your father taught me. When I can, and what I can, and in secret." Without a word, he reached his hand across the table to me, to seal the agreement with the touching of hands. 2 things happened as our hands met.
"The wit and the skill,"
he stipulated. As the skin on my palm touched his, the leap of skill spark between us sang. "Please." His plea was sloppily done, pushed by the wit, not the skill. "We'll see," I said aloud. I was already regretting it. "You may change your mind. I'm neither a good teacher nor a patient one.
But you treat me like a man, not the prince. As if your expectations of a man were higher than those for a prince."
I did not reply. I looked at him, waiting. He spoke hesitantly, as if the answer shamed him.
"To my mother I am a son. But I am also, always, the prince and sacrifice for my people. And to all others always I am the prince, always. I am no one's brother, I am no man's son. I am not anyone's best friend."
He laughed, a small, strangled laugh.
"People treat me very well as my prince, but there is always a wall there. No one speaks to me as, well, as me."
He shrugged one shoulder and his mouth twisted to one side wryly.
"No one except you has ever told me I was stupid even when I was most definitely being stupid."
I understood suddenly why he had so swiftly succumbed to the piebald's plot. To be loved. In a familiar, unfearing way, to be someone's best friend, even if that someone was only a cat. I could recall a time when I thought Chade was the only one in the world who would give me that. I recalled how terrifying the threat of losing that had been. I knew that any boy, prince or beggar, needed that from a man, but I wasn't sure I was a wise choice for that. Chade. Why couldn't he have chosen Chade? I was still formulating an answer to that when there was a knock at the door. I opened it to discover Laurel. Reflexively, I looked past her for Lord Golden. He wasn't there. She glanced over her own shoulder with a small frown, and then back to my face.
"May I come in?"
she asked pointedly.
"Of course, my lady, I just thought."
She entered, and I closed the door behind her. She considered Prince Dutiful for a moment, and something almost like relief dawned on her face as she made a curtsy to him. She smiled as she greeted him with,
"Good morning, my prince." "Good morning, huntswoman."
His reply was solemn, but he did reply. I glanced at the boy and realized what she saw. The prince had come back to himself. His face was solemn, his eyes shadowed, but he was with us. He no longer stared within himself to a distance no one else could see.
"It is good to see you so well recovered, my prince. I came to inquire as to when you wish to depart for Buckkeep. The sun is climbing, and the day looks fair, if cold. I am pleased to leave that decision to Lord Golden." "An excellent decision, my prince."
She glanced about the room and then asked,
"Lord Golden is not here?"
"He said he was going out," I replied. My words startled her. It was almost as if a chair had spoken. And then I realized fully my error. In the presence of the prince, a mere servant like myself would not presume to speak out. I glanced down at my feet so no one would see the chagrin in my eyes. Yet again I resolved to focus more closely on the role I must play. Had I forgotten all of Chade's earlier training? She glanced at Dutiful, but when he added nothing to my words, she said slowly,
"I see.
You are, of course, welcome to wait here for his return, huntswoman." His words said one thing, his tone another. I had not heard it done so well since Shrewd was king.
"Thank you, my prince, but if I may, I think I will seek my own room until I am sent for."
"As you wish, huntswoman." He had turned to look out of the window.
"Thank you, my prince."
She dipped a curtsy to his back. Our eyes met for a fleeting moment as she went to the door, but I read nothing there. When the door had closed behind her, the prince turned back to me.
"There, do you see what I mean, Tom Badgerlock?"
"She was not unkind to you, my prince?" He came back to the table and sat down. He made a motion to me to do the same. As I took a chair opposite him, he said,
"She was not anything to me. She treats me as they all do, as it please you, my prince. But in all the 6 duchies I haven't a true friend."
I took a breath, then asked, "What of your companions, your friends who ride and hunt with you?"
"I have far too many of them. I must call each one a friend, and to none of them may I show favour, lest the father of another one feel slighted. And Ada forbid I should smile at a young woman. At my slightest attempt to form a friendship she's whisked away, lest my attention be interpreted as courtship. No." He came back to the table and dropped into a chair. "I am alone, Tom Badgerlock. Forever." He sighed heavily, and looked down at his hands on the table's edge. It was a bit too dramatic to befit the young man. I spoke before I thought. "Oh, poor deprived lad." He lifted his head and glowered at me. I returned his look levelly. Then a slow smile came to his face. "Spoken like a true friend," he said. A moment later Lord Golden came through the door. In a flicker of his long fingers he showed me a bird's message tube. In the next instant it had vanished up his sleeve. Of course, he'd gone to see Starling, to see if we'd received word back from Buckkeep. And we had. No doubt Shade would have all in readiness for our return. In the next moment his eyes took in the prince seated at the other end of the table. If he thought it odd to find the Farseer heir sitting at table with me, watching me mend the sleeve of my shirt, he did not show it. Not even a flick of his eye betrayed that he had greeted me first. Instead, all his attention seemed fixed on the prince as he addressed me. "Good day, my prince. If it please you, we can ride as soon as we may." The prince drew a long breath. "It would please me, Lord Golden." Now Lord Golden turned to me and gave me a smile such as I had not seen on his face for days. "You have heard our Prince, Tom Badgerlock. Stir yourself to readiness and pack our things. And you can leave off mending that, my good man, at least for now. Never can it be said that I am a niggardly master, even to such a wretched servant as yourself. Put this on, lest you shame us all riding back into Buckkeep." He tossed me a bundled packet. It proved to be a shirt of homespun, far sturdier than the tattered garment in my hands. So much for a pocket up my sleeve today. "My thanks to you, Lord Golden," I replied with humble gratitude. "I shall strive to take better care of this one than I did of the last 3. "See that you do. Put it on, and then haste to Mistress Laurel to let her know that we'll be riding soon. And on your way down to the stables to ask that the horses be readied, stop at the kitchen and request that they pack us a luncheon as well. A couple of cold birds and a meat pie, 2 bottles of wine, and some of the fresh bread I smelled baking as I entered." "As it please you, master," I replied. As I was pulling the new shirt on over my head, I heard the prince ask sourly, "My Lord Golden, is it you who thinks I am an idiot? That you put on this show for me, or is it the wish of Tom Badgerlock?" I popped my head out hastily, not wishing to miss the look on Lord Golden's face. But it was the fool who greeted me. His grin was nothing short of dazzling, as he swept a wide minstrel's bow to Dutiful. His non-existent hat brushing his knees, as he straightened, he gave me a look of triumph. It baffled me, but I found myself answering his grin with one of my own as he replied, "Good prince, it is neither my wish nor that of Tom Badgerlock, but of Lord Chade. He desires that we practice as much as we may, for poor actors such as ourselves need many rehearsals if we are to fool even an eye or two." "Lord Chade, I should have known you both belonged to him." It pleased me that he did not betray I had already told him that. He was learning some discretion at least. He gave the fool a piercing look, one with much mistrust in it. The look shifted sideways to include me. "But who are you?" he asked in a low voice. "Who are you? The both of you?" Without thinking, the fool and I exchanged a look. That we conferred before we answered incensed the prince. I could tell by the slow spots of colour that rose on his cheeks. Beyond the anger, hidden in the back of his eyes, was the boy's fear that he had made a fool of himself to me. Had his trust been won by a contrived performance? Did the affection between the fool and me preclude any friendship I would share with him? I saw his candour begin to close. I could see him retreating behind his regal wall.
I reached hastily across the table and violated every noble protocol that existed by seizing his hand. I let honesty flow through that touch, convincing him with skill just as Verity had once won his mother's trust. He is a friend, my prince. The best friend I have ever had, and like to be yours as well. My gaze did not leave the prince's face as I reached my free hand towards the fool. I heard him step up beside Dutiful. An instant later, I felt him set his ungloved fingers in mine. I brought his hand to join our clasp, his long fingers closing around both our hands. "If you will have me," the fool offered humbly, "I will serve you, as I served your father, and your grandfather before him." Chapter 28. Homecoming. As far back as our traditions go, there has been both trade and war between the Six Duchies and the Outislands. Like the regular ebb and flow of the tides, we have traded and intermarried, and then warred and killed our own kin. What set the Red Ship War apart in that long and bloody tradition is that for the first time, the Outislanders were united under a single war leader. Keble Rawbread was his name. Accounts of him differ, but by most tellings he began as a pirate and raider. As both sailor and fighter he excelled, and the men who followed him prospered. Word of their successes and the richness of the plunder they claimed brought men of like minds to follow him. He soon commanded a fleet of raiding vessels. Even so, he might have remained no more than a prosperous pirate, raiding wherever the wind took him. Instead, he began to take steps to force all of the Outislands under his reign. The form of coercion he used was remarkably similar to the forging that he later employed against the people of the Six Duchies. At about that time, he decreed that all the hulls of his raiding vessels must be painted red, and that the force of his raids would be expended only on the Six Duchies coastline. It is interesting to note that at the same time that these tactical changes were occurring in Keble Rawbread's fleet, those in the Six Duchies first began to hear rumours of a pale woman at his side. Fedren's An Account of the Red Ship War. We reached Buckkeep town as the afternoon faded. We could have made far better time, but the fool deliberately delayed us. We had stopped overlong on a stretch of sandy riverbank for our late afternoon luncheon. I believe he thought to buy the prince one more day of quiet before he plunged into the whirl of court again. None of us had mentioned the chaos and gaiety of the betrothal ceremony that the new moon would bring. It had pleased the prince to join in our charade, so that for the ride home he kept his mount beside Malta, as disdainful of Lord Golden's coarse servant as any well-born young man might be. He allowed Lord Golden's aristocratic talk of hunts and balls and exotic travel to amuse him while never compromising his princely demeanour. Laurel rode at Lord Golden's other stirrup, but was mostly silent. I think the prince enjoyed his new role. I could sense his relief that we included him now. He was not a wayward boy being dragged home by his elders, but a young man returning from a misadventure with friends. His desperate loneliness had eased. Nonetheless, I also felt his rising anxiety as we drew nearer and nearer to Buckkeep. It pulsed through the skill connection we shared. I wondered again if he were as aware of it as I was. I think poor Laurel was baffled by the change in the young man. He seemed to have recovered his spirits entirely and set behind him his misfortune among the piebalds. I do not know if she heard the brittleness at the edges of his laughter, nor marked how well Lord Golden carried the conversation during the times when the prince could not seem to keep his mind on it. I did. I was relieved that the boy had latched onto Lord Golden so firmly. So I rode alone until, in the early afternoon, the huntswoman dropped back to ride beside me, leaving the prince and Lord Golden to their new-found companionship. "He seems a different young man entirely," she observed quietly. "He does," I agreed. I tried to keep any cynicism from my voice. With both Dutiful and Lord Golden occupied, she deigned to speak to me again. I knew I should not fault her for choosing wisely where to let her attention and fondness come to rest. For Lord Golden to honour her with his attention was no small coup for her. I wondered if she would try to continue their connection when we returned to Buckkeep Castle. She would be the envy of the ladies if she did. I even wondered how deep his affection for her went. Was my friend honestly losing his heart to her? I considered her silent profile as she rode alongside me. He could do far worse. She was healthy and young, and a good hunter. I abruptly heard the echo of the wolf's values in my thoughts. I caught my breath for a moment, and then let the pain pass. She was more astute than I had realized. "I'm sorry." She spoke softly, and her words barely reached me. "You know I do not have the old blood myself. Somehow it passed me to settle on my brothers and sister instead. Nonetheless, I can guess what you suffer. I saw what my mother went through when her gander died. That bird was 40 years old and had outlived my father. Truth to tell, it is why I think old blood as much a curse as a blessing. And I confess, when I consider the risk and the pain, I do not know why you practice this magic. How can anyone let an animal seize his heart so completely when their lives are so short? What can you gain that is worth all the pain each time your partner dies?" I had no answer to that. In truth, it was a rock-hard sympathy she gave me. "I'm sorry," she said again when some little time had passed. "You must think me heartless. I know my cousin Deerkin does. But all I can say to him is, what I've said to you I do not understand, and I cannot approve. I will always think old blood and magic better left alone." "If I had a choice, perhaps I would feel the same," I replied. "But I am as I was born." "As is the prince," she said after a long moment's consideration. "He does save us all, and keep his secrets safe." "Amen to that," I said heavily. "And mine as well." I gave her a sideways glance. "I do not think Lord Golden would betray you. He values you far too highly as a servant," she replied. It was a reassurance that she never even considered I might be thinking of her tongue wagging. A moment later she set my thoughts on a different trail when she delicately added, "And may my bloodlines not become common talk." I replied as she had. "I am certain that as Lord Golden values you, both as a friend and as the Queen's devoted huntswoman, he would never breathe a word that might discredit or endanger you." She gave me a sidelong glance, then asked shyly, "As his friend, do you think so?" Something in her eyes and at the corners of her mouth warned me not to answer that question lightly. "So it would appear to me," I said somewhat stiffly. Her shoulders lifted, as if I had offered her a gift. "And you have known him well and long," she embroidered my words. I refused to confirm that speculation. She looked away from me for a time, and after that we did not speak much, but she hummed as she rode. She seemed light of heart. Ahead of me, I marked that the prince's voice had faltered to a halt. Lord Golden chatted on, but the prince rode looking ahead and silent. Buckkeep Castle was a dark silhouette on the black stone cliffs against a bank of dark clouds when we reached Buckkeep town. The prince had pulled his hood well up over his face and dropped back to ride beside me. Laurel rode by Lord Golden now, and seemed well pleased with the change. Dutiful and I spoke little, each busy with our own thoughts. Our journey back to Buckkeep would take us up the steep path to the lesser-used West Gate. As we had left, so we would enter. We passed once more the scattering of cottages at the bottom of the climb, when I saw the first drape of greenery on a door lintel. I thought it was but an over-eager celebrant, but then I saw another, and as we rode on we eventually came to a group of workmen setting up a celebratory arch. Nearby, townsfolk busily plaited ivy with Heffelwhite vines, ready to drape the arch. "A bit early, aren't you?" Lord Golden called to them congenially as we passed. A guardsman spat and laughed. "Early, my lord? We're damn near too late. All thought the storms would delay the betrothal ship, but the Outislanders seem to have used them to fly here with the wind's own wings. The treaty galleys arrived at noon, with the princesses on a guard. We've heard she'll make landfall before the sun sets, and all must be ready." "Really?" Lord Golden enthused. "Well, I dare not be late for the festivities." He turned his smile on Laurel. "My lady, I fear we must ride as swift as we can. Your lads may follow at your own pace." And with that he set his heels to Malta, and she plunged nimbly forwards. Laurel matched him. The prince and I followed, but at a more sedate gait. As we trailed them up the winding road to Buckkeep Castle, Lord Golden and Laurel continued up the main road and entered at the gate. But in a thicker patch of woods, I turned my black's head from the path and motioned for the prince to follow. There was little more than a game trail, but I pushed my black through the tangles of brush, along a path I scarce remembered, and Dutiful followed. We followed the keep wall until we came to the place the wolf had shown me so long ago. Thick brambles still covered that old breach in the wall, but I had my suspicions. In the shadow of the keep wall we dismounted. "What is this place?" he demanded. He pushed his hood back and looked about curiously. "A place to wait. I will not chance taking you in either of the gates. Chade will send someone to meet us here, and I am certain he will devise a way for you to re-enter the keep, so it may seem that you have never left. You have seen fit to spend these days in meditation, and now you will emerge to meet your betrothed. None need be the wiser." "I see," he replied bleakly. Overhead the clouds were growing thicker, and the wind began to pick up. "What do we do now?" the prince asked softly. "We wait." "Waiting," he sighed. "If a man can become perfect at something by practicing it, I should be perfect at waiting by now." He sounded both tired and older than his years. "At least you're home now," I said comfortingly. "Yes." He did not sound glad. After a moment he asked, "It seems a year since I was last at Buckkeep, and it is not even a full month. I remember lying on my bed and counting the days I still had before the new moon, before I had to face this. Then, for a time, I thought I might never have to face it. It seemed strange, all day today, to know I was riding back to my old life, that I would pick up all the threads, all the details, and go on as if I had never left. It was overwhelming. All day, riding back here, I promised myself a quiet day or two. I wanted some time alone to decide how much I had changed. Now, this very night the delegation arrives from the Out-Islands to formalize my betrothal. This night my mother and the Out-Islander nobles set the course of the rest of my life." I tried to smile, but I felt I was delivering him to his execution. I had come near as a knife's edge to a similar fate once. I found something to say. "You must be very excited to meet your bride." He gave me a look. Apprehensive is perhaps a better word. There is something rather dreadful about meeting the girl you will marry when you know that your own preferences have absolutely no bearing on the situation. He gave a small, sour laugh. "Not that I did so well when I thought I was choosing someone for myself." He sighed and looked aside from me. "She's 11. 11 summers old." He looked away from me. "What shall I discuss with her? Dolls? Embroidery lessons?" He crossed his arms on his chest and leaned against the cold stone wall. "I do not think they even teach women to read in the Out-Islands. Nor men, for that matter." "Oh." I struggled desperately, but could think of nothing more to say. To say that 14 was not that much older than 11 seemed a cruelty. We waited in silence. With no warning at all, the threatened rain suddenly sluiced down on us. It began abruptly, one of those downpours that soak a man and fills his ears with the sound of falling water. I was almost grateful that it made conversation impossible. We huddled miserably, the water streaming down the horses, who stood with their heads hanging. We were both completely drenched and cold when Chade appeared to escort the prince back into the castle. He spoke little, a hasty greeting in the cascading downpour and a promise to see me soon, and then they were gone. I grinned sourly to myself as they left me there in the wet. It was as I had expected. The old fox had not closed off this secret back door, but he was not going to show the entrance to me. I drew a deep breath. Well, my errand was done. I'd brought the prince safely back to Buckkeep Castle in time for his betrothal. I tried on emotions, triumph, joy, elation. No. Wet, tired, and hungry. Cold to my bones. Alone. Empty. I mounted my black and rode through the downpour, leading the prince's horse. The light was fading and the horse's hooves slipped on the layers of wet leaves. I was forced to go slowly. The bushes we pushed through were laden with rain. I had not thought it was possible to get wetter, but I did. Then, as I reached the main road up to the keep, I found the way choked with men and horses and litters. I somehow doubted they were going to make way for me, or allow me to join the betrothal procession. So I sat my black in the rain and held the reins of the miserable dun, and watched them go by. First came the torchbearers, holding their blazing brands aloft to show the way. They were followed by the Queen's guards, in purple and white with the fox badge, riding white horses, very showy and dripping wet. They passed, leading the way, and then came an interesting mix of the Prince's Guard and the Outislander warriors. The Prince's Guard wore Buckkeep blue with the Farseer stag badge, and they were afoot, I suppose out of courtesy to the Outislanders. The guardians who had accompanied their Narcheska were sailors and fighters, not horsemen. Their furs and leathers dripped, and I suspected the great hall would be rich with the stench of wet fur tonight, as the warmth dried them. They strode along, rank after rank, with the rolling gait of men who had been long at sea and still expected a deck to rise to greet them at every step. They wore their weapons as their wealth, and their wealth as their weapons. Jewels glittered on sword belts, and I glimpsed axe hafts branded with gold. I prayed no fighting would break out among the mingled guard companies tonight. There strode together veterans from both sides of the Red Ship War. The Outislander nobles came next, riding borrowed horses, and looking singularly uncomfortable on them. I saw an assortment of 6 duchies nobles riding welcome amongst them. I recognized them more by their badges than by their faces. The Duke of Tilth was younger by far than I had expected him to be. There were 2 young women wearing bairns insignia, and though I recognized the stamp of their bloodlines in their faces, I had never seen them before. And still the folk, both grand and martial, paraded past, and I stood in the rain and watched them go by. Then came the litter of Prince Dutiful's betrothed. It floated like a tethered cloud, immense and white, borne on the shoulders of the king's best. The young noblemen who walked beside it, bearing torches, were wet and spattered with mud to the knee. The flowers and garlands that draped it looked battered by the wind and rain of the storm. It would have seemed an ominous omen, this storm-tossed litter. But for the girl inside it. The curtains of the litter were not drawn against the wind's rough kiss, but thrown wide. The 3 Six Duchies ladies within looked drenched, and much aware of how the rain dripped from their coiffed hair and soaked their dresses. But in their midst sat a little girl, revelling in the storm. Her inky black hair was long and unbound. The rain had sleeked it to her head, tight as a seal's fur, and her eyes, too, reminded me of a seal's, immense and dark and liquid. She stared at me as they passed me, her teeth white in an excited smile. She was, as the prince had said, a child of 11. She was a sturdy little thing, wide-cheeked and square-shouldered, and obviously determined not to miss a moment of her journey to the castle on the hill. Perhaps to honour her intended, she was dressed in buck blue with an odd blue ornament in her hair, but her high-collared overblouse was of fine white leather embroidered in gold with leaping narwhals. I stared back at her, thinking I had seen her before, or met someone of her house. But before I could snag the memory, the litter was borne past me and on up the hill. And still I must wait, as the rain spattered down around me, for behind her came more ranks of her own men, and ours, to honour her. When finally all the nobility and their guards had passed, I nudged my black onto the well-churned road. We joined a stream of merchants and tradesfolk heading up to the keep. Some bore their wares on their shoulders, wax-coated wheels of cheese or kegs of fine liquor, and some brought theirs in carts. I became a part of the flow, and entered the main gate of Buckkeep with them, unremarked. There were stable boys to take the horses, struggling hard to keep up with the flow of animals. I gave them the prince's dun, but I told them I wanted to care for my black myself, and they were glad of it. It was perhaps a foolish chance to take. I suppose I could have encountered Hans, and he might somehow have recognized me. But in the bustle of all the strangers and extra animals to stable, I did not think it likely. The stable boys directed me to take my black to the old stable, for that was the one allotted to servants' mounts now. I found it was the stable of my childhood, where Burrick had reigned, and I had once been his right hand. The old familiar tasks of putting the horse to rights before I left her in her stall brought an odd measure of peace to my heart. The smell of animals and hay, the muted light of the spaced lanterns, and the sounds of beasts settling for the night all soothed me. I was cold and wet and tired, but here in the Buckkeep stables I was as close to home as I had been in a long time. All had changed in the world, but here, in the stables, all was very much the same. As I trudged across the busy yard and went in at the servants' door, the thought followed me. All had changed, yet was much the same in Buckkeep. There was still the heat and clatter and chatter from the kitchens as I passed. The flagged entry to the guardroom was still muddy, and it still smelled of wet wool and spilled ale and steaming meat as I walked past the door. From the great hall spilled the sounds of music and laughter and eating and talk. Ladies swished past me, their maids scowling at me as if I might dare to drip on their mistresses. Outside the entrance to the great hall, 2 young lordlings were chivying a third about a girl he dared not speak to. The sleeves of one boy's shirt were trimmed with black-tipped ermine's tails, and another wore a collar so filigreed with silver rings that he scarce could turn his head. I recalled how Mistress Hasty had once tormented me with fashionable clothing, and could only pity them. The homespun on my back was coarse, but at least I could move freely in it. Once, I would have been expected to make an appearance at such an occasion, even if I were no more than a bastard. When Verity and Catrichan had sat at the high table, I had sometimes been seated almost near them. I had dined on elaborately cooked delicacies, made conversation with noble ladies, and listened to the 6 duchies' finest musicians in my time as Fitz chivalry Farseer. But tonight I was Tom Badgerlock, and I would have been the greatest fool in the world to regret that I walked unknown amongst such gaiety. Swept up in remembering almost, I climbed the stair that would have led to my old chamber, but I caught myself in time and made my way up to Lord Golden's rooms instead. I tapped, and then entered. He was not there, but there were all the indications he had been. He had obviously bathed and donned fresh attire, and his hurry was evident. A box of jewellery was still out on the table, plundered of something, and the rest left scattered across the polished wood. 4 shirts had been tried on, then flung across the bed. Several pairs of disdained shoes cluttered the floor. I sighed and put the room to rights, wedging 2 shirts back into his wardrobe, packing 2 others into a chest and shutting the door upon the clothing and heaped shoes. I fed the hearth fire, put fresh candles in the holders against his late return, and swept up the hearth. Then I glanced about. The pleasant room seemed suddenly terribly empty. I took a deep breath, and yet again explored the space in my mind where the wolf was not. Some day, I told myself, it would feel natural for that place to be empty. But just now, I did not want to be alone with myself. I took up a candle and went into my own dark chamber. All was exactly as I had left it. I shut the door firmly behind me, worked the catch, and began the weary climb up the narrow stairs to Chade's tower. I had half expected to find him waiting there for me, anxious for my report. Of course he was not. He must be at the festivities below. But if Chade was not there, the rooms welcomed me all the same. A tub had been left out by the hearth, and a large kettle of water was steaming on the hook. Food, obviously from the same dishes the nobles shared below, waited on the table, and a bottle of wine. 1 plate, 1 glass. I could have felt sorry for myself, but I did note that a second comfortable chair now rested beside his near the hearth. On that chair was a stack of towels and a robe of blue wool. Chade had left out lint and bandaging as well, and a pot of smelly salve. In the midst of all he undoubtedly had to tend to, he had thought of me. I reminded myself of that, even as I knew he would not have hauled the buckets of water up here on his own. So he had a servant, or was it his apprentice? That was still a mystery I had not solved. I poured the steaming water into the tub and added cold from a bucket to adjust it. I heaped a plate with food and set it with the open bottle of wine next to the tub. I shed my sodden clothing where I stood, put Jinnah's charm on the table, and hid my feathers inside one of Chade's dustiest scrolls.
Then I peeled off the bandaging on my neck and climbed into the tub. I eased into the water and leaned back. I ate while soaking in hot water and drank a glass of wine and washed myself in a desultory fashion. Slowly the cold began to seep out of my bones. The sadness that remained and weighted me seemed a tired and familiar thing. I wondered if Starling played and sang in the great hall. I wondered if Lord Golden led Huntswoman Laurel to the dance floor. I wondered what Prince Dutiful thought of the child bride the sea storm had washed to his doorstep. I leaned back in the tub, and I drank wine from the bottle's mouth, and I suppose I dozed off. "Fitz?" The old man's voice was worried. It startled me awake, and I sat up in the tub, sloshing water. The neck of the wine bottle was still in my hand. He caught it before I overset it and placed it on the table with a thump. "Are you all right?" he demanded. I must have fallen asleep. I was disorientated. I stared at him, in his court finery, with the dying firelight glinting off the jewels at his ears and throat. He seemed a stranger to me suddenly, and I was embarrassed to be caught sleeping, naked and half-drunk in a tub of cooling water. "Let me get out of this," I muttered. "Do," he encouraged me. He built up the fire while I clambered from the tub, dried myself, and pulled on the blue robe. My hands and feet were wrinkled from the long immersion. He filled a smaller kettle and set it on the hob, and then took a teapot and cups down from the shelf. I watched him mix tea herbs from a row of cork-stoppered pots. "How late is it?" I asked him groggily. "So late, Barrick would say it was early morning," he replied. He put a small table between the hearth chairs and arranged his teapot and cups there. He sat down in his worn chair beside the table and indicated the other chair for me. I took it and I studied Chade. He had obviously been up all night, yet he seemed not weary but enervated by it. His eyes were bright and his hands steady. He folded his hands on his lap before him, and for a moment he was silent, looking down on them. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. He looked up and met my gaze. "I won't pretend to completely understand your loss. He was a fine creature, your wolf. But for him, Queen Catrican would never have escaped Buckkeep Castle all those years ago. And she has often spoken to me of how he provided meat for all of you on your journey through the Mountain Kingdom." He lifted his eyes to mine. "Have you ever thought that, if not for the wolf, neither of us would be sitting here like this?" I didn't want to speak of Nighteyes just then, not even to hear the kindly memories others had of him. "So," I said, when a moment of awkward silence had passed, "did all go well this evening, the betrothal ceremony and all?" "Oh, that was just the welcoming ceremony. The formal betrothal will not take place until the new moon, night after tomorrow. All the dukes must arrive before we can hold that. Buckkeep Castle will be packed to the rafters with folk, and all of Buckkeep Town as well." I saw her, the Narcheska. She's only a child. A strange smile lit Chade's face. "If you say she is only a child, then I doubt you actually saw her. She is a queen in the bud, Fitz. I wish you could meet her and speak to her. By the greatest good fortune, the Outislanders have offered us an extraordinary match for our prince." "And does Dutiful concur with that?" I asked proddingly. "He—" Chade drew himself up abruptly. "And what is this? Asking questions of your master? Report, you young upstart!" His smile took any sting from his words. And so I did. When the water boiled, Chade brewed a tea for us, and later he poured it from the pot, stinging and strong. I don't know what was in it, but the haze of weariness and wine lifted from my mind. I told him all the events up to the time when we reached the inn at the ferry landing. As ever, his face was still as he listened. If he heard anything that shocked or dismayed him, he covered it well. He only winced once, when I spoke of slamming Dutiful flat onto his back on the beach. When I was finished, he drew in a long breath through his nose. He stood up and walked a slow turn around the room. Then he came back and sat down heavily. "So, our prince is witted," he said slowly.
Of all the things he could have said, this most surprised me. Did you doubt it? He gave a small shake of the head. I had hoped we were wrong, that these old blood folk know he carries that blood as a knife in our ribs. At any time the piebalds could choose to drive it home, simply by speaking what they know. His eyes turned inward. The Brisingers will bear watching, I think. Ah, yes. That Queen Catrichan will ask Lady Brisinger to take a certain young woman into her household. A girl of good blood, but poor prospects. And I shall look into Laurel's family connections as well. Yes, I know what you think of that, but we cannot be too careful where the prince is concerned. A damned shame you let the piebalds ride away, but I see there was nothing you could have done about it at the time. If it were but one man, or two, or even three, we could end the danger. But not only a dozen old bloods, but those piebalds know as well. He considered a moment. Can their silence be bought? It disheartened me to hear him plot. Yet I knew it was his nature. As well fault a squirrel for hiding nuts. Not with gold, I decided. Actions might keep them content. Do as they asked. Show goodwill. Have the Queen move more strongly to protect the witted ones from persecution. She already has, Chade replied defensively. For your sake she has spoken out, and more than once. 6 Duchies law forbids that any witted one be killed simply for being witted. Other crimes must be proved. I took a breath. And has that law been enforced? It is up to each duke to enforce the laws within his own duchy. And in Buck? I asked softly. Chade was silent for a time. I watched him gnaw briefly on his lip, his eyes staring deep into nothing, weighing. At last he asked, Do you think that would content them? Stricter enforcement of the law within Buck Duchy. It would be a start. He took a deep breath and sighed it out. I will discuss it with the Queen. It will not take much urging on my part. In truth, I have played the opposite role up until now, urging her to respect the traditions of the folk she has come to rule, for she... Traditions! I burst out. Murder and torture as traditions. She bestraddles an uneasy alliance. He finished more strongly than he had begun. Since the end of the Red Ship War, it has been a juggler's trick to keep the 6 duchies in balance. It takes a light hand, Fitz, and the sense to know when to take a stand and when to let things go. I thought of the smell that had hung near the river and the cut rope left hanging from the tree. I think she had best decide to take a stand on this. In Buck. In Buck at the least. Chade covered his mouth, and then pulled at his chin. Very well, he conceded. And for the first time I perceived that I had been negotiating with him. I had not, I reflected, done very well at it, but then I had supposed I had merely been reporting. And whom had I expected to speak out for the old blood? Lord Golden? Huntswoman Laurel, who would just as soon not be associated with them? I wished I had been more forceful. Then I reflected that I still could be when I spoke with Queen Catrichan. So, what did our Queen think of Prince Dutiful's bride? Chade looked at me for a long moment. Are you asking for a report? Something in his voice made me falter. A trap? Was this one of his trap questions? I merely asked. I have no right. Ah, then Dutiful was mistaken, and you have not consented to teach him. I worked the two ideas against one another, trying to see how they fitted. Then I gave up. And if I have? I asked him cautiously. If you have, then you not only have a right to the information, but a need. If you are going to educate the prince, you must know everything that affects him. But if you are not, if you intend to go back to your hermit's hut, if you are asking but for the sake of hearing family gossip... He let his words trail off. I knew that old trick of his. Leave a sentence dangling, and someone will leap to fill in the end, and possibly betray their own thoughts in doing so. Instead, I sat regarding my cup of tea and chewing on the side of my thumbnail until he leaned across the table and in exasperation slapped my hand away from my mouth. "Well?" he demanded. "What did the prince tell you?" It was his turn to hold his silence for a time. I waited him out, wolf-wary. "Nothing," he grudgingly admitted at last. "I was but hoping." I leaned back in my chair, wincing as my aching back touched it. "Oh, old man," I warned him, shaking my head. Then I found myself smiling despite myself. "I thought the years had rounded your corners, but they haven't. Why are you making it like this between us?" "Because I am the Queen's counselor now, not your mentor, my boy. And because I fear there are days when, as you put it, my corners are rounded and I forget things and all my carefully gathered threads turn suddenly to a snarl in my hand. So I try to be careful, and more than careful in every aspect of all I do." "What was in the tea?" I asked suddenly. "Some new herbs I've been trying. They were mentioned in the skill scrolls. No elf bark, I assure you. I'd give you nothing that might damage your abilities." "But they sharpen you." "Yes, but at a cost, as you've already surmised. All things have a cost, Fitz. We both know that. We'll both spend this afternoon abed, don't doubt it. But for now we have our wits about us. So, tell me." I took a breath, wondering how to phrase it. I glanced up at his fireplace mantel, at a knife that still stood embedded at the centre of it. I weighed trust and youthful confidences, and all I had once promised King Shrewd. Chade's gaze followed mine. "A long time ago," I began softly, "you tested my loyalty to the king by asking me to steal something from him, just as a prank. You knew I loved you, so you tried that love against my loyalty to my king. Do you recall that?" "I do," he responded gravely, "and I still regret it." He took a breath and sighed it out. "And you passed his test. Not even for love of me would you betray your king. I know I put you through the fire, Fitzchivalry, but it was my king who asked that you be tested." I nodded slowly. "I understand that. Now, I, too, made my oath to the Farseer line, Chade, just as you did. You vowed no loyalty to me, nor I to you. There is love between us, but no oaths of fealty." He was watching my face very carefully. A frown divided his white brows. I took a breath. "My loyalty is to my prince, Chade. I think it must be up to him what he shares with you." I took a deep breath, and with great regret severed a portion of my life. "As you have said, old friend, you are the Queen's counselor now, no longer my mentor. And I am not your apprentice." I looked down at the table and steeled myself. The words were hard to say. "The prince will decide what I am to him. But I will never again report to you about my private words with my prince, Chade." He stood, quite abruptly. To my horror, I saw tears welling up in his sharp green eyes. For a moment his mouth trembled. Then he walked around the table, seized my head in his hands, and bent down to kiss my brow. "Thanks be to Ada and El both," he whispered hoarsely. "You are his, and he will still be safe when I am gone." I was too astonished to speak. He walked slowly around the table and resumed his seat. He poured more tea for both of us. He turned aside to wipe his eyes, and then looked back at me. He pushed my cup across the table towards me and said, "Very well. Shall I report now?" Chapter 29. Buckkeep Town. A good bed of fennel is an excellent addition to any cottage garden, though one must be wary of its spreading. Cut it back each fall, and gather the seed heads before the birds can scatter them all through your garden, or your spring will be spent pulling up the lacy fronds. All know the sweet flavour of this plant, but it has medicinal uses as well. Both seed and root of this herb aid the digestion. A colicky babe will take a tisane of fennel, and much good with it. Chewed, the seed will refresh the mouth. A poultice of the same will soothe sore eyes. Given as a gift, the message of fennel is said by some to be strength, and by others, flattery. Merrybuck's Herbal. As Chade had warned me, I slept away not only the afternoon, but part of the early evening as well. I awoke in the utter blackness of my little chamber, in the total solitude of myself, and suddenly feared I was dead. I rolled off my bed, found the door by touch, and lunged out of it. Light and moving air stunned me. Lord Golden, impeccably attired, sat at his writing desk. He glanced up casually at my abrupt entrance. "Oh, awake at last," he observed congenially. "Wine? Biscuits?" He gestured at a table and chairs by the fireside. I came to the table, rubbing my eyes. Food was artfully arranged on it. I dropped into the closest chair. My tongue felt thick, my eyes sticky. I have no idea what was in Chade's tea, but I don't think I want to try it again. And I have no idea what you're talking about, but I suspect that is just as well. He rose and came to the table, poured wine for us, and then glanced over me disparagingly. He shook his head. "You are hopeless, Tom Badgerlock. Look at yourself, sleeping in all the day and then appearing with your hair half on end in a worried old robe. A worse servant a man never had." He took the other chair. I could think of no reply to that. I sipped my wine gratefully. I considered the food, but found I had no appetite. "How was your evening? Did you enjoy a dance with huntswoman Laurel?" He raised one eyebrow at me, as if my question puzzled and surprised him. Abruptly, he was my fool again, as a smile twisted his mouth. "Ah, Fitz, you should know by now that every moment of my life is spent dancing, and with every partner I tread a different measure." Then, adroit as ever, he changed the subject, asking, "And are you well this evening?" I knew what he meant. "As well as could be expected," I assured him. "Ah, excellent. Then you will be going down to Buckkeep town." He knew my mind before I had even thought it. "I'd like to check on Hap and see how his apprenticeship goes, unless you need me here." He studied my face for a moment, as if waiting for me to say more. Then he said, "Go to town. I think it an excellent idea. There are, of course, more festivities tonight, but I shall endeavour to manage my preparation without you. Do please try to make yourself a bit more presentable before leaving my apartments, however. Lord Golden's reputation has been tarnished quite enough of late without it being said that he keeps moth-eaten servants." I snorted. "I'll try." I rose from the table slowly. My body had rediscovered its aches. The fool ensconced himself in one of the two chairs that faced the hearth. He leaned back in it with a sigh and stretched out his long legs towards the warmth. His voice reached me as I moved towards my chamber. "Fitz, you know I love you, don't you?" I halted where I stood. "I'd hate to have to kill you," he continued. I recognized his adept imitation of my own voice and inflection. I stared at him, baffled. He sat up taller and glanced over the back of his chair at me with a pained smile. "Never again attempt to put my clothing away," he warned me. "Verulian silk should be draped for storage, not wadded." "I'll try to remember that," I promised him humbly. He settled back in his chair and picked up his glass of wine. "Good night, Fitz," he told me quietly. In my chamber, I found one of my old tunics and some leggings. I put them on, and then frowned at the fit. The leggings sagged on me about the waist. The privations and steady exertions of our expedition had trimmed my body. I brushed at the shirt, and then frowned at the stains. It had not changed since I came to Buckkeep, but my eye for it had. It had been fine for my farmstead, but if I were going to stay at Buck and teach the prince, I would need to dress as a townsman again. The conclusion was inevitable, and yet it felt oddly vain. I washed my face with the stale water in the ewer. In my small looking-glass I tried vainly to smooth my hair, then gave it up as a bad cause, and put on my cloak. I put out my candle. Lord Golden's chamber, as I ghosted through it, was now lit only by flickering firelight. As I passed the chair by the hearth I offered, "Good night, fool." He did not speak, but lifted his graceful hand in farewell, his flicking forefinger gesturing me towards the door. I slipped out, feeling oddly as if I had forgotten something. The keep had a festive atmosphere, as all prepared for another night of feasting, music, and dancing. Garlands dressed the door arches, and far more folk than usual moved through the halls. A minstrel's voice drifted from the lesser hall, and 3 young men in faro colours chatted near the door. My worn clothing and badly cropped hair drew a few bemused glances, but I was generally unnoticed among the newcomers and their servants, and unchallenged as I left Buckkeep and headed down towards the town. The steep road down to town was still busy with folk coming and going from the keep, and despite the steady rain, Buckkeep town was livelier than usual. Any occasion up at the keep stimulated trade in the town, and Dutiful's betrothal was a major occasion. I wended my way through merchants and tradesmen and servants on errands. Nobles on horseback and ladies on litters passed me, on their way up to the keep for the evening's festivities. When I reached Buckkeep town itself, the press of folk in the street only became thicker. Taverns were full to overflowing, music swelled out to lure in passers-by, and children raced past, enjoying the excitement of so many strangers in town. The holiday aura was infectious, and I caught myself smiling and wishing many a stranger good evening as I made my way down to Ginna's shop. But as I passed one doorway, I saw a young man chivying a maid to stay and talk with him a moment longer. Her eyes were bright, and her smile merry as she shook her dark curls at him in sweet rebuke. Raindrops jewelled their cloaks. He looked so earnest and so young in his entreaties that I averted my eyes and hurried past. In the next moment my heart ached, as I realised that Prince Dutiful would never know a moment like that, would never taste the sweetness of a stolen kiss, or the elation and suspense of wondering if the lady would grant him another moment of her company. No. His wife had been chosen for him, and the freshest years of his manhood would be spent in waiting for her to grow to womanhood. I dared not hope they would be happy. The best I could manage was that they would not make one another miserable. These were my thoughts as I found my way down the winding little street that led to Ginna's door. I halted outside it, and sudden awkwardness flooded me. The door was closed, the windows shuttered. A little glow of candlelight leaked out through one ill-fitting shutter, but it did not look welcoming. Rather, it spoke of the intimacy of home within those walls. It was later than I had thought it was. I would be intruding. I smoothed my hacked hair nervously, and promised myself that I would not go within, only stand at the door and ask for Hap. I could take him out to a tavern for a beer and some talk. That would be good, I told myself, a good way to show him I considered him a man, grown now. I took a breath and tapped lightly at the door. Within, I heard the scrape of a chair and the thud of a cat landing on the floor. Then Ginna's voice came through the shuttered window. "Who's there?" Tom Badgerlock." I cursed my awkward tongue. "Look, I'm sorry to call so late. I've been away, and I thought I should check on—" "Tom!" The door was flung wide to my hasty excuses, nearly hitting me as it opened. "Tom Badgerlock, come in, come in!" Ginna had a candle in one hand, but with the other she caught the sleeve of my shirt and drew me inside. The room was dim, lit mostly by the hearth fire. There were 2 chairs pulled up there with a low table between them. A steaming teapot sat brewing beside an empty cup. A heap of knitting, the needles thrust through it, occupied one chair. She pulled the door firmly shut behind me, and then gestured me towards the hearth. "I've just put on elderberry tea. Would you like a cup?" "That would be— I didn't mean to intrude. I only meant to check on Hap and see how— Here, let me take your wet cloak. Oh, it's drenched. I'll hang it here. Well, sit down. You'll have to wait, for the young scamp isn't here. Truth to tell, I've been thinking to myself that the sooner you came back and had a word with the lad, the better for him. Not that I wish to be telling tales on him, but he wants someone taking a hand with him." "Hap?" I asked incredulously. I took a step towards the fire, but her cat chose that moment to rub himself suddenly against my ankle. I lurched to a halt, barely avoiding stepping on him.
"Make a lap, near the fire."
The assertive little voice rang in my mind. I looked down at him, and he looked up at me. For an instant our gazes brushed. Then we both looked aside in instinctive courtesy, but he had already seen the ruins of my soul. He rubbed his cheek against my leg.
"Hold the cat. You'll feel better."
I don't think so. He rubbed against my leg insistently.
"Hold the cat."
I don't want to hold the cat. He reared up suddenly on his hind legs and hooked his vicious little front paws into both flesh and leggings.
"Don't talk back. Pick up the cat."
"Fennel, stop that! Where are your manners?" Ginna exclaimed in dismay. She bent towards the ginger pest, but I stooped swiftly to unhook his claws from my flesh. I freed myself, but before I could straighten up, he leapt to my shoulder. For all his size, Fennel had amazing agility. He landed, not heavily, but as if someone had put a large, friendly hand on my shoulder.
"Hold the cat. You'll feel better."
Steadying him as I stood up was easier than plucking him loose. Ginna clucked and exclaimed, but I assured her it was all right. She drew out one of the chairs that faced the small hearth and smoothed the pillow on it. I sat down, and it tipped back under me. It was a rocker. The moment I was settled, Fennel moved down to my lap and settled himself in a warm mound. I folded my hands atop him in a show of ignoring him. He gave me a slit-eyed cat grin.
"Be nice to me. She loves me best."
It took me a moment to find my thoughts. "Hap," I said again. "Hap," she confirmed. "Who should be abed right now, for his master expects him earlier than dawn tomorrow." "And where is he?" "Out dangling after Mistress Hartshorn's daughter, who is far too knowing for her tender years. She's a distraction to him, that Svanger, and even her own mother says that she would be better at home, tending to work and learning her own trade." She nattered on in a voice of mixed annoyance and amusement. The level of her concern astonished me. I felt a twinge of jealousy. Was not Hap my boy, for me to worry about? As she spoke, she set a cup at my elbow, poured tea for both of us, and resumed her chair and knitting. When she was settled, she glanced over at me, and our eyes met for the first time since I had knocked. She startled, and then leaned closer, peering at me. "Oh, Tom," she exclaimed in a voice of deep sympathy. She leaned towards me, studying my face. "Poor man, what's happened to you?"
"Empty as a hollow log when the mice are eaten."
My wolf died. It shocked me that I spoke the truth so bluntly. Ginna was silent, staring at me. I knew she could not understand. I did not expect her to understand, but then, as her helpless silence lengthened, I felt very much as if she might understand, for she offered no useless words. Abruptly she dropped her knitting in her lap and leaned across to put her hand on my forearm. "Will you be all right?" she asked me. It was not an empty question. She genuinely listened for my reply. "In time," I told her, and for the first time I admitted that was true. As disloyal as the thought felt, I knew that as time passed I would be myself again, and in that moment I felt for the first time the sensation that Black Rolf had tried to describe to me. The wolfish part of my soul stirred and—
"Yes, you will be yourself again, and that is as it should be."
I heard, nearly as clearly as if Nighteyes had truly shared the thought with me. Like remembering, but more so, Rolf had told me. I sat very still, savouring the sensation, and then it passed, and a shiver ran over me. "Drink your tea, you're taking a chill," Ginna advised me, and leaned down to toss another piece of wood on the fire. I did as she suggested. As I set the cup down, I glanced up at the charm over the mantel. The changeable light from the flames gilded and then hid the beads. Hospitality. The tea was warm and sweet and soothing. The cat purred on my lap, and a woman looked at me fondly. Was it just the wool charm's effect on me? If it was, I didn't care. Something in me eased another notch.
"Petting the cat makes you feel better,"
Fennel asserted smugly.
The boy's heart will be broken when he hears. He knew the wolf would go after you, you know. When the wolf disappeared, I was worried, but when he didn't come back, Hap told me, never fear, he's gone off to follow Tom. Oh, I dread your telling him. Abruptly she reined her flow of words. Then she stoutly declared, but in time, like you, he will recover. Oh, he should be home by now, she worried. And then, what will you do about him? I thought of myself, so many years ago, and of Verity, and even of young Dutiful. I thought of all the ways that duty had shaped us and bound us and held back our hearts. Truly the boy should be home by now, getting sleep, the better to serve his master on the morrow. He was not an apprentice yet, and his prospects were not yet settled. He had no business showing an interest in a girl. I could take a firm hand with him and remind him of his duty. He would listen to me. But Hap was not the son of a king, nor even a royal bastard. Hap could be free. I leaned back in my chair. It rocked, and I absently stroked the cat. Nothing, I said after a moment. I think I'll do nothing. I think I'll let him be a boy. I think I'll let him fall in love with a girl and stay out later than he should and have a pounding headache tomorrow when his master chides him for being late. I turned to look at her. The firelight danced over her kindly face. I think I'll let the boy be a boy for a time. Do you think that's wise? She asked, but she smiled as she said it. No, I shook my head slowly. I think it's foolish and wonderful. Ah, well, will you stay and have another cup of tea then, or must you hurry back to the keep and your own duties? I have no duties tonight. I won't be missed. Well then. She poured another cup of tea for me with an alacrity that was flattering. You'll stay a while here, where you have been missed. She sipped from her cup, smiling at me over the rim of it. Fennel drew breath and began a deep, rumbling purr. Epilogue. There was a time when I thought that my life's significant work would be to write a history of the 6 duchies. I made a start on it any number of times, but always seemed to slide sideways from that grand tale into a recounting of the days and details of my own small life. The more I studied the accounts of others, both written and told, the more it seemed to me that we attempt such histories not to preserve knowledge, but to fix the past in a settled way. Like a flower pressed flat and dried, we try to hold it still and say, this is exactly how it was the day I first saw it. But like the flower, the past cannot be trapped that way. It loses its fragrance and its vitality. Its fragility becomes brittleness, and its colours fade. And when you next look on the flower, you know that it is not at all what you sought to capture, that that moment has fled forever. I wrote my histories and observations. I captured my thoughts and ideas and memories in words on vellum and paper. So much I stored, and thought it was mine. I believed that by fixing it down in words I could force sense from all that had happened. That effect would follow cause, and the reason for each event come clear to me. Perhaps I sought to justify myself, not just all I had done, but who I had become. For years, I wrote faithfully nearly every evening, carefully explaining my world and my life to myself. I put my scrolls on a shelf, trusting that I had captured the meaning of my days. But then I returned one day, to find all my careful scribing gone to fragments of vellum lying in a trampled yard, with wet snow blowing over them. I sat my horse, looking down on them, and knew that, as it always would, the past had broken free of my effort to define and understand it. History is no more fixed and dead than the future. The past is no further away than the last breath you took. That was Fool's Errand, Part 1 of the Tawny Man trilogy. Written by Robin Hobb and read by Nicholas Taylor for HarperCollins Audio.